times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
mapapansin.
Pangarap ba ay napipitin? Talay gustong sungkitin, pero ang layo ng dapat ahakin.
Dito sabay-sabay iaangat ang bandera at isa't isa. Dahil galing ng isa, mas magaling pagsama-sama. Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino, galing dito, galing dito. Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino, galing dito, galing dito. Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino, galing dito, galing dito.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, ay kamakaret nagkakawaw. Yeah!
Malawag pa'y ikiranyag, kiti aldaw. Sumikat ka, ito'y lubong na baw.
Pinipibigyo, kung orgulyo grita na itero mundo.
Hawoda imong dugo, maayo kini, maayo dire.
Mga waray,
Dito,
Ilocano,
dito,
Bisaya,
dito,
galing,
dito,
Chabacano,
dito,
Bicolano,
dito,
Tapawenyo,
dito,
galing,
dito. Ang galing mo,
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Pangarap ba ay nabibitin?
bitin.
Pero ang layo ng dapat ahakin.
Dito sabay-sabay iaangat ang bandera at isa't isa. Dahil galing ng isa, mas magaling pagsama-sama. Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino. Galing dito, galing dito. Galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino. Galing dito, galing dito. Galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino. Galing dito, galing dito.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, kamakaret nakakawaw. Yeah.
Malawag pa'y ikiranyag, kiti aldaw, sumikat ka, ito'y lubong nabaw.
Pinipibigyo, con orgullo grita na intero mundo.
Hawuda imong dugo, maayo kini, maayo dire.
Mga waray
Dito,
Ilocano
dito,
Bisaya
dito,
Galing
dito,
Chabacano
dito,
Bicolano
dito,
Tapawenyo
dito,
Galing
dito.
Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino. Galing dito, galing dito. Ang galing mo, ipakita mo, basta Pilipino. Galing dito, galing dito.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
to acknowledge the presence of our North Cebu chapter delegate, which is the President, Engineer Franco Obires, and also Engineer Pelechan and TC. Delegates and participants, please settle down as we will start the program in a few minutes from now.
At this time, we will have the chord of our moment.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I'm trying to find a little time, and I'll make you mine.
Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party.
Do you build me up, buttercup baby, just to let me down, and mess me around, and then worst of all, you never call baby when you say you will.
Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Buttercup, don't break my heart. You are my world, but I could be the girl you adore if you just let me know. I know you want to, I'm attracted to you all the more. Why
Good
do I-
morning, everyone. Good morning, Cebu. Now we have just witnessed our ribbon cutting ceremony as well as our exhibit prepared by the host chapter for today, IIEE Cebu chapter headed by Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. and the IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas region, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the processional march.
To start with, may I call in our co-chairman program coordination committee, Engineer Abraham S. Marino.
Co-chairman of Technical Resource Speaker Committee, Engineer Louis C. Culiera.
Chairman Sports Committee, Engineer Edmar S. Tirante.
Co-chairman Souvenir. Chairman, Sponsor and Promotion Committee, Engineer Ramil D. Rodriguez.
Co-chairman Invitation Committee, Engineer Henry Albert J. Tan.
Member, Plan Tour Committee, Jonathan Diaz.
Member Students Activities Committee, Randil Filetio.
Co-chairman, Skills Olympic Committee, Engineer Ryan T. Rafael.
Co-chairman RME Committee, Engineer Catalino Simonin Jr.
The IIEE Secretariat Registration Committee.
The Auxiliary Support Group, Physical Arrangement and Food Committee, IIEE Wives.
We have the IIEE Cebu Chapter former President. From 1997, former President Engineer Salubre Sr.
2001, former President Engineer Edwin Chavez. 2003, former President Engineer Sonny Pitugo. 2006, former President Engineer Felicito Husol. 2006, former President Engineer Luel Belchinia. 2003 and 2017, former President Engineer Ruel N. Militar.
2015, former President Engineer Erwin J. Salvador.
2016, former President Engineer Jonril P. Novicio.
2018, former President Engineer Jaime D. Magsayo.
2020, former President Engineer Mark Anthony M. Punan.
Let's have the 2022 IIEE Cebu Chapter Incumbent Officers and Board of Directors. Vice President on Internal Affairs, Engineer Luel B. Ratilla.
Vice President on External Affairs, Engineer Alan T. Alvas. Vice President on Technical Affairs, Engineer Ronman B. Gonzalez. Secretary, Engineer Christopher M. De Leon. Treasurer, Engineer Alberto F. Magallon.
Auditor and 2019 former President Engineer Raulito C. Baldonado Jr.
Board of Director, Engineer Matias A. Tabasa III.
Board of Director, Engineer Jenry O. Onyate.
Board of Director, Engineer Ricardo A. Hipitulan III.
Board of Director, Engineer Luel Lucio Sanchez.
Immediate former President, ex-official member, Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag.
Chapter Presidents, IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Region. President, Mactan Chapter, Engineer Joseph Gary D. Tagpin.
President, Cebu South Chapter, Engineer Oliver B. Sulihon. President, West Cebu Chapter, Engineer Henry T. Vega, and its officers.
President, Negros Oriental Chapter, Engineer Alberto D. Del Ardelania, and its officers.
President, Isabel Leyte Chapter, Engineer Brian J. Escardama, and his officers.
President, Ormoc Chapter, Engineer Michael R. Ganares, and its officers.
President, Leyte Samar Chapter, Engineer Rodrigo A. Almadin Jr. and his officers. Interim President, Calbayog Chapter, Engineer Maria Richel F. Aliman and her officers.
President of North Cebu Chapter, President Franco Obires, and its officers.
Host President, Cebu Chapter, Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. and his officers.
Now, former regional governors, IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Region. From 1997, Jules S. Alcantara.
For 1998, Edisio Satina.
(1999 to 2000), Prospero Salubre.
For 2003, Domenico A. Amora.
(2001 to 2002), we have Felipe Regalado Jr.
From 2004 to 2005, Glenn Hava.
(2007 to 2008), Roberto A. Cabarubias.
(2006 and 2009), Noel P. Fernandez.
(2010), Nelson Rosales.
(2011), Lelaine T. Mirambel.
2012, Fred Mercado.
2013, Cleofe T. Kaidik.
2014 to 2016, Wilfredo P. Canizares.
2017 to 2018, Teodoro E. Arnaiz.
2019 to 2021, Felipe C. Niyama.
'And for the PRC BEE Board of Electrical Engineering, Board of Electrical Engineering. Chairman, PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Francis V. Mapili.
Member, PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza.
For the Council of Former Presidents, former National Presidents. 2012 National President, Jules Alcantara.
2018 National President, Noel T. Fernandez.
2020 National President, Rodrigo T. Picolera.
We have the 2022 IIEE Board of Governors, Regional Governors.
Northern Luzon, Francisco
Former National President, we have Arthur Escalante.
Northern Luzon, Francisco P. Fontanilla III.
Central Luzon, Woody G. Irama. Metro Manila, Orville John M. Buriga. Southern Luzon, Adrian L. Ray.
Bicol, Alexis O. Olila.
Western Visayas, Neil P. Di Guzman.
Northern Mindanao, Sandro R. Villarosa.
Southern Mindanao, Edgar L. Ibuen.
Western Mindanao, Alexander D. Co.
Warren, Drain B. Talam.
And for the 2022 IIEE Board of Governors Executive Committee, Execom. National Auditor, Florigo C. Varona. National Treasurer, Catalino R. Rana.
National Secretary is Ranza A. Culiando. Vice President, Technical Affairs, Ramon Z. Gatchalian. Vice President, External Affairs, Alberto R. Herrera. Vice President, Internal Affairs, Lyndon R. Bargain. Immediate former National President Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. Our guest speaker, incumbent Cebu City Councilor and former Vice Mayor, Honorable Donaldo C. Hontiveros. Host Governor, Regional Governor, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan.
IIEE National President and Guest Speaker, Engineer Feliciano Padua Jr. Calling the attention of Engineer Mapili and Engineer Mendoza, we would like to request for your presence here in front at the table.
Please rise for the entrance of callers.
Please remain standing for the doxology and prayer to be followed by the Philippine national anthem, the IIEE hymn, and the IIEE Cebu chapter hymn.
The King is exalted on high. I will praise him. He is exalted forever, exalted, and I will praise his name. He is the Lord, forever his truth shall reign. Heaven and earth rejoice in his holy name. He is exalted, the King is exalted on high. He is exalted, the King is exalted on high. I will praise him. He is exalted forever, exalted, and I will praise his name. He is the Lord, forever his truth shall reign. Heaven and earth rejoice in his holy name. He is exalted, the King is exalted on high. He is the Lord, forever his truth shall reign. Heaven and earth rejoice in his holy name. He is exalted, the King is exalted on high. He is exalted, the King is exalted on
The Holy Presence. Dear Father, guidance.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Sa langit mo, ay nilagang tula,
mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession. Having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. RIE members were stronger than chain and bolt, rising to any challenge involving what's phones and bolts. BEREE and RME, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter light. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one IIE.
Welcome to IE Cebu. We are here to serve you. We give seminars and webinars for our members near or far. Come to our training center. Our goal is to help each member to become more and more better as licensed electrical practitioner. After our is to become bees. Our core value is generosity.
just with you and me. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. The residential, commercial, industrial. We prepare plans, diagrams, and bill of material. Don't take for granted your skill and knowledge. 'Cause from the rest, that's our permanent edge. You're a brother or a sister, loved by your very own chapter. Don't regret the vocation you chosen. Like a practitioner, my God, you've chosen. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. If you're down and looking for answering, come drop by and start asking how to improving your profession and find success in your vocation. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning, and we'll be sharing with you here in IIE Cebu.
Please be seated. Good morning, Philippines. Good morning, Cebu.
Live at the heart of SM Seaside Cebu City Sky Hall.
The Queen City of the South, Cebu City. Now we are now in our third day of activity. From this morning, we will witness the opening program, and later on this afternoon, we will continue to our webinar.
And we are also live via Zoom conference. So for those delegates and participants who cannot make it here today, you can witness us in the conference online.
Yes, but before anything else, allow me to introduce first ourselves. So we will be hosting your event this morning as well as this afternoon. So my name is Ryan John B. Fortuna, all the way from Ormoc City. And together with me is my partner for today, the most beautiful woman in Ormoc chapter, Miss Abea Pepito Dikdikan.
Thank you so much to my tall, dark, and handsome co-host for today, Mr. Ryan Fortuna. So once again, I am Abia Dikdikan, and we are a fresh graduate of Bachelor of Electrical Engineering in EVSU, or Eastern Visayas State University, or MOC campus. And also, I am a former Vice President of Internal Affairs in IIEE Council of Student Chapter in Ormoc City. And together with me is our member of IIEE Student Chapter.
Yes, and also I would like to grab this opportunity to thank the man who is behind this, the man who invited us to be here, no other than the very hardworking and host governor for this event. So we have Engineer Brian Pasilan. Thank you so much, Governor. And for also would like
Thank
to
you so
thank
much, Rob.
the working committees here in Cebu City IIEE, headed by no other than the very active and supportive President, Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this time, ladies and gentlemen, to present to us the IIEE mission and vision let me call in the treasurer of IIE Cebu chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Engineer Alberto F. Magallon, professional electrical engineer. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Alberto F. Magallon.
I would like to say I am Robert Caparubias. So enjoy Medallion this morning. So I have to take this part. So reading for the mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technology, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that result to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high quality products and services duly recognized international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. Now, for reciting our vision, may I request to stand up and assert this vision for the electrical engineers, please. Stand up. Let us assert our vision is to be the leading electrical professional in organization globally. IIE. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Cabarubias. In behalf of Engineer Alberto F. Magallon, thank you so much, sir. And up next, to formally open the ceremony, may I call in the outstanding, exceptional, and proficient electrical engineer, the IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Governor, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, professional electrical engineer.
By the power vested upon me as Regional Governor of Eastern and Central Visayas, I declare this regional conference open.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, we are to hear a welcome address coming from the very active and supportive President of IIEE Cebu chapter. Everyone, help me welcome Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Honorable Councilor Dundun Hontiveros, Engineer Francis Mapili, BE Chairman, Engineer Jaime Mendoza, our BE member, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, our IIE National President, IIE National Officers and Board of Governors coming from different areas of the country, former IIE National Presidents, IIE Board of Governors, and former IIE Board of Governors, IIE National Secretariat, and former IIE Cebu chapter presidents and former governors, IIE Cebu chapter officers and staff, and fellow electrical engineers, sponsors, and guests. Good morning. On behalf of the IIE Cebu chapter, officers, and board of directors, I welcome you all to the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference. After more than 2 years of pandemic, we finally have an opportunity to meet and gather again, face to face, like this conference. In the months and weeks leading to this event, I realized that organizing a conference is not a walk in the park. It's a very difficult task, but all of us who have sacrificed or have made this event happen have found the process quite interesting and sometimes even fun-filled or enjoyable, as the officers have experienced. And in the process, we met new people, we created new contacts and partnerships, and within the team, we found out about ourselves and our weaknesses and strengths. So all these things, all these processes have been very fruitful and we're very grateful. So again, as a final message, I welcome all of you who are all here, and may we have a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Once again, that was our very active president of IIEE Cebu chapter, Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. Very true of what he faced earlier. Yes, without the Cebu chapter and the rest of working committee, this event would not be possible and a successful one. No,
True.
so thank you so much for your the working committee who is behind all this, who spent their time, sweat, effort, and money for making this event possible.
And in advance, I would like to congratulate you all because I could foresee that this event would be successful throughout the end.
So an early congratulations, IIE Cebu chapter.
And to acknowledge the delegates, guests, and dignitaries, I would like to call in the Secretary of IIEE Cebu chapter, Engineer Christopher M. De Leon. Round of applause.
Morning, everyone. Thank you. So, in behalf of my Cebu chapter, we would like to acknowledge the presence of guests, the dignitaries, and delegates. So, to our guests of honors and dignitaries, Cebu City Councilor, Honorable Donald Dondon Hontiveros, and Honorable for our PRCB member, Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza, then PRC BE Chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mapiling. For 2022 national officers, our national auditor, Engineer Florigo C. Barona, National Treasurer, Engineer Catalino C. R. Rana, and National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza E. Coleado, VP External Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., VP Internal Affairs, Lyndon R. Bage, VP Technical Affairs, Engineer Ramon C. Gatchalian, and our immediate former National President, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. Also, and our current National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III. For 2022 regional governors from Northern Luzon, so Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III. For Central Luzon, Engineer Woody G. Irama. Metro Manila, Engineer Orbel G. M. Borrega. Southern Luzon, Engineer Adrian L. Ray. Bicol Region, Engineer Alexis O. Olilia. Western Visayas, Engineer Neil P. D. Guzman. Northern Mindanao, Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa. Southern Mindanao, Engineer Edgar L. Ibuen. Western Mindanao, Engineer Alexander D. Po.
and Power Region, Engineer Jeremy B. Talam, here. And to our very own Eastern and Central Visayas host, Engineer Brian E. Paselan. Also, for the 2022 current Cebu officers and for the Cebu chapter committees, thank you. For the former II Cebu chapter president, also as our guest. So, former II Cebu chapter president, Engineer Edwin Chavez. Former II Cebu chapter president, Engineer Felicito Husol. So, Engineer Novel's Bilsina, former chapter president, Engineer Ruel N. Militar, then Engineer Erwin J. Salvador, Engineer Junril P. Novicio, and Engineer Raulito Baldonado Jr., as former chapter president and currently auditor, Engineer Jaime B. Magsayo. For former regional governors who are here, so I'd like also to acknowledge. So, Engineer Felipe Rigolado Jr., Engineer Roberto A. Cabarobias, Engineer Lelaine T. Mirambel, Engineer Cleope P. Caidic, Engineer Wilfredo P. Canizares, Engineer Teodoro E. Arnaiz, and our former regional governor, Engineer Felipe C. Niliama. For our former IAE National President, Engineer Jules S. Alcantara, former IAE National President, Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera, former IAE National President, Engineer Arthur Escalante. Also, for a former regional gov, I forgot, Engineer Gil Losares. Sorry. So for our chapters, chapter East and Central Visayas chapter, also from Isabel Leyte chapter, headed by the President and Officer, Engineer Brian J. S. Cardama. So Ormoc chapter, headed by the President, Engineer Michael R. Ginares. Leyte Summer chapter, headed by Engineer Rodrigo A. Almadin Jr. and officers. Calbayog chapter, headed by Engineer Maria Richel F. Aliman and officers. Northern Cebu chapter, also headed by Chapter President Franco E. Obieres and officers. So Mactan chapter, headed by President Engineer Joseph Gary Dagpin. And Cebu South chapter, headed by Engineer Oliver B. Solethon and officers. Cebu Southwest chapter, chapter president, Engineer Henry T. Biga. And Negros Oriental chapter, headed by their president, Engineer Alberto R. Dilana. And for the delegates and participants, also like to acknowledge for company, Cebu Electric Cooperative Incorporated, or Sebeco 1, Cebu Electric Cooperative 3, Incorporated 3 or Sebeco 3, Aboitiz Power Corporation, Tunisi Heavy Industry Cebu, HBL Engineering Services, Pasar Corporation, GNL Solution Incorporated, Tahiyo Cement Philippines, Mabuhay Pelcement, RNCC, San Miguel Yamamura Packaging Corporation, Virginia Food Incorporated, Cebu Power Tescom Services Incorporated, KL Electromechanical Technologies, LGU Delegate of Cebu, Burma's Construction, MND Tundag Electrical Services, Ham Asia Global Builders Corporation, Lidi Management Corporation, GBR Electromechanical Services, Mactan Cebu International Airport, Schimberg Biotech Corporation, Tahiye Altec Construction Philippines Incorporated, Minibia Mitsumi Incorporated Cebu, Visayan Electric Corporation, Shimizu Philippines Incorporated, Therma Visayas Incorporated, and National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 21 Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference 2022 and good morning.
That was our IIEE Cebu Chapter Secretary, Engineer De Leon. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, so as you can see, our delegates have already been presented. So for those delegates coming from outside the region of seven, coming from the different parts of the Philippines, especially to our national officers, former governors, former presidents, welcome mo diri sa Sugbo, diri sa Cebu. Yan.
Yes. Og sa Ormoc pa, tana maglipay ta.
Okay. So this time, we are to hear an special message coming from the incumbent Cebu City Councilor. Namely, he is the first councilor of Cebu, the former vice mayor of Cebu. Also, he is a former PBA player way back in his time. During his college days, he is also related from electrical engineering profession at the University of Cebu. Also, he is an Alaska Aces champion and a Gilas Filipinas player. He is known by the name Cebuano Hotshot. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you our guest speaker. Let's have Honorable Donaldo Dondon C. Hontiveros.
kung na kung nakabantay si ma'am, durag nahurot gito na akong tubig kay gikulbaan gyapon ko karon. May buntag sa tanan. Na-mention naman kanina, Engineer Mario, wapa na tiwas atong project. Kauban ako sa City Hall, Engineer Mario, pwede kang barog, Engineer. Sa pakpakan. Pakpakan sa nato among former barangay captain and fellow public servant, Councilor Engineer Bob Cabarubias. Sir, Nas Chris Fernandez. Chris, barog rogod Chris. Engineer Chris, among number 1 manipirme no? Silang radya. And summa cum laude and core commander na mo. Kay sa una, Varsity Coast High School, i-exempt mi niya. Ikaw ang among platoon leader, no? Engineer Brian? Di ba? Dili kay mi nila i-punish ba? Ako na itong ipagawas para maawa ang akong kulba. Gapon, bitaw. Again, may buntag. I-mention naman kanina nga I was once an electrical engineer. Nag-classmate min Chris, Brian, and we proceed good ko adto, mo proceed ta gyud to adto pero record man din, no? I-edit lang ni nga portion. Naabot manggod sa akong time adto nga why learn when you can earn, because there was an opportunity for me to play for Cebu Gems, katong mga edad-edaran, pareha na akong edad, naabtan dito nila. So it was opportunity for me to help my family. Initially as an student sa Don Bosco, most likely Chris, kita pa do mo kita ma-engineer, diba? And exempted as drafting pag first year college, kay na nami history, and pasar ko atong trigonometry, exempted ko sa integral calculus, hagbong ko sa differential equation, kay nawa akong calculator, unsaon man ako pagsuog, nawa man akong calculator. But to be honest, I was a diligent student. Kay requirement man sa among school na you have to pass this certain mga subjects na imong gi-take up before ka makaduwa ba. So going to my message, nindot sa kayo ang tema ninyo karon na leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment leading to the road to recovery. Amo lang i-share kay mga electrical engineers dire, Engineer Bob, diba, during the process katong nag-lighting na mo and you were helping us na bash pa mo, diba, kay mureklamo pa atong mga constituents, wa man may kahatag nila, wa may na sugan, diba? Sakto to, Engineer Bob, diba, Brian? And gamit ito, although we're from the other, sa pulong-pulong Engineer Bob, mauna akong isulti. Mareklamo sila diri nga nung wa pa man minasugan din akong gi-explain unsa to inyong na-experience before nganong i-isolate ni sila kay ko iunip lang ka mo like mahitabo sa mambaling ba to or dulho, nagiuon tanan, a few hours, overheat, sunog dayon, di ba? And nasabtan sa nila, salamat sa pag-explain dry sa ako mo tay ni daog sa ko kay naminaw sa jud ang mga tawo. Inani dahil niya, ni angkon lang sa jud ko. Bitaw kasabot ko gamay kay electrical engineer man ko sa una. Additional votes na ako, Councilor Bob. Pero bitaw, and if you were all acknowledged, IIEE Cebu chapter kay ako man yung i-explain dito ni Mayor Mike Ramang ang ay gud ni sila tagan because they were doing it again based on this through passion and commitment. Eh, wala man mo'y makuha ito. Diba? Bahash inyong nakuha, negative inyong nakuha, pero you continue to do that and kami na amazed good me din amo yung gipaabot dito sa Office of the Mayor na agaya ngayon gid nato tumatagag award so pwede nato pakpakan ang IIE Cebu chapter and but good leadership is not enough. So katong mga leaders na appreciate gid namo, we need people like you who are not only equipped with necessary knowledge and skills but also passionate and committed. So nakita gid dito during the times of pandemic. And being in the front line at the height of COVID-19 and Typhoon Odette, I personally learned that in every test we face in life, there's always a solution and an opportunity to serve, which you readily did. May you continue to rise, excel in your chosen field, and most of all, to help guide this community, this nation, and its road to recovery. So again, daghang salamat sa pag-invite. Mayong buntag ka natong tanan. Kunya, pangayo lang ko og excuse kay mo balhin na sa to sa next na ko na meeting. So mayong buntag again. Thank you for having me and God bless.
Thank you so much, no, to our keynote speaker, no other than once again, Honorable Donaldo C. Hontiveros.
Yes, thank you so much.
So let's give the plaque of appreciation to our keynote speaker. So let me read first the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Cebu Chapter. Plaque of appreciation is given to as keynote speaker in the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at Sky Hall AMB SMC Side South Road Properties, Cebu City, given this 29th day of July 2022. Signed Technical Consultant Advisor Erwin J. Salvador, PEE, Vice President Technical Affairs Ronmar B. Gonzalez, PEE, President IIEE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., PEE, Regional Governor of Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan. Once again, plaque of recognition appreciation is given to Honorable Donaldo C. Hontiveros. So, award, let me call in Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, and Engineer Felicia Padua III. Once again, palakpakan. Let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker, no other than Honorable Donaldo C. Hontiveros.
Okay. So as mentioned, doon ay nakaingon ako na last night was the exhibition game sa IIEE. And special mention to Honorable Jaime Mendoza, which did a good job because he played side by side, no? Gabi is exhibition game together with Honorable Hontiveros. Atong pakpakan si Honorable Jaime Mendoza. At this juncture, may I call in the Vice President Internal of IIEE Cebu Chapter for the introduction of guest speaker, Engineer Luel B. Ratilla.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor as the VP internal of Cebu chapter to introduce our guest speaker, Engineer Lisano F. Padua III, National President, IIE Monterrey.
Thank you so much, Engineer Luel Birtuya.
Maayong buntag, Cebu. To our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering who are physically present today, our chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mabine, and member, Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza. To our guests, Donaldo C. Ontiveros. May request lang ako. Pakiulit mo yung sinabi mo kasi hindi namin naintindihan. Mula sa umpisa hanggang sa last. Di ba? Just kidding. Actually, trina-translate na ni Gov. Brian nung nagsasalita ka. Ba't mo nagsasabi nun? Sinabi niya ba na nakalaro namin sa kahapon? Okay, so we actually played with Don second half na ako nakarating. So, hindi ko na umpisahan. So, noong una, kasama sa Cebu chapter, mga bata kasi itong mga ito, hindi namin makayanan. So, nung naglaro ako, nakashoot ako ng dalawa eh. Nakita niya, nagbihis. Tumampi sa amin. So, thank you, Don. And also the Cebu players, napakaganda yung game kahapon. 2 points lang talaga yung lamang nila. Kasi, hindi na-shoot ni Sir Jaime yung dalawang shoot niya. Nanalo sana tayo, sir, kung sinut mo yung dalawang mong shoot. Sayang. Oo. Pero ang ganda. So, ang ganda ng laro, ano? So, to our Council of Former National Presidents, chaired by Sir Jules. Namiss ko si Sir Jules dito sa Cebu. Taga rito siya, pero hindi ko nakita. Anyway, nandun si Sir Art Escalante and Rod Picolera. To our former regional governors na napakarami. Ang dami nila. So, happy to see you all. To my fellow Board of Governors, to IIA Cebu chapter officers under the helm of leadership of Chapter President Magdaleno Baclay Jr. And of course, the Eastern Central Visayas Regional Governor, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan. My beloved IIA members, guests, ladies and gentlemen, an electrifying morning to all. So I am pleased to be standing right before you today as we witness this much-awaited event of the 21st Eastern Central Visayas Regional Conference in this Queen City of the South. As you all know, last week by leap of faith, we took a road traveled by land. So this is now the chapter caravan from Luzon, Visayas. And I'm very happy that we really have a very successful caravan. So that is almost 6 days from July 22 to July 27. So pumunta kami rito and una dun sa National Office and then yung sa Laguna, we have the ribbon cutting of the street lights in Laguna, Sininduan, Laguna. We proceeded to San Juan for the bloodletting, electrical safety, and nag-distribute po tayo ng mga books para sa mga bata. And bloodletting activity, hindi lang ako nakapag-donate kasi medyo mataas yung BP, hindi pala nila pwedeng kunin yun. Pag 3 times ka na kinuha ng BP, mataas pa rin, reject na. So, sayang, sabi ko. So we proceeded to Bumaka, Quezon, and Naga. Doon kami nag-stay to Sorsogon,
Matnog, we also came, Matnog, Calbayog, doon kami natulog. And doon sa Basay, sa Eastern Samar, sa Cariaga, ano. And actually, that is now our Bohol, the last station, 13th station actually. And that's already my 45th chapter visitation from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So really happy to see all of you. So the long travel was truly worth it, seeing our members smile, beaming with joy and excitement, together with the people we touched along the way. The pandemic and lockdowns may have been disconnected us physically, but the reunion in this new normal world has surely become so meaningful. It is truly a delight to end the last leg of our caravan here in Cebu para mag-attend sa inyong 21st Eastern Central Visayas Regional Conference. Signifies the opening of doorway that this regional conference will provide an affable environment for our members to freely exchange its views and ideas as we further explore and sharpen our technical expertise and keep abreast with the latest technological trends. With this, my fellow members, let us all realize the benefits of this regional conference as we resiliently join hand in hand in yielding IIEE in its pursuit to be globally relevant and sustainable. So mabuhay po ang IIE Cebu, mabuhay ang Eastern Central Visayas, mabuhay po tayong lahat and magandang umaga ulit po sa ating lahat.
Okay lang yun, not pressed. So once again, isang malakasang palakpakan to our guest speaker as well as the National President of IIEE, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III.
And I would like to give this plaque of appreciation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Cebu Chapter, plaque of appreciation given to as guest speaker in the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at the Sky Hall A and B SM Seaside South Road Properties, Cebu City, given this 29th day of July 2022, signed by our technical consultant and advisor, Erwin J. Salvador, PEE, VP Technical Affairs, Ronmar B. Gonzalez, PEE, President IIEE Cebu Chapter, Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., PEE, and Regional Governor of Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan, PEE, plaque of appreciation given to Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, Professional Electrical Engineer. This is to be awarded by Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., the President of IIEE Chapter, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, the IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Governor, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III.
Thank you so much, Gob. Yan. So this time, we would like to have an introduction of the keynote speaker. Let me call in Engineer Felipe C. Nilyama. Palakpakan natin mga. Yan.
Our keynote speaker for today is a former managing director of FB
Mapili and Associates, a former consultant of Baguio Country Club. He is also the president of Sidelco Tech Incorporated and FM Mapili Incorporated. He was the 2002 IIEE National President, a professional electrical engineer, Asian Chartered Professional Engineer, ASEAN Engineer, a fellow of IIEE, and currently he is the chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineering Professional Regulation Commission. Please help me welcome Honorable Francis B. Mapili.
Thank you, Felipe, for that very kind introduction. By the way, Felipe, you're not the only Felipe here. We also have Jun Regalado, who is also a Felipe. Felipe Regalado Jr. Is still around. I will forego with the acknowledgement of all our officers here, except for my colleague, Honorable Jaime Mendoza, and to our Governor Brian Pasinan, and of course, to our host chapter, Cebu chapter. I give special mention to James Magsayo here. Thank you so much. And you know, as Mayong buntag, as I look around the room, I began to reminisce the past, such that when I look to my left, I get to see my colleague there at Escalante. And then I go around here, I get to see this vibrant people here. Erwin and Ruel, I think. Sensya na, medyo malayo. Medyo alisin po, nahirapan ako magsalita. And then also, the people here, I get to see, I reminisce the past. Because yesterday, we were playing golf with Jun Regalado. And Jun Regalado was the governor at that time when I was the national president. That was 2002. So we were having some chit chat inside the car, and then all of a sudden, Jun said, Vance, 2002 pala yun. Sabi niya, 20 years na pala tayo magkasama. Then I realized, wow, 20 years from that year. Pero you move a bit further from 2002, I get to see Rosa Lubre. Oh, there. Siya yung si Pero. Siya yung aming mga governors during that time because I'm already also a one of the national officers. But you go further back in time, you get to see Ed Satina, which is in 1998. And of course, Jules Alcantara, you know Jules Alcantara. And then as I move forward, you have Bob Barubias. Do you know that during in the year 2007, 2008, Bob has grown on a lot of hairs. I don't know what happened, but somehow you look good, Bob. You look good with your new look, no? Para kang sino ba yung sikat na action star? Vin Diesel. Yeah. Oh, mahal na daw yung gasoline kaya Vin gasoline na lang. Mahal yung diesel. And of course, I see here in front of me si Lani. You know, Lani Mirambel is very, very instrumental in the Singapore chapter. So
if you know the Singapore chapter, guys, she was really very instrumental in putting up the chapter. And then I get to see Cleo here, who's also a very good friend. And then I do not wish to forget muna si Teddy, no? Si Teddy. This is a Teddy, parang Teddy small bear, no? Si Teddy. You know, pag sumakay ka sa kotse ni, pag hindi ka sumasakay sa kotse ni Teddy, sa sasakyan niya, akala mo ang laking tao nung nagda-drive, no? Pero pag sumakay ka na sa kanya, may upuan pala siya doon. And then of course, Willie. Isa lang ang aming paborito talaga nito si Willie, the Beatles. Yeah, so then and then si Ping, no? Ping Nelyama right now. Uh, Felipe ang pangalan nito. So remember that Jude Galado is also Felipe. Ping, so you can call him Ping. But some of the people are not here. I see Fred Mercado, you know, Fred Mercado, I think is now in Canada. He was one of the governors as well. See Nelson also, we know him. And then we know also Noel Fernandez is not here, I think. No? Now, having said all of those things, if I have to take a look from the year of 1990s, during that period from Diyos Alcantara up to this period, we really have grown a lot. IIE has grown so big. We are still binded together, and it's an institute that no one can substitute. So it's really, I get a bit sentimental, and I'm so happy that we are still very strong. And we have a different culture that makes us very strong. We love people. We love each other. We care for each other no matter what. And we don't care about the financial reward, but we are more happy and contented with the rewards that we get out of, you know, caring for one another. I think this is really what's the secret of an IIE. And the other secret, as far as other than the personal thing, is the professional thing. So the professional thing, as you know, we are now in the fourth industrial revolution, as we call it. There were discussions saying that the fourth industrial revolution started in 2011. Some were saying as early as 2015. But the pandemic somehow accelerated the industrial revolution because we are now into the internet. Oh, by the way, hello to all the people in the Zoom. This has accelerated because, and then the internet has become very powerful and it has reached everyone. And we continue to grow and make use of the fourth industrial revolution tools, the Internet of Things, robotics. We were in one of the companies in MEPS yesterday, and we talked about automation of all the products of the company of Ping. So this is now, we are in that kind of situation at the moment. Why am I saying this to you? Because IIE should go beyond the traditional seminar and lectures on electrical engineering principles. We should go far beyond that. We should go beyond Internet of Things. We should go those 3D and 4D printings. We should go to data analytics. We should go be able to process big data. And the electrical engineers should be able to understand all of these things. In fact, in our examination, we are also most especially on the professional electrical engineering profession, we are really pushing forward that we go further on the traditional manual computation. But we're not saying that you have to remove that. You have to understand all those basic principles, but you have to come up with know-how on AutoCAD, electrical transient system analysis, load flow analysis, project management system, CMMS, and all of those things, softwares that is a tool that is being used by all of us electrical engineers. And so therefore, because of that, we move now forward in terms of the interviews, in terms of the examination for the PEs, to make sure that this PE will align themselves as far as new technologies are concerned. Gone are the days that the PEs doesn't even know how to operate a computer. We do not wish to see that. Well, there are outliers that somehow there are examinees that we notice that is not really very familiar with computers and how to make use of the PowerPoint presentation and very, very basic things. And we do not want that because we wanted for you guys to go up the ladder. And when you go up to the ladder of success, we are now talking of making sure that you are equipped with these new trends and technologies. So this is now a challenge to each and every one of you, especially in the academy, where we are now really working so hard that we can bridge if there is really a gap between the academy and the industry. And hopefully that the Board of Electrical Engineering will be able to help go hand in hand on making sure that the academy will be bridged to the industry. So having said that, I'd like to thank each and every one of you, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the day. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Francis B. Mapili. So may I request our guest speaker, our keynote speaker, to please stay in front for the awarding of plaque of appreciation. So let me read first the citation. And of course, to award this plaque, may I call on President Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., Governor Brian A. Pasilan, and Engineer Feliciano E. Padua III. So let me read first the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Cebu Chapter. Plaque of appreciation is given to as keynote speaker in the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at Sky Hall AMB SMC Side South Road Properties, Cebu City, given this 29th day of July 2022. Signed Technical Consultant and Advisor Erwin J. Salvador, PEE, Vice President Technical Affairs, Ronmal B. Gonzalez, PEE, President IIEE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., PEE, and Regional Governor of Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan, PEE. Plaque of appreciation is given to Honorable Francis V. Mapili, PEE, ACP, ACE ASEAN Engineer, and FIEE. Congratulations.
Hopefully, sir, you enjoyed playing golf here in Cebu City. And at this juncture, may I call in the Vice President Technical of IIEE Cebu Chapter for the formal opening of technical session, Engineer Ronmar D. Gonzalez.
so much, Master in Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. In behalf of IIE Cebu chapter, once again, I would like to acknowledge the presence of guests, the guitarists, and delegates. Thank you for coming here. Okay, much has been said. Allow me to welcome you all for the official opening of the technical session. Hoping everyone will take away a lot of inputs, learnings for the day of session. And now, the technical session officially begin. Thank you so much. Godspeed.
Thank you so much. At this time, we would like to welcome you all. As how magpipicture taking muna to the Board of Governors as well as the IIEE National President Sir Padua III. So congratulations. Thank you for being here and join us together, IIEE, as well as to the Cebu chapter, the very hard-working working committee of the Cebu chapter, to the officers and working committees, as they say, and to the IIEE hymn, welcome to IIEE Cebu, and we are here to serve you. Palakpakan na naman natin, IIEE Cebu. Yan.
And also, we would like to thank sponsors who made this event possible. May I mention the Chinishi Technical Services Philippines Incorporated. Thank you so much. To the JBR Electromechanical Services Incorporated. To the Cebu Power Testcom Services Incorporated. To Novicio Construction and Power Solutions Incorporated. Lauron Group of Companies. CK3 Engineering Services. RMT Electrical Works. EJS Multi-Vector Solutions Incorporated. To Megalite Steel Lamppost. Phelps Dodge. To American Wire and Cable Incorporated. To Vivant Core Energy. Zenith United Electric Corporation. And to other sponsors that made this event possible, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time we move on to our technical session. And welcome to the 8th regular board meeting hybrid IIEE Board of Governors. Now we move on to our speaker number 15.
Speaker number 15 graduated summa cum laude, Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at University of San Jose Recoletos. Also, he is a Senior Assistant Vice President of Vivint Energy Corporation and a professional electrical engineer. He is also a technical considerations of Island Grid Power Plant. Please help me welcome Engineer Chris Fernandez.
Okay, maing buntag sa tanan. Buntag. Try this one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to my presentation this morning. It's all about giving a better service in our island grids. So what we electrical engineers can do for our constituents in the island grids. So the objectives for today's section, by the way, this is just an hour, is for us to select the appropriate plant technology for island grids. Next would be to know the different challenges, the technical challenges, and of course, to have a general idea on solutions. What are the possible solutions in addressing these challenges? So these are some general outline of the discussion. I'll give you an overview. Next, we'll look into technologies, then the two challenges, but I will zero in on reliability challenges. Why? Because when we talk about power supply, we are always concerned about continuity of service, reliability of service. Okay, so what is an island grid? Okay, so okay, so I think it's better now for those who join via Zoom. Okay, so island grids are those not connected to the main grid, and they are classified as off-grid or spug areas. Spug areas. Why spug? We'll look into that later. So this is more or less a basic diagram of what an island grid is. You have there your generation, a simple power plant, a radial. Can you go back, please? A radial transmission line, and of course your distribution and utilization run by either the LGU or the electric cooperative. Next, please. So SPUG is actually established in 1980 in line with the missionary electrification of the Department of Energy or the government, and the costs in these areas are subsidized. Subsidized. By whom? By us, no? Customers connected to the main grid. So what guidelines are we supposed to follow in island grids? So we have the Philippine Small Grid Guidelines or PSGG. So we're familiar with the Philippine Grid Code, Philippine Distribution Code, and we should be familiar with the PSGG if you aim to provide services in island grids. So small grids are categorized into 5. So mainly based on the number of electric cooperatives connected, based on the number of generators, and also based on the system. If you have a high voltage line, the 69 kV line, there's a category for that. Next, please. So we can visualize that with this. This is also part of the PSGG. For category number 1, you have their multiple generators. Okay, a 69 kV line and multiple distribution utilities or electric cooperative. Category number 2, you have a single off-taker, a single electric cooperative. You still have your 69 kV line and multiple generators. The number 3, multiple generators, but with no 69 kV line, meaning to say the generating voltage most probably is the same with the distribution voltage, normally 13.2 for electric cooperatives, right? Okay, so 4 and 5 will be our focus. That means only single generator is there serving a DU or an EC or an LGU in the case of number 5. So number 5, we have there Romblon. Number 4, several. We have Coron, we have Bantayan. Number 3, we have Catanduanes. Number 2, Palawan. Number 1, I think we have Mindoro. So we have Ormeco and Omeco there. So where are these island grids? So obviously, based on this photo, they're highlighted in red. So as you could see, there are several island grids actually in the Philippines. Okay. So as of now, Luzon is connected to Visayas, but not yet interconnected with Mindanao. Hopefully soon. Hopefully within the year. Next, please. Now let's proceed about technologies. What do you think is the most appropriate technology for island grids? So we have here renewable, we have conventional. So what's the most famous for renewable? We have solar PV to be specific. So as you could see here, based on location, it's very flexible. You can put your solar panels anywhere you like, even in our rooftop, as long as there's no obvious shadowing. In conventional, what's glaring here? I don't know if you've heard about you've heard the SONA of our president is promoting nuclear. And most probably one of the reasons is that nuclear is carbon neutral. Okay, it's carbon neutral. Okay, going to the right-hand side, the dispatch, as you could see there, the most flexible, we have diesel and gas. So for island grids, we do need peaking service, load following service, of course, base load, and black starting as well. So intermittent sources in island grids may be used, but to a certain extent, or may be used in conjunction with storages or batteries. So let's now look into their cost. So what is LCOE? This is levelized cost of energy. So we might want to revisit our engineering economics here. This is just bringing back into present value the different costs of building a power and operating a power plant. So what are these costs? You have your capital cost, and once it's operational, you have your fixed O&M cost, you have your variable cost, and your fuel cost. So all those costs in present value, you divide that by the summation or the present value of the energy that will be produced in the lifetime of the power plant, then you will get your LCOE. Okay, so what's notable here is solar. Solar in 2009 used to be the highest at $359 per megawatt hour, and by 2020 it's now the lowest. Okay, followed by wind energy. So it's really promising. If we can only address the intermittency of solar, if we can lower the price of storages, then there's a very good potential for RE, especially here in our country. Okay, so how do you assess the reliability of a plant? We have metrics here. So we have availability factor and reliability factor. These are based on IEEE So we have this simple formula. So outages there are expressed in hours. Okay. For reliability factor, you only take into account unscheduled outages or trippings. So what are the challenges now as regard reliability? Again, reliability is very important. Okay. So we go to the nitty-gritty now. Based on experience and based on statistics, we have, let me just cite four. Of course, with due respect to the other practitioners here who have their own experiences as well, let me just discuss this four. So we have the grounding system related to tripping of generating units or loss of generation. Then we have overcurrent or protection coordination, and also maloperation of unit protection. So what is the most common unit protection? It's the differential protection. So that's mainly being used in transformers. Of course, your generator also has differential protection. And of course, if your system is poorly designed, the scheduled maintenance of any of the equipment would lead to very long outages. Okay, let's look into the first one. So where is the neutral grounding system here? In this setup, you have there the NGR at the bottom. So what is an NGR? Neutral grounding resistor. So that is very common in island grids. Okay, but neutral grounding is not limited to this. You can have no grounding, you can have a grounding transformer, etc. Okay, next please. To our first case. So in our first case, by the way, all the cases here are based on actual events. Okay, so for the first case, we have here a spug generator which utilizes a high resistance grounding. By default, if you look into European manufacturers of generators, they always recommend high resistance grounding to protect their gensets. So what's the limitation if we have these in such a very simple system? So as you could see here, your generating voltage is the same with that of the electric operative. Next, please. So we look into the system of the DU or the EC. Next, please. There's a fault after the 10 amperes fuse. That fuse is protecting the transformer. So based on the zone of protection, what should open first? It should be the fuse, right? The 10 ampere fuse. Not even the 35 amperes. Okay, next please. So you look into the maximum single line to ground current. So what limits that? It's your NGR. So if you use high impedance NGR, look what happened to your fault current. It's less than 5 amperes. Very less compared to your rated generating current. Okay? And do you expect your fuses to trip at that level? No. So what will happen? Our ground fault protection at the plant side will trip. And as a result, there's a blackout. Okay? Due to lack of coordination, there's an unreliable grid due to probably a poor design. Okay, a solution would be to size appropriately your neutral grounding device. So in this case, we can put a high current resistor or a low resistance NGR. Okay, so how do you compute the current, by the way? You just have to use the line to ground voltage divided by your resistance. That's your rated current. Next, please. So in the photo there at the right side, that's a typical low resistance NGR. It's just placed inside the box. Now let's move to the next challenge. So, you know, for a certain grid, there has to be a balance between your generation and load. There has to be the right balance. Cannot, if you increase the generation, there will be increase in frequency. If you increase the load, there will be dip or sag in frequency and voltage. Okay, say we have this setup. So generation has 10 megawatts and the load is at 9.7. Say the 0.3 megawatts is made up of the different losses. So what will happen if one of the 5 generators trip? Next, please. Okay. So if one generator trips, if there's no adjustment at the load, it will cascade. It will lead to a blackout. Do you agree? So what can trip the system? It can either be tripped by your under frequency, your overload protection or overcurrent. Okay. And it leads to this. What's wrong? Is that a design fault or is it something normal? It is something normal, no? But we can do something. We can make a difference. So if we only employ automatic load shedding, like the UFRs of NGCP in the main grid, we can avoid such scenario. We can avoid the blackout. So if one of the generators trip, there should be a corresponding tripping at the load end. Okay, so in this case, number 1 trip, so number 2 trips, and more or less it balance out. You still have the desired generation and load balance. Okay, so this is more or less the bus frequency plot when you implement that. So there's a dip. Then when a load or a feeder was removed, the frequency bounces up and it oscillates and normalizes. So just a word of caution, if you implement this, there's a drawback. There's a tendency for the feeders not to be reclosed at certain condition because in an island grid, the frequency is not that stable. It's not that the system is not that strong. So when you put in a very big load, there's a tendency that the frequency will dive or will drop, and that would mean the activation of your under frequency relay. And if you have auto reclosing as well, that will be affected. So you have to balance. There has to be a balance. Next, please. So let's look into overcurrent coordination. Okay. So what will happen? What do you think will happen if there's a fault at the transmission line in this scenario? Okay. So the first line of protection is your outgoing feeder overcurrent device. Okay. Yeah. Number 1 is there. And the backup protection are your overcurrent devices at the generator level. Is that always correct? Is proper coordination always there? I would say yes, if all the gensets are running, all the 5s are running, all the 5 gensets are running, but in actual operation, that's not the case. No? During offload, we reduce the load, thereby reducing also the number of generators running. Okay. If not all generators are running, what will happen? It's the generator overcurrent protection that will trigger. See? Okay. And we don't like that, no? That will confuse the operator. They will think that the default is maybe at the bus, not outside. And if our generators will fail or will trip, restoration will take time. Okay? And tripping of these prime movers will be stressful to the mechanical parts. You know, during fault, it's not only thermal, there are also mechanical stresses. Okay? Next, please. So one of the solution is to use dynamic overcurrent settings. So if you have that all the time, regardless of the number of generators running, it's always your first line of protection that will isolate the fault. So we have this logic here to implement a sample dynamic overcurrent protection. Okay, we utilize the different relay group settings of the advanced relays nowadays, and we can reference to the we can refer to the circuit breaker position and the status of the engines in coming up with the overcurrent setting. So we have here this logic diagram, courtesy of Engineer Mike over there. So anybody can pitch in ideas to improve systems. No? It's not limited to the senior guys who wants it here. So anybody, even new graduates. Okay. So if we have this dynamic setting as an example, when all gensets are running, we have there 11. Next, please. Assuming 4 engines, it will change to a lower pickup. And next, for 3 engines, to much lower pickup. So it adjusts, no? The pickup level automatically adjusts. Not only pickup, we can also grade in terms of time delay, okay, or the time setting of your overcurrent device. Okay. Okay. Overcurrent coordination. This is also very critical, no? Even in the main grid. So let me just discuss some tips here, especially at the downstream. Downstream, these are the fuses. So most of the commonly used fuses in the distribution network are type K, fast on fault, slow on overload. And as you could see, it has a tail there. The brown and the blue, that's the number 5 and number 6, it has a tail. So oftentimes, it miscoordinates with your instantaneous overcurrent. So my advice to you, don't use instantaneous overcurrent. Or if you use it, put it at a very high level. Because if you put it at a certain level, wherein it intersects with your fuse tail, that would mean miscoordination. Okay? So 2 and 3 there, these are the group settings illustrated a while ago. Okay, so unit protection now. This is the last one. Okay, under reliability. So if you have a fault there at the distribution network, single line to ground, what if your transformer differential protection is not properly configured or commissioned? You know, differential protection is very tricky to commission, very challenging, especially if you lack the right tools. So if you haven't considered the zero sequence compensation of your differential protection, that would mean an activation of your 87P or your differential relay. So once we have this stripping, what is the SOP? Don't energize. Look into your transformer, test your transformer. And that would mean long outages on the part of the customers. Who will suffer? The customers. Okay. So, of course, the solution is to have a thorough protection commissioning on this unit protection. So what are these? How do you thoroughly commission unit protection, or to be more specific, your differential? Okay. I want to zero in on transformer. Why? Because your transformer is the single point of failure. If your transformer fails, what will happen? That means days or even weeks of no power on the part of the customer. Okay, it takes several months to manufacture one. It takes time to bring a transformer from Manila to these island grids, considering the logistical constraints. So let's go back to fundamentals, no? Especially for the fresh graduates here, or the guys who have just looked into protection. So basics on differential protection. So it is, of course, as mentioned, unit protection. It can be composed of a single or multiple boxes or relays. It's non-directional, and the principle is what goes in must go out. Okay, challenges, difference in current magnitude. Okay, so during startup, there's inrush current, and only your primary or only one winding of the transformer will see this inrush current. The other side won't see. Okay, and the phase shifts, we all know that most of our transformers have vector groups. Okay, your current at the primary won't be in phase with your secondary, and of course, as mentioned, zero sequence current. So accounting of this current. So okay, what tools do we use to commission? So we have, you can either, or you can have both ideally. For secondary, you have your relay tester. For primary injection, you can have your variac, or you can have the ordinary diesel generator or gasoline generator even. Okay, but if you are to choose between any of these, which do you think is the best commissioning tool? For me, it's the generator or whatever local source on site available during the project implementation. So let's look into the secondary injection quickly. So more or less, this is the setup. You have to test the pickup, then the timing, and of course, the operating characteristics of your differential relay and the different harmonic blockings. Next. So an example of a pickup test, then timing test. So as you could see here, differential relays normally don't have any time delay to save your transformer or generator in an event of a real fault. Then for harmonics blocking, you can have this setup. You can superimpose a current with a higher frequency to your what you call this relay. So checking the characteristic also is very important. Now let's proceed to primary injection. So this is actually intentional short circuiting of the transformer. You short circuit one side and you supply a controlled voltage at the other side. So what's the advantage of this? Why did I choose this? It's because it tests not only the relay, but the connections as well as your transducers, your CTs are also being tested. Please. So just some guidelines here before we proceed with the testing. Make sure that your short circuit current is sufficient. When I say sufficient, it should be within or below your rated transformer current. And you have to make sure that your meters and the overcurrent devices are in place. And of course, your transformer should be ready for testing. If your oil type transformer doesn't have oil, of course, you don't test it. It's not ready for primary injection. So it should be ready before you do it. So case analysis number 3. Again, this is real scenario. We tested here a generator step-up transformer also in a spot area. And these are the parameters that we considered. Of course, your kVA there, your voltage. Very important is your percent IZ and your vector group. So next, please. So first step is to determine your actual Z equivalent or transformer impedance equivalent. Actual in ohms. Next, please. So after getting the rated current, you substitute. There you get your Z equivalent. So we can now solve for the three-phase fault. So this is an application of what we learned yesterday. If you only listen carefully to the different speakers, you've learned a lot. You've refreshed yourselves in fault calculation. And now this is the application, no? Simplified. And this time we're using actual values, not per unit values. So So in this, we substitute using the equations we learned yesterday. We get the three-phase fault. Again, using actual values. Next. So this is the setup. As you can see there, you have the short circuit and you have your per unit currents at the delta side and at the Y side. So question, where do you normally put your short circuit? At the low voltage side. No? Is that right? Or I would rather inject at the high voltage side. But either way, it can be done. Next, please. So line to line. So for line to line, we have now the negative sequence component because we have the unbalance. So we substitute. Again, we have your fault current there. Then next, please. This is the setup. You could see there the per unit current flows. And based on those results, we came to conclude that we can make use of the 460 volts diesel generator in the primary injection testing. As the rated current is very much higher than the fault current, and we can do both the trip and stability testing with those currents. So what are these trip and stability testing? How do you do it? Very simple. Next slide. So this is stability test. Just as what we did, we put a fault outside the zone of protection. There should be no trip, meaning to say stable, no trip. Okay. And for trip test, you just have to swap the two leads of your current transformer. Any question? Let's proceed. So this is another case analysis. Also a transformer, an isolation transformer in a spot area. Let's go with this quickly. So the same sequence, getting the actual transformer equivalent impedance. Then you have here, you solve for the maximum three-phase fault with the same setup. This time, we short-circuited the Y side. Okay, next. Then your line to line, similar to the other one. Next, please. Okay, next. And if you have a Y side being short-circuited, you can do a single line to ground simulation. So this time you have your zero sequence network to signify the presence of your ground fault. No, there's ground, there's your zero sequence, and there's also, of course, your negative sequence as it is an unbalanced fault. So you have there your value. Okay, next. So similar setup. Next. So what if the current is too high? What will you do? Of course, you introduce additional resistance to the system. You can make use of small wires as shorting means, no? So you can innovate. So based on our hymn, we engineers should innovate, no? If we are in an island with no other, with very limited resources, we can, or we should try to make most of what we have. Okay, so in that case, we made use of a utilization voltage coming from the electric cooperative. Okay, scheduled maintenance. How will it impact your system? So if your system is properly designed, you don't have to worry about scheduled maintenance. Like in this case, this is an actual system also. The contract there is 15 megawatts, and this plant should be able to deliver 15 megawatts 24/7, as much as possible, no? Barring any trippings or unscheduled interruption. Say there's an outage of one generator. So you need to conduct major maintenance on one of your gensets. So can you still deliver 15 megawatts? Yes, because there's n minus 1. Later, we will define what is n minus 1. Okay? What if you maintain your transformer? Okay? Can you go back, please? You maintain your transformer, we have there a bypass line. Of course, you have a momentary interruption because you cannot parallel both outgoing feeders. One has transformer, one doesn't have any transformer. And take note here, this is just an isolation transformer. So the purpose of an isolation transformer, aside from protection coordination, it buffers us from faults, external faults. It is also essential in regulating our voltage. It can help us regulate our voltage. So as you could see here, once you isolate, service can continue. No long outages. So it's just a matter of being creative in designing your system. So N-1 or single outage contingency means that the grid shall be capable of experiencing outage of a single transmission line, cable, transformer without causing interruption to the electrical supply. So N-1 is good, but it comes with a cost. And we all know that when you put up a plant, you have to join a bidding. So you cannot just design without any cost consideration. I think time is it already 1 hour? Not yet. Okay, let's move now to the last challenge, which is power quality. So under the PSGG, you have to consider the frequency variation and the voltage variation and the unbalance allowed by the guidelines. So this is the one. So slightly different from 1 and 2 has a slightly different standard to 3, 4, and 5 in terms of frequency. Next, please. So how do we maintain the right regulation for frequency? Of course, with the use of your governor, electronic governor normally nowadays can allow you to run in both droop and isochronous. So isochronous operation is very important in island grids for us to provide the load following and the contingency reserve requirements. Of course, it's also beneficial if you know the load profile. And for me, most importantly, is the coordination between the generator and the electric operative. Now for the voltage, you have your ADR. As mentioned, you can promote better regulation with the use of your on-load tap changer in your transformer. And the same familiarity with the load profile. If you know that it's off-peak, you know that it's time to lower the voltage. During peak, if your voltage is voltage adjustment is done manually, so yeah, you can now raise it up. So in the photo there, you would see an AGC or automatic generator control. So controlling of the frequency and the voltage can now be done automatically, even for smaller plants, not just for big coal plants. Then voltage unbalance, this is something related to the off-taker or the distribution utility. And I believe the formula for this was defined yesterday. So it's just the ratio of your negative sequence and your positive sequence voltages. So to end, I just like to share some realization as I made this presentation. Number one, for me, power services in the off-grid should be at par with those in the main grid. So the services that we are getting here should be similar, or I would say the services that we're getting here should be the same with those in the power plant areas or in the island grids. No? In terms of reliability, in terms of power quality, it should be the same. Next. So again, the aim of good engineering should be the good customer service. No? What is good engineering if it's only meant for gaining profit? So it should be on serving our constituents. And lastly, again, it's very important that there is coordination between the different players in the industry. Even if you have high-tech equipment, if you fight if you fight within the system, if the electric cooperative won't share information to the generator, all this high-tech equipment would be of no use. Okay? It's better to have low quality equipment, but the stakeholders there are talking to each other. So that's it. Unless you have questions, thank you very much for listening. These are, by the way, my references. You can have a copy of this presentation, of course. Thank you.
Telo, thank you so much. So can we flash the certificate of appreciation to our guest speaker, speaker number 15? Okay, Sir Oliver, do we have a question coming from online? Ayan, titingnan muna ni Sir Oliver. Meron. Sir, may question po tayo dito, sir. Okay. Hey. I go closer. From anonymous attendee, with regards to the size of the isolation transformer during maintenance. Ano to? Ibalik ko na lang. With regards, ayun. Sir Oliver ha, attitude. Anyway, from anonymous attendee, with regards to the size of the isolation transformer during maintenance, would it be identical to maintain transformer or would be smaller? If it can be, by how much lower? Sir.
Thank you for that question. Maybe he's referring to a system with an N-1 transformer, right? So ideally, for me, if you have two transformers, it should be of the same size. So in the event of contingencies, you can parallel both transformers, so of the same size. You're right.
Okay. Is there any other question coming from online? I hear none. To our audience here, to our participants here, and it's MC side, do you have any questions to our speaker? Just please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Meron po ba? Sir, I hear none, so I think they understand your presentation. Thank you so much. Sir Oliver? Ayan. So we will continue. So we are just waiting for the certificate to flash here in the screen. For our speaker number 15, Engineer Cruz C. Fernandez, Professional Electrical Engineer. So thank you so much, Sir Chris Fernandez. Palakpakan naman natin yung speaker number 15, tackling the topic of technical consideration of island grid power plant. So thank you so much, speaker number 15. Okay. So this time we will move on to Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation for their silver presentation, silver sponsor number 1. Ayan. So our technical team is just preparing. So thank you so much, Cebu chapter, for accommodating us for our fair, also to our hotels and everything that we need. Thank you so much to the technical team here at Cebu, headed by the chapter president of Cebu chapter, we have Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. And also, thank you so much to Sir Bob. Yan. Yung, hello? Yes, thank you so much, Sir Bob, for your
Yes,
guidance.
agree with that. You are the activity.
So, andyan na po ba? Wala ba? Sige, at this time wala pa po. So later we will have a speaker number 16 with the topic of with the topic of practical green initiatives for sustainable future. Also, we have speaker number 18 will tackling explanation of the provisions of the Philippines Distribution Code related to a variable renewable energy. So later on, we will witness that presentation and there will be a question and answer portion if may mga katanungan kayong gustong maitanong at hindi nyo maintindihan. Okay, for now, let's have Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation, the silver sponsor, number 1 presentation.
Hello po, good morning. By the way, I'm Lito Macaraig po from Prisma Electrical Controls Corp. So we would like to present our product from now. So hoping you find some of the item will fit your needs po. So at first, we would like to introduce the company. Prisma Electrical Controls Corp started since 1994 po in Manila. We started as a small store in Santa Cruz, Manila. But right now, yung team po namin, we develop as a projects group. So the difference that on the store group, we normally entertain walk-in customers. But right now, the projects groups is more on going to different part of the country and also on sa mga sites po to present the product itself. Next page, please. So then, yun nga po, difference then as well is that previously, kung tindahan lang po, nagiging steep yung market, nagiging steep yung competition, we need to uplift yung aming capability. So before, we are awaiting lang po yung mga customers to visit our stores. But right now po, as a project, kami na po talaga po yung nag-i-initiative to visit the customers. Just like right now po, we are doing our best to introduce yung company namin and the product as well here in Visayas, particularly here in Cebu po. Next page, please. So our head office po is in Santa Cruz, Manila. We occupy 4 floors of the said building. Next page. And ito naman po yung warehouse namin sa Caloocan. Actually, it's a newly built noong 2019. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit, medyo hindi siya nagamit. Pero right now, we are using this one 100% po. Next page, please. So we can reach the country nationwide. We have 12 delivery vehicles and 10 tracking partners. So actually, increasing pa rin naman po siya for a reason na dumadami na rin yung ways of delivery. So for example, before here in Cebu, we cannot do one-day delivery. But right now, there's a possibility na po, nag-airport to airport na kami. Then yung isa namin product before na hindi namin pwedeng i-ship via airport, like yung the metal powder ng exothermic, hindi siya pwedeng i-ship before. Ngayon po, na-i-ship na rin siya. So there are so many ways na rin po na pwede tayong mag-do ng business, even though na some of the products of ours are coming from Manila. Next page, please. So yung storage area namin sa Santa Cruz, we have 3,000 square meters, 3 floor po, at medyo we have different types of inventories. Next page, please. So ito po, some of the pictures of how we unload the products. So ito po yung unloading dock namin where we normally accept the incoming product, which is for example yung conduits namin, mga metal conduits. And also yung channels namin wherein how to say, we normally check muna prior stocking on the proper place po. So naggagawa kami ng QS so as to prevent yung acceptance ng product kung sira siya or whatever, kung yung hindi maganda yung quality. So for us na medyo lagay namin siya sa defect location, then prior also to deliver to the customer, we are assured na yung product namin na dinideliver sa customer as 100% in quality po. Next page. So ito po yung mga sample nung after doing the QS on the right side, ini-stack na namin po siya sa mga storage bins. As you can see, we have several, you can see here that yung mga metal conduits namin, IMC, EMT, and even RSC. Next page, please. So some pictures as well. Ito po, nandito na yung mga accessories like the fittings, metal boxes, conduits, how to say, mga metal enclosure, etc. So later, I will show you yung mga brands na we are carrying. Next page, please. So some pictures as well. So kung makikita nyo, we have different types and then also the liquid types. So ito naman po yung office namin sa Cebu. As I said, we are doing our best to promote the company and the product itself dito sa Cebu particularly. So what we did is that we put up an office here in Apple One. So we have 2 local personnel who can entertain you and probably provide you better service. Since yun nga po, medyo, and to be honest, one of the concern din natin, yung mabilis na communication and probably the dialect itself. So yan po, Apple One po, 11th floor, nandun po kami. Then also, we put up a warehouse in Paknaan, Mandaue since 2019. Unfortunately nga po, as you remember, 2 years ago, around March 2020, nag-struck yung pandemic. Eventually, medyo hindi nagamit masyado yung ano. But hoping na ngayon nga, at least nagkaroon tayo ng face-to-face meeting. Hoping na yun, magtuloy-tuloy po siya at wala na nga, sabi nga, hindi na magkakaroon ng lockdown at ma-maximize din natin yung ating mga dapat gawin, especially nga po sa construction business. So, hoping na ma-maximize din namin yung warehouse namin sa Paknaan. Next page, please. So, ito naman po yung some pictures nung warehouse namin sa Paknaan where we are actually the product we are how to say staging there is yung mga racking inch material that include po yung mga McGill conduits, boxes, channels, which normally being used for construction business here in Cebu. Next page, please. So ito po yung some of our brands, McGill, Kumwell, and ABB. So we will concentrate on these 3 items po. Next, sir. So as you can see, just to emphasize lang po yung mga products under McGill. So we have the conduits, which is we have the EMT, which is stocking here in Cebu, the IMC, and the RSC. For the EMT po and IMC, unfortunately, our maximum size na stocking lang dito sa Manila is 2 inches. As sa Cebu is 2 inches. But yung RSC po namin is still in Manila. So medyo bulky kasi 2.5 pataas. Then meron na rin po siyang fittings, metal boxes, conduits, channels, and mga enclosure po. Later po, if you have time kung mag-break, just go to booth number 22, Prisma Electrical, makikita niyo yung mga actual size. Then mapoproceed nyo rin yung quality ng product namin, especially yung mga conduits and metal boxes. Kasi yung metal boxes lang namin itself is gauge 16. So medyo pogi po siya in compare mo din sa mga so-called na definitely low-cost item. Wherein for our part po, ang mga major project namin here in Cebu is the Mandani Bay, the NU Star, the Solinea Towers, and then we are also supplying CCLEX. Next page, please. So right now, we will go to one of our brand ng Prisma Electrical po, which is the grounding materials po. So for us, we have two types of grounding materials. We have the unthreaded type and the threaded type. We have two sizes as well. We have the 5/8 inch or 14.2 mm and then the 3/4 inch, which is the 17.2 mm. So we will elaborate further po dun sa specification po ng ground rod sa ngayon. So anyways, I think you already know, yung grounding system po yung pinaka-importanting part ng ating system. No po, if medyo mataas yung resistance ng ating grounding system, alam natin na pag nagkaroon ng scenario ng lighting occurrence, medyo either bumalik po sa mga equipment natin or tamaan yung mga facade natin instead na i-disseminate niya properly sa ground yung ating lightning po, no? So, next po. Unfortunately, yung grounding system po na na-neglect, kumbaga since sasabihin nila mahal to, ganun, mahal dito. So they are not, sometimes choosing low-cost product. For us po kasi Prisma catering the Commonwealth product, we wanted to supply po yung product na we can say quality po. Kasi po ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is quality, safety. Medyo probably costly nga po kung may mabibili tayo ng mga less than 1,000 pesos probably or at least 1,000 pesos cost. But still the concern po kasi is the safety po. Next page please. Of course, as you know, sa designer po na nandito, ang napaka-importante pong malaman natin during the startup of the grounding system is yung kung ano yung type of soil natin. Kasi different type of soil will provide different type of resistance wherein kung hindi maganda yung resistance natin, we have different types of things or factor we need to do. Like for example, we need to laliman nga natin yung ground rod natin. That is, we have the threaded type ground rod. One, mag-parallel tayo and or we use the chemical grounding po. Next page please. So ito po, just to show you na yung lighting protection po, kung magandang resistance at pag nagtama na sila, definitely magkakaroon na lang single line, then i-disseminate niya pababa. Next page please. So for us po, Commonwealth, maka-ano po siya talaga, maka-code. Meaning, kung nag-develop siya po ng material, kung ano yung nasusulat sa mga code. So if you can see here, there are different type. Yung may IEC, IEEE, NFPA. So lahat po ito, finalo niya para mag-manufacture nung product. I think ang isang product po na UL listed are following this type of different standards po. So for us, as you can see, yung pinaka-importante po dito, yung minimum coating nung ground rod natin, which is 0.25 or 254 micron po. Yan po yung dapat i-achieve ng isang quality na ground rod po. So kung makikita nyo rin po dito, mostly ito po yung nasusulat sa code na mga minimum information lang. Next page please. So ito po, as you can see, ang UL listed na ground rod should be permanent molecular band, low resistance, and high port capacity. And again, yung sa UL 467 and IEC, minimum 254 micron po. Next page please. Again, yung kanina sa UL 467, sa IEC standard po, also stating na ang copper coating natin dapat is 254 micron. Next page please. So ito po ang different types of ground rod in the market. But honestly po, as per experience din po, mostly ang ginagamit natin sa construction business currently is yung copper banded. But we have experienced din po na mga projects wherein yung mga customers are also looking for stainless type and pure copper. So ang difference lang naman po ng copper banded natin versus the stainless and pure copper is wherein if they wanted to achieve yung so-called na corrosion concern. Kasi if we will use po yung copper banded, mas maikli po yung shelf life niya versus dun sa nabanggit na stainless type and pure copper po. Next page please. So ito rin po, we can on our part din naman po, depende sa requirement ng mga customers if they wanted, if they do not want to use yung stainless type and or yung copper banded, we can coat naman po ng much thicker na coating. Kasi po yung karet na 254, later you can see yung shelf life. And if you will use yung stainless naman or copper, pure copper, medyo yung price po medyo shoot up. Compare mo rin din dito sa 375 micron or 500 micron. Next page, please. So ito po, pinakikita yung comparative nung service life ng ground rod. Yung una pong bar is copper banded po. So dito po, pinakikita na yung 375 micron. Yung second bar naman din po is yung minimum 254 micron, which is po yung mostly ginagamit natin ngayon sa market. If you can see, iba po yung shelf life niya. Pag yung 375 micron, 50 years. Pag 254 micron, 40 years. So, tinaasan lang po yung coating nun. Mas tumaas din po yung shelf life niya. But in compare mo doon sa galvanized, which is in Manila being used ng Meralco, 15 years lang. But using the stainless and or particularly the copper, 100 years. So in Manila, we have project po ng MRT7. Actually, sabi nga ng taga San Miguel, gusto kong gamitin yung pure copper kasi patay na daw siya. Andiyan pa yung ground rod. So if you can see, 100 years yung shelf life niya. Next page, please. So of course, with the shelf life increases, the copper coating increases, the type of the ground rod increases, definitely yung price po magkakaroon ng difference din. So if you can see, yung price ng solid copper is 300%. Compare mo din sa standard natin na copper band. Next page, please. So ito naman po, just to show you yung study, hindi po si Comwell yung nag-study nito, no? It's the National Electrical Grounding Research, o yung NEGRP. Nag-test po sila, wherein nagbaon po sila ng 2 types of ground rod. After 10 years po, hinukay nila ulit. Sir, next page. Ito po yung galvanized steel ground rod po. As again, bineried ng 10 years. After 10 years, hinukay. Nakita niyo po, ubus na po yung galvanized natin. Inuubos na po siya ng kalawang. So ano po yung concern niyan? Pag hindi po natin na-check to, or wala tayong proper maintenance, definitely yung resistance natin mas mataas na. So ngayon, dyan po yung nagiging concern na, oy, ba't tinamaan ng kidlat or ba't may nasira tayong equipment? So next page, please. Ito naman po yung sa copper banded. After 10 years, binunot din po uli, buong buo pa rin po. Kasi nga, ang shelf life po ng copper banded ground rod is 40 years. So, hindi po siya basta-basta coating eh. Meron siyang iba't ibang chemical and dumadaan po siya sa electrolytic process po. So, yun po yung mga probably the reason why yung mga UN listed na ground rod po is totally different from the local ground rod na tinudupog lang po sa copper. Next page, please. So, I don't know. Actually, ito po sana i-play natin. Unfortunately, yung malaking video nung file ko hindi na-send. So this just show you yung yung pag tinred natin yung ground rod sa mga local item po natatanggal yung copper coating. While dun sa mga UN listed po, intact po yung copper coating. Next page, please. Same thing here. It's supposed to be video to show you that if you will buy a ground rod po in the market, isa po yung kulay copper. Probably there will be a difference in diameter. Probably there will be a difference dun sa pinakaulo na, some pointed, some tapered, some rounded. But we will know lang po yung kung ang product is quality. If one, we will measure yung copper coating niya ng elcometer. Yung elcometer po is a tool that if we will touch it on the copper po, or probably even dun sa mga may coating, ma-measure niya yung thickness. So dapat ang measure natin sa mga UL listed na ground rod is minimum 254 micron. So yung sa video po kasi pinakita may mga low cost po na 63 micron, 15 micron, then nilubog po namin siya. Then after po paglubog dun sa lupa, hinugot po uli, yung mga maninipis po yung coating, gas-gas na. Or even may mga cracks compare po sa mga UL listed. So again, ang pinapakita po dito ni Kumwell is yung safety. Next page, please. So ito naman po again, we definitely encourage nga po ang mga customers na to look for a ground rod na hindi naman po lang Kumwell, but a ground rod na UL listed. Again, ito po yung mga specification. Then kung threaded rod po or threaded rod po yung hahanapin nyo, of course, meron kayong mga accessories like the coupling or even the teeth. Next page, please. Ito naman po, as a quality product po, prior we release the product itself po, yun nga, sa video, we test po yung thickness ng copper coating. Sine-check po namin yung adherence test. Next page, please. Even po yung bending. Kasi po pag baon tayo minsan, may mga bato, nagkakarak, hindi natin maibaon, bumabalik po siya. So ang concern doon, pag nabalik po at nagkaroon ng crack, again, yung takbo ng kuryente during the lightning occurrence. So again, ang pinapakita po dito is safety. So for us, again, normally po kasi we are focusing on the projects. So when we provided sample ng ground rod, we provided yung UL certification, we provided yung test mill certificate. Just to show you na yung product namin is dumaan sa matinding test po. Saka para sa mga designers here, mas madali po yung approval po. Next page, please. Again naman po, yung next na part ng product ng Kumel is yung exothermic welding. Next page, please. So, as you know naman po, depende po sa project, but I believe so far po sa mga nasasalihan na namin ngayon, I think 5, 6, or even 10 years ago, nag-shift na rin po tayo dun sa mga exothermic connection instead of the mechanical connection, which is the ground with clamp, U-bolt, etc. or split bolt. For a reason na mas ini-encourage na ng mga designer na gumamit ito instead of yung mga clamping because of in due time po lumuluwag na rin yung mga tornilyo, something like that, which causes some effect din po sa lighting occurrences. Next page, please. So as you can see po, in difference, exaggerated comparison, pag gumamit po tayo ng exothermic, yung connection niya po kasi nagiging homogeneous. Yung copper po, yung metal powder, and even the cable and ground rod, nagiging isa na po siya, homogeneous. While yung clamp natin, again, in due time po siya, naglo-loose. Especially kung talaga nagkakaroon ng tumatakbo ng current po doon sa ating ground rod. Next page, please. But again, meron pa rin naman po na gumagamit ng mechanical connection, especially kung yung workability niya is hindi na pwede yung exothermic and or during siguro yung buhos, nagbo-boost na, wala ka pang exothermic molde. So ang ginagawa ng mga contractor is nagpapa-approve ng mechanical connection. So still naman yung mga mechanical connection is acceptable pa rin naman sa market. Thus, as you can see, for Kumwell po and probably other supplier we have still the ground clamp and other mechanical connection po. So some don'ts din naman po kasi kung ano-ano na lang yung ini-install dito. Next page, please. Yan po, just to show you that for us, we can supply po yung set or system nung exothermic. We have the mold itself, yung handle, powder, flint gun, and accessories. Kasi po yung mold namin, you can use it po 50 times. And actually, if you will probably maintain it, yung mga technician natin or yung mga electrician natin, properly maintain po siya using the proper tool po, actually you can use it more than 50 times. Kasi graphite mold lang po yung mold natin, may gumagamit ng screwdriver pantanggal ng sludge, nag-uuka-uka po siya or minsan pagkatapos mainit ibinabato na lang, medyo nababasag po siya. So meron tayong proper tool doon, yung scraper, mga mold brush, mga cable brush, etc. We normally provide this to customer for reference, but if you don't want man to or meron kayong mga alternatibo, it's okay din naman po. Hindi rin naman po kami nagbebenta ng as a system. For example po, kung meron na kayo ngayon na mold na UL listed po, you can buy powder from us kasi naman siya, pwedeng gamitin. What we can commit lang po sa ngayon, since Manila-based po kami, direct supplier, definitely the price of our product is much, much cheaper. Next page, please. So ito naman po, just to show you na yung MSD, yung aming powder po is non-hazardous. So if need po ng approval po, we can provide you yung mga documents to show you na, yun nga, we are in quality and we are hindi po siya nakakaapekto sa environment. So next page please. So ito po yung some sample ng documents na we can provide to you if needed po. Next page please. So ito naman po, actually different type of connection. Just go to kumwell.com po, mada-download nyo po yung manual namin doon. We have two manual, actually not only two manual, but for in terms of the grounding system and the exothermic system, you can download this po for free. Doon sa exothermic system manual namin po, makikita nyo yung different type of connection. Then next page po, sir. Then makikita nyo itong part na to. So for example, kung cable to rod po yung connection nyo, on the first column, makikita nyo yung size ng ground rod. Then yung sa next column, ano yung size ng cable nyo. Then ituturo na po sa atin kung ano yung size ng powder na gagamitin, and then ano yung type ng molde na gagamitin, and ano yung handle na gagamitin. Kasi po, different type of molde sometimes have different type of handle. Kasi halimbawa po, nagka-cable to rebar na tayo or cable to steel, ibang mold handle na po yung ginagamitan natin. May mga accessories na. Next page please. So like this one po. Yung pag cable to beam, we have the support. Pag meron naman po na cable to pipe, meron siyang chain. So yan po yung difference po. Kaya magandang makapag-download tayo nung ating manual para spoon feed na po yung pipiliin yung material. Next page please. So next page sir. So sa part po natin, we have to, as per experience din po, or normally, we have two types of lightning protection. We have the conventional type and we have the non-conventional type. Yung conventional type po is use the so-called Franklin rod or yung air terminal. And then yung so-called na non-conventional is yung so-called na early streamer emission. So but for us as a supplier po, we do have both. Under conventional type of air terminal po, we have the under ni Kumwell po yung Franklin rod po. Next page please. So ito po yung itsura niya. I don't know kung nare-recognize niyo po pa siya for reason na currently po sa mga high-rise building, very seldom na po siyang gamitin. Depende na lang po siya sa location. Kasi po pag, for example, as per experience, we have projects po na malapit sa airport. Pag medyo mataas na yung building, medyo may height restriction na siya. So using the so-called non-conventional type of lightning protection po, medyo over na siya dun sa height ng restriction, hindi na po siya inaaprobahan. So nagagamit pa rin po siya. Second, meron pa rin po tayong mga designer na pinipili yung air terminal or yung Franklin rod instead of yung non-conventional. So also, as per experience din po, for the mga power plant projects, mas gamitin po ito compare mo sa non-conventional. Next page please. So here we would like to show you lang na po na yung aming mga product is really following the standard. So for Kumwell po, we are following the IEC standard. So here yung different types of standard na we follow. Next page sir. Next page sir. So ito po yung standard na per item po. So for Kumwell, they are checking yung different standard para we will incorporate this po during the testing, etc. Next page please. So for the air terminal po, currently our type of regular stacking is yung copper type. But if you need naman din po yung tin copper and aluminum, meron din pong available sa Kumwell. Again, same thing with yung ground rod po. Ang difference lang naman po ng type of material is depende po sa pagkakabitan natin. That is kung malapit sa dagat or kung yung may corrosion concern po. So like for example, for one of our project in Manila, malapit po sa Pasay area, which is malapit po sa dagat, they use the aluminum type. Next page please. So ito rin po, as you can see, just to show you na prior we release the item dun sa manufacturing side, prior selling it to the customer or prior i-distribute namin sa mga dealers, we do this test po na we follow the IC standard. Meron siyang aging test, thickness test, bending, etc. up to the marking test po. So we follow definitely this one kasi po medyo nagiging stiff na rin po yung approval ngayon sa mga market. Mga designer po nagiging meticuloso. So that is why on our part po talaga we wanted na provide yung quality item and complete documentation. Next page please. Sir. So ito lang naman po, same thing, but right now, this time po, yung mga accessories naman po ng air terminal, like the saddle base, yung bus bar, test box, etc. Complete system po si Tumwell. Next page please. So just to show you yung aming saddle base na pinagkakabitan ng air terminal. Bronze type po siya. Next page please. Same thing with the accessories, the cable support. We have the two types. We have the one hole clamp. Then we have the tape support po. Depende po sa counterpoise or do sa riser na gagamitin natin. Either by bare copper wire or copper tape po. We can supply that kind of material po. Next page please. Ito naman po, we have the finished product na rin po ng inspection pit. Kasi po, we have experience yung iba nagpa-fabricate lang. But yung sa amin po, finished product na po. So 6,000 PSI po yung capacity niya, kahit daanan niya ng truck, hindi siya basta-basta nababasag. So very sellable po yung item namin na to sa mga telecom, sa mga airport, even sa mga high-rise building po. Kasi cheaper naman po siya instead of fabricating new one. Next page please. Ito po yung loading test. Next page sir. If you need nga po yung again yung kanina nga po na pag-usapan natin na pag medyo mataas yung resistance, we have this chemical grounding po. So yung chemical grounding po natin, ilalagay lang natin sa paligid ng ground rod, then para siyang semento, nag-absorb na moisture, marireach na po natin yung resistance na we are targeting. Next page sir. So for difference lang po nung ating air terminal, compare mo sa non-conventional, yung way of method niya. Ang angle, we are using protected angle method. Kaya po yung medyo nagiging debate po dito sa pagde-design is yung yung cost. Kasi po if you will use yung tong conventional type, medyo we will provide numbers of air terminal sa building in compare mo dun sa ESE na isa lang dun sa gitna. Next page sir. So ito po yung nakalagay sa code na kung sa gitna meron siyang certain angle, kung lalagay naman natin sa gilid, may certain angle lang po. Iba yung angle dun sa taas and iba yung angle sa baba. Next page, sir. So some sample po, if you can see, yung air terminal po sa manufacturing plant, kung makikita nyo, may dalawa na agad. Next page, sir. Ito po, makikita nyo, medyo several yung instalasyon ng ating air terminal. Marami siya. So ito po yung nagiging debate nga na kung ito yung ikakabit natin sa mga high-rise building, medyo how to put it, hindi po siya nagugustuhan ng mga arkitekto kasi po medyo aesthetically hindi maganda yung design. Kaya mas napipili po yung early streamer natin which is para siyang tower lang na inilalagay sa gitna and or sa wall and they are saying naka-cover niya na yung isang pasad po. So something like that. So we have the bare copper, we have the copper tape po. Next sir. So some picture to show you yung mga ways of installation, etc. po. Next page, sir. Yan po. Same thing, may mga air terminals po. Next page, sir. Same thing, picture po. Medyo marami siya. Then we are using the copper tape, test box, etc. Next page, sir. Same thing. Same thing. Grounding system. Same thing. Po. Ito naman po yung aming isang type of lighting protection. Ito po yung so-called non-conventional system or the early streamer emission. So if you are interested, meron po kami actual na item sa labas sa booth 22 po or on our booth Prisma Electrical. Try to check it out po. Next page, sir. So we have three types po nung early streamer po. We have the OPR 30, OPR 45, and OPR 60. So depende po siya sa level of protection, depende po siya sa height ng mast mo na gagamitin. But normally po at 5 meters height po, yung aming OPR 30 po, it can cover 71 meters radius. while yung OPR 45 namin, 89 meters radius, and yung pinakamalaki namin, yung OPR 60 is 107 meters radius. So we are now actually aggressively promoting it here in Cebu, and actually we have several projects na rin po na nakuha. So I think it can be an alternative ESE or LPS dun sa currently na mga nabibili nyo probably. So for ABB po, they are saying na minimum 2 meters height po from the plane of protection para ma-maximize natin yung ionization. Next page, sir. So ito po yung itsura ng ABB namin. We have 3 system. They are following the French standard. Next page, sir. So yung material po ng ating ABB is stainless. So in terms of corrosion concern, medyo maganda po siya. Next page, sir. So ito po yung typical design namin. So normally as a contractor po, ang binibili lang sa amin normally is yung unit saka yung 1.3 stainless mast. And we are actually explaining lang sa mga contractor if to save cost, yung additional na 6 meters mast, they can do local fabrication to save cost nga po. Kasi isa 65 mm GI pipe lang naman po, then we can fix it naman po. For us po, we can provide yung typical design then to follow, something like that, para we can help you out in terms of probably saving cost nga doon sa projects nyo. So ito yung typical design. We have the unit, we have the GI pipe base, then we have the base plate, then mga guy wire po if needed, then we incorporate po yung comb-well grounding system and mga accessories like test box, bus bar, or external welding po. Next page, sir. So again, some accessories that we incorporate po, yung ground bus bar. We have this one also in comb-well po. Next page, sir. So ito naman po yung ano namin, we have tester po na actually we can help yung, halimbawa po, you wanted to test yung aming unit in case na medyo hindi kayo kumbaga confident dun sa unit, we can test po. Pero definitely po prior we sell the item to the customer, we can provide po yung quality certificate. This one being used po for maintenance purposes, but we do have for testing po. Next page, sir. So the ABB OPR series po is UL certified. So if needed po nyo ng certification for approval purposes and easy approval pa, we can provide po. Next page, sir. So ito some for if interested po, normally sa mga customers namin, we are asking po yung top view and elevation po ng project. Then we can simulate po yung design. So ito po isa namin project sa Manila, actually sa railway station. They asked us to simulate kung ano yung unit na pwede namin ikabit dun sa station na to. So we simulate it, then we found out that doon sa testing po sa simulation namin, they will use yung OPR 60 or yung 107 meters radius. Bakit po natin siya nire-request sa customer na i-simulate? Kasi sir, as the radius of protection become high, medyo yung price po nagiging high din. Of course, ascending din po. So kung pwede naman natin gamitin yung smaller radius of protection, we definitely require ito yung gamitin natin para again makatulong sa inyo in terms of saving cost. Next page, sir. Sir, next page. So also, we have some computation din po na pwedeng i-provide sa inyo just in case na yung na-simulate namin is yung tama po versus sa computation. Next page, sir. So something like this po. Mga pinibigay naming mga simulation design sa mga customers po. Just to how to say prove that the type of ESE we will provide can fit or will fit dun sa mga projects nyo. Next page, sir. So some projects we have in Manila and nationwide po. Next page, sir. So yun po. So that's it po. So thank you very much po. We have Again, we are Pisma Electrical Controls Corp. Po. And then if you want po, we have a Facebook account, yung Prisma Visayas po. Do add us on your FB para makita nyo rin po yung from time to time yung mga new items namin and mga post po namin. Thank you very much po.
Okay, thank you so much, Arap, from Prisma Electrical Corporation. So, let me please award the certificate of appreciation to our sponsor for this. Okay, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Cebu Chapter. Plaque of appreciation is given to, in gratitude and acknowledgement of invaluable support, silver sponsors 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at Sky Hall A and B SM Seaside South Road Properties, Cebu City, given the 30th day of July 2022. Signed VP Technical Affairs IIE Cebu Chapter Ronmal B. Gonzalez, PEE. President IIE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., PEE. Technical Consultant Advisor Erwin J. Salvador. And Regional Governor of Region 7 Eastern and Central Visayas, Brian A. Pasilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation. Please proceed to the front, sir. Thank you so much. That will be papitik ko na, Mr.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So for So at this juncture, it is our working lunch. So everybody will be distributed a pack lunch. No one is allowed to stand up or go out. Kay dili mahatagan og pack lunch if ever wala sa table. Also, during the distribution of the pack lunch, we will be having the second silver sponsor. It is a video presentation, 30 minutes video presentation regarding about the Power Measurement Incorporated. Also tonight, around 6 p.m., we will have a fellowship night. So naatay service. So everybody will wait here. Kaya natay mga assurettes to guide you kung asa ang mga vehicles or bus nga sakyan padung sa area, which is the red carpet. Tonight, 6 p.m. In charge with this activity is the LJ Industrial Fabrication Incorporated. Our fellowship night tonight will be sponsored by the LJ Industrial Fabrication Incorporated.
Once again, let's have the silver sponsor number 2 for their presentation.
Or meter service departments at electric utilities. All of our products, all of our knowledge base, everything we do is focused around metering. We work in a very conservative industry, an industry that is driven by reliability and safety. Our mission is to become the primary outside metering resource for our electric utility customers. What sets us apart is our lead times, our innovation, and our service. Most people feel, oh, metering, how hard can that be? And unless you have been in metering, you don't understand the complexities. You could put all the right equipment in, it could all be functioning perfectly, and yet you could be losing tens of millions of dollars per year. Mistakes in metering are very costly because the meter is the cash register of the company. We are unique because we're a company that is constantly looking at only electric metering. We identify a lot of trends and create solutions to them before most of the industry even realize there's an issue. It's a wide gamut of things. We're constantly looking at new products, not only new products that handle new technology and bleeding edge technology like 5G and electric vehicle chargers, but even holes in our product line where it's traditional products that have been around for a long time and customers come to us and say, gee, don't you have a solution for this? Every single person in our industry has learned about metering on the job. There is no university of metering, and that puts us all in the same boat. So we all work together to come up with new technologies and new solutions. The rate of change has been very rapid over the last 10 years, and that's been great for our business and great for our customers. We pursue our mission every day, and to do that, we have to make sure that not only we have the confidence, but our customers have the confidence that, okay, you were around for the last 120 years. Are you going to be around for the next 120 years? And all of our decision making is to fulfill that mission. And yes, we will be around for that next 120 years.
Hi, I'm John Greenwald, National Sales Manager for Tesco, the Eastern Specialty Company. And behind me is our line of next generation test board and meter qualification boards. These boards come in a variety of different flavors. These boards over here are test boards actually. So these have three what we call master modules, so I can test three different meter forms independently. I could be running a 2S here, a 9S here, or a 16S in this socket. Any of these boards are 0 to 50 amps of current and 0 to 350 volts. Again, fully selectable. If I want to do any test scripts creation through Test Manager software, I can set it up so that I can do voltage, sags and swells, current sags and swells. Remote disconnect testing can be done on any of these boards, along with, of course, your standard and full load, light load, power factor accuracy testing. This particular board, as I said, has all master modules. We look at this one here. This board has a master module and then two subordinate modules. And what that means is that whatever I do in this module here, I must do in these two. So if I put a 16S meter in here, I could put a 16S meter here as well as here. And then any current or voltage or tests that I run on this meter, the same exact thing will happen on these two sockets. This one here happens to be a meter qualification board, meaning that it does not have accuracy testing. It is simply for applying voltage, current, as well as any ANSI waveform. You have full control again in TMA software to set, voltages, your forms, no matter what it may be about that meter. If you want to set any custom test scripts, harmonics that you want to, test on your meters, you can do it on any of these boards. Again, these are true three-phase. When you see one socket per module, that means that it's a true three-phase board. Over here, this is a single-phase board. This is a meter qualification board. This board, again, is for, in-depth, advanced functional testing of your meters. This particular board has one master module and two subordinate modules, but this is set up in banks so that I could actually run two different meter forms at the same time in this board. So I could run, 9S meters, for example, in these three sockets, and then over here, completely independently of this, I can be running 16S meters or 12S meters, 2S meters, whatever it may be. Again, this board here is a qualification board, is not an accuracy test board. This does not have an accuracy standard in it. We also have a board called a meter engineering board, which has a 0.1% accuracy standard in there. And you can use that for, things like demand testing, things of that nature. So it kind of falls in between our meter qualification board line and our meter test board line. But if you'd like to learn any more about our line of next generation equipment for your meter shop, please contact your local Tesco representative today and we'd be happy to talk with you.
Tesco's ultra-lightweight meter site analyzer is the most versatile and complete tool for testing the entire functionality of transformer-rated metering installations. The unit comes in a durable, easy-to-carry, water-resistant Pelican case that weighs less than 18 pounds with all the accessories you need to test at a site. It is also equipped with a 5-amp onboard load box, or if preferred, the unit can test with customer load up to 20 amps. With its intuitive layout, streamlined functional design, and super high contrast built-in color display, you can test all aspects of your meter site, including complete site verification, CT testing including ratio with burden and admittance, meter testing including accuracy, demand, timed register, timed run, and energy delivery. The Meter Site Analyzer's Fast Key Anytime data gives you quick access to live metrology data, live phasor diagrams, and live waveforms with recording and harmonics. And when connected to your laptop or Windows device, you can pair the 6330 with our TDM software, a powerful tool that gives you full control over all aspects of your Meter Site Analyzer. Contact your local Tesco representative today for a full demo or to learn how the new 6330 ultra-lightweight meter site analyzer can simplify, streamline, and improve your meter site testing needs. In the metering industry, a worker's ability to perform and operate at their peak is critical to the company's success. Technicians in the field need effective meter-centric tools featuring a real-time workflow system. They need a cutting-edge field service management platform designed for the future. Tesco's Field Client is the only field service system designed specifically for metering work. Whether you are exchanging meters, installing instrument transformers, performing site verifications, or deploying AMI network equipment, Tesco Field Client provides unmatched functionality and error checking capabilities. You don't have to settle for a field service solution that was never designed for metering work. Instead, choose a solution designed by and for metering professionals to get the most out of the enterprise solution you already have. Contact us today for a demo.
Tesco is focused on products for meter service departments at electric utilities. All of our products, all of our knowledge base, everything we do is focused around metering. We work in a very conservative industry, an industry that is driven by reliability and safety. Our mission is to become the primary outside metering resource for our electric utility customers. What sets us apart is our lead times, our innovation, and our service. Most people feel, oh, metering, how hard can that be? And unless you have been in metering, you don't understand the complexities. You could put all the right equipment in, it could all be functioning perfectly, and yet you could be losing tens of millions of dollars per year. Mistakes in metering are very costly because the meter is the cash register of the company. We are unique because we're a company that is constantly looking at only electric metering. We identify a lot of trends and create solutions to them before most of the industry even realize there's an issue. It's a wide gamut of things. We're constantly looking at new products, not only new products that handle new technology and bleeding edge technology like 5G and electric vehicle chargers, but even holes in our product line where it's traditional products that have been around for a long time and customers come to us and say, gee, don't you have a solution for this? Every single person in our industry has learned about metering on the job. There is no university of metering, and that puts us all in the same boat. So we all work together to come up with new technologies and new solutions. The rate of change has been very rapid over the last 10 years, and that's been great for our business and great for our customers. We pursue our mission every day, and to do that, we have to make sure that not only we have the confidence, but our customers have the confidence that, okay, you were around for the last 120 years. Are you going to be around for the next 120 years? And all of our decision making is to fulfill that mission. And yes, we will be around for that next 120 years.
Hi, I'm John Greenwald, National Sales Manager for Tesco, the Eastern Specialty Company. And behind me is our line of next generation test board and meter qualification boards. These boards come in a variety of different flavors. These boards over here are test boards actually. So these have three what we call master modules, so I can test three different meter forms independently. I could be running a 2S here, a 9S here, or a 16S in this socket. Any of these boards are 0 to 50 amps of current and 0 to 350 volts. Again, fully selectable if I want to do any test scripts creation through Test Manager software. I can set it up so that I can do voltage, sags and swells, current sags and swells. Remote disconnect testing can be done on any of these boards, along with, of course, your standard and full load, light load, power factor accuracy testing. This particular board, as I said, has all master modules. We look at this one here. This board has a master module and then two subordinate modules. And what that means is that whatever I do in this module here, I must do in these two. So if I put a 16S meter in here, I could put a 16S meter here as well as here. And then any current or voltage or tests that I run on this meter, the same exact thing will happen on these two sockets. This one here happens to be a meter qualification board, meaning that it does not have accuracy testing. It is simply for applying voltage, current, as well as any ANSI waveform. You have full control again in TMA software to set, voltages, your forms, no matter what it may be about that meter. If you want to set any custom test scripts, harmonics that you want to test on your meters, you can do it on any of these boards. Again, these are true three-phase. When you see one socket per module, that means that it's a true three-phase board. Over here, this is a single-phase board. This is a meter qualification board. This board, again, is for in-depth, advanced functional testing of your meters. This particular board has one master module and two subordinate modules, but this is set up in banks so that I could actually run two different meter forms at the same time in this board. So I could run 9S meters, for example, in these three sockets, and then over here, completely independently of this, I can be running 16S meters or 12S meters, 2S meters, whatever it may be. Again, this board here is a qualification board, is not an accuracy test board. This does not have an accuracy standard in it. We also have a board called a meter engineering board, which has a 0.1% accuracy standard in there. And you can use that for things like demand testing, things of that nature. So it kind of falls in between our meter qualification board line and our meter test board line. But if you'd like to learn any more about our line of next generation equipment for your meter shop, please contact your local Tesco representative today and we'd be happy to talk with you.
Tesco's ultra-lightweight meter site analyzer is the most versatile and complete tool for testing the entire functionality of transformer-rated metering installations. The unit comes in a durable, easy-to-carry, water-resistant Pelican case that weighs less than 18 pounds with all the accessories you need to test at a site. It is also equipped with a 5-amp onboard load box, or if preferred, the unit can test with customer load up to 20 amps. With its intuitive layout, streamlined functional design, and super high contrast built-in color display, you can test all aspects of your meter site, including complete site verification, CT testing including ratio with burden and admittance, meter testing including accuracy, demand, timed register, timed run, and energy delivery. The Meter Site Analyzer's Fast Key Anytime data gives you quick access to live metrology data, live phasor diagrams, and live waveforms with recording and harmonics. And when connected to your laptop or Windows device, you can pair the 6330 with our TDM software, a powerful tool that gives you full control over all aspects of your Meter Site Analyzer. Contact your local Tesco representative today for a full demo or to learn how the new 6330 ultra-lightweight meter site analyzer can simplify, streamline, and improve your meter site testing needs. In the metering industry, a worker's ability to perform and operate at their peak is critical to the company's success. Technicians in the field need effective meter-centric tools featuring a real-time workflow system. They need a cutting-edge field service management platform designed for the future. Tesco's Field Client is the only field service system designed specifically for metering work. Whether you are exchanging meters, installing instrument transformers, performing site verifications, or deploying AMI network equipment, Tesco Field Client provides unmatched functionality and error checking capabilities. You don't have to settle for a field service solution that was never designed for metering work. Instead, choose a solution designed by and for metering professionals to get the most out of the enterprise solution you already have. Contact us today for a demo.
Tesco is focused on products for meter service departments at electric utilities. All of our products, all of our knowledge base, everything we do is focused around metering. We work in a very conservative industry, an industry that is driven by reliability and safety. Our mission is to become the primary outside metering resource for our electric utility customers. What sets us apart is our lead times, our innovation, and our service. Most people feel, oh, metering, how hard can that be? And unless you have been in metering, you don't understand the complexities. You could put all the right equipment in, it could all be functioning perfectly, and yet you could be losing tens of millions of dollars per year. Mistakes in metering are very costly because the meter is the cash register of the company. We are unique because we're a company that is constantly looking at only electric metering. We identify a lot of trends and create solutions to them before most of the industry even realize there's an issue. It's a wide gamut of things. We're constantly looking at new products, not only new products that handle new technology and bleeding edge technology like 5G and electric vehicle chargers, but even holes in our product line where it's traditional products that have been around for a long time and customers come to us and say, gee, don't you have a solution for this? Every single person in our industry has learned about metering on the job. There is no university of metering, and that puts us all in the same boat. So we all work together to come up with new technologies and new solutions. The rate of change has been very rapid over the last 10 years, and that's been great for our business and great for our customers. We pursue our mission every day, and to do that, we have to make sure that not only we have the confidence, but our customers have the confidence that, okay, you were around for the last 120 years. Are you going to be around for the next 120 years? And all of our decision making is to fulfill that mission. And yes, we will be around for that next 120 years.
Thank you so much to our second silver sponsor, which is the Power Measurements Incorporated. And at this juncture, we will also be presenting the certificate for the Power Measurements Incorporated.
Okay, so same citation as the first sponsor, signed by VP Technical Affairs IIE Cebu Chapter Ronmar B. Gonzalez and President IIE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., the Technical Consultant and Advisor Erwin J. Salvador, and to the Regional Governor of Region 7 Eastern and Central Visayas, Brian A. Pasilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to Power Measurement Incorporated. Congratulations.
Our third silver sponsor, which will have a 30 minutes presentation. May I call in the New Bridge Electrical Enterprises. A round of applause, please.
New Bridge Electrical Enterprises has been in the electric industry for 2 decades. Our commitment in providing quality products and services to our customers has earned the trust and confidence of many prestigious companies all over the Philippines. Strong brand. We provide comprehensive solutions and a wide range of products. We aim business success by bridging quality, optimal, and latest electrical technology solutions to our valued market. We recognize individuality, but we work as a team. We persist to improve our knowledge and expertise, both as individuals and as a team, in order to deliver expert and professional services to our valued market. We constantly improve our work systems to provide our clients quality and timely products, our employees' work-life balance, and our company efficiency and effectiveness. We always pursue to be a preferred and professional partner for our supplier and principal. We want to be the top choice of our customers through quality, value for money, and service. We deal with utmost honesty, integrity, and cooperation. New Bridge Electrical Enterprises, located at Lacson Extension, LT Vista Street, Barangay Singkang Airport, Bacolod City, Negros Occidental. Manila Warehouse, number 700, General Malvar Street, Mangahan, Pasig City. Cebu Office, ground floor, Dispo Building, AC Cortez Avenue, Mandaue City, Cebu. New Bridge Electrical Enterprises became the distributor of world-class brands such as Snyder Electric, Life is On, Signify Philips, The Meaning of Light, Hensel, Passion for Power, 3M, Science Applied to Life, Little Giant, Preventing Injuries, Saving Lives, Buckingham, Lineman's Climbing Equipment, Utility Solutions, Lineman Driven, Field Proven. At New Bridge, we are bridging the electrical industry to a safer future.
At this time, let me call in the business development engineer of the New Bridge Electrical Enterprises, Mr. Rolf John D. Aklan. A round of applause, please.
Like that's low. Yung ito sa tanong, yung bakal, plan, at the business development engineer, the people's advanced presentation, I am not only going to discuss our products and features, but also I will discuss the most common problem in the industrial sector and the solution to our products. Hello. So my topic is about the classification. The classification of protection in different environmental conditions. We will going to discuss how to identify or classify the levels of protection that suits in your environment and how important it is. So in this image, you can see a very common problem of metal. We all know that engineers know that metal is very prone in corrosion. So these are corroded metal enclosure. These are common problem of the operation and maintenance in the industrial sector. As you can see, the enclosure is totally damaged, means it has no protection at all. So long-term exposure to water will cause metal electrical boxes to rust. Not only rust spots unsightly on our breaker box, but if left untreated, the rust can break down the metal and create holes. These corrosion holes can left even more damage or more moisture into the box, creating additional damage.
So the damage of its enclosure can lead into a device malfunction and will probably affect the operation. Water can cause rust in the electrical components of the breakers. Water can cause damage to wire connections, both on the service line and both in branches lines. So while also corrupting screw terminals and breaker switches, corrosion at wire connections can also lead to voltage degradation and other electrical problems. One of the most dangerous problems with water inside electrical panel is the risk of corrosion on the screw terminals. So corrosion on the terminals increases the resistance on producing heat that can ignite an electrical fire on breaker box. So it will cause a lot of trouble, it will cause a lot of problem. Electrical devices are found all across the world in every different working environment and even in our homes. A device that is suitable for a clean environment like food and medical and beverages would be ineffective in a dirtier environment such as steel foundry. So in my presentation, we are going to discuss the international rating system that classifies devices for different environmental conditions. So the rating system is called the ingress protection. All electrical and electronic devices have an IP rating. Even this computer that I'm using for my presentation, even your mobile phones, it has an IP rating. And in our job nature, we always see this label. So what really is IPs? Sometimes in someone who is working in the IT industry or someone working in computer, they call it internet protocol. But in our industry, in electrical industry, we call it ingress protection. So IP ratings are defined as an international standard that are used to set the levels of sealing effectiveness of electrical enclosures and device against intrusion of foreign bodies such as dirt or water. IP rating consists of 2 digits, each having different protection and level guaranteeing that the device will be protected in different environments. So the first digit, it is the protection against solid, such as dust, dirt, debris. And the second digit, it refers to liquid protection, such as water, chemicals. So in solid, there is 6 protection level. Protection level 1, as you can see, it protects from a large part of the body such as a hand, from a solid object greater than 50 millimeters in diameter. Protection level 2, it protects fingers or other objects not greater than 80 millimeters in length and 12 millimeters in diameter. Protection level 3 protects from entry of tools, wires, and other similar devices with a diameter of 2.5 millimeters. In level 4, it protects from solid bodies larger than 1 millimeter. In protection level 5, it can protect from solid objects with the size of 600 microns down to 10 microns. So we are referring to dust. But only if is a limited ingress of dust permitted for 2 to 8 hours. So hindi lahat nare-reject nitong protection level 5. So in protection level 6 means the device or panel is completely dust tight for 2 to 8 hours of operation. So walang nakakapasok na dust. So in water, protection level 1 protects against condensation and dripping water. For level 2, it protects against water droplets deflected by up to 15 degrees angle from vertical. Level 3 protects from water spray up to 60 degrees of angle from vertical. Level 4, it protects against water spray in all direction, in all angles. So, mas mataas to compared sa 1, 2, 3. Kasi yung 1, 2, 3 is droplets lang. Ito, spray of water na. Then level 5, it protects against low pressure water jets from all direction. And level 6, it protects against high pressure water jets and waves from all directions. So yung level 5, water jets with low pressure. Level 6, it's protection against water jets with high pressure. So in protection level 8, it is a resistance to submersion up to a maximum depth of 10 meters underwater for a 30 to 60 minutes. And protection level 9, so far this is the highest level of protection available. It can protect against the effect of high pressure and high temperature water jets. So, ang pinagkaiba niya dun sa 7 tsaka 8, bukod sa high pressure, yung kaya niya protect is high temperature din, kumbaga heated jet water. So, for example, like application for this protection level 9, like in slaughterhouse, when they do cleaning, they must remove all trace of fats and proteins from equipment and holding stations in between shipments. They clean leftovers using high water pressure heated water and intense detergents to avoid the blood stain and contamination. So doon nila ginagamit yung high pressured water na mainit. So kung gagamitin nila yon tapos may mga ordinary devices lang doon, well, it will not stand a chance na kaya niyang makatagal. So it is very important to know, to classify or to identify on what degree of protection should be used in a certain environment. So example, we have a device here with a protection level of IP54. An IP54 rating means your product will be protected against contamination from limited amounts of dust and particles. Additionally, you can be confident that it will be protected from water sprays in all directions with limited ingress. So it means limited ingress, hindi siya pwede outdoor. This device is for unprotected indoor application only. It will not stand any chance for outdoor environment. So in this image, you can actually see some boxes are half buried to dust and then electrical panel in the shore. For beach and offshore application, what level of protection should be needed? So for this application, we use IP66 and IP67. So in Hensel, we manufacture electrical enclosure and boxes with a degree of protection from IP65 to IP69. Our boxes and enclosure can adapt in different weather conditions with the ambient temperature from negative 5 degrees up to 40 degrees Celsius. Our enclosure has a double insulation protection class 2 to avoid the risk of electrocution. It can also withstand up to 5 and 10 joule of impact. We manufacture low voltage enclosure up to 690 volts. So the material we use is polycarbonate. The material itself can withstand up to 960 degrees Celsius and it's flame retardant and self-extinguishing. It is also UV resistance, chemical resistance, silicone and halogen free. So totally environmental friendly. In 2014, Gustav Hensel completely launched the new generation of the product series NEKs. The market leader and inventor of the thermoplastic cable junction box has further developed the original with many beneficial features. So far, this is one of the best IP-rated cable junction boxes in the market. We call it NEKs. We have 4 different types of junction box. We have the DK, KF, WP, and FK. So let's break down into these 4 junction box. So the DK junction box this is used for normal environment, unprotected indoor and protected outdoor installation. So the degree of protection for this series is IP65 and 66. Multi-level of knockouts for cable glands in different sizes. So it comes also with terminal blocks, copper conductors, easy switch lock, so no need for a screw. We have KF junction box. This is a weatherproof for outdoor installation. The degree of protection is IP66, 67, and 69 for temporary submersion and direct dusting with a high pressure cleaner. It is also UV resistance and temperature resistance. So you can see in the image, it is fully outdoor installation. And lastly, the third one is we have WP junction box. This is a waterproof and submersible for wet and harsh environment condition with risk of condensation and temporary immersion. The areas of application such as flood areas, offshore, rivers, lakes, etc. And lastly, we have the FK cable junction box, approved for intrinsic fire resistance with insulation integrity. So it comes with ceramic terminal. It's the terminal blocks is different from the other three. So it is ceramic terminal blocks. So in the event of fire, ceramic will not burn and it will protect the electrical connections. The material can handle up to 960 degrees Celsius for 90 minutes. For 90 minutes, especially in buildings with public traffic such as airports, hospital, malls, train stations, and other public places where security is top priority. In the event of fire, the functional integrity of the emergency power supply must be guaranteed for a specific period of time. This ensures that electrical devices such as emergency lights, elevators, smoke detectors, alarms will still remain operational for 60 to 90 minutes and that people can have enough time to evacuate the area. So our NK's junction box is multiple knockouts, elastic membrane, and we also have plain walls. Cable size from 1.5 millimeter up to 240 millimeter squared. Easy switch lock and of course, three-ways mounting and high ingress of protection. So these are a quick overview of Hensel product portfolio. So we have the NK's, for junction boxes, we have the any board for distribution board. This is from 3 modules up to 54 modules rated 663 amperes. Then we have 250 amperes also as well. We have cable glands from M12 up to M63. Then we have MI boxes up to 630 amps. We have the Anycon temporary power distribution system for construction facilities. Then we have the Anysun. This is our product solution for photovoltaic plants. We are doing combiner boxes. So Hensel prioritize safety and quality. All products facilities within Hensel Germany fulfill the requirements of quality management system, environmental management system, and energy management system. So I'm going to show you a short video clip of our products that run through quality test. Lang sahog. So temperature rise test accordance with IEC 614391. So, ayun po, nakita nyo yung kung paano tinetest ni Hensel into different parameters. No, wear test, dust test, water immersion. So, so we have this little comparison of the material. So we all know that stainless and fiberglass have long been in the industry standard when it comes to industrial enclosures. While each has its own set of positive attributes, there's one material that beats them both. So the polycarbonate in industrial enclosure features more positive attributes than fiberglass and stainless steel combined. So to understand how each other one stacks up, and here's a helpful chart to who breaks down these top enclosure materials by 7 important characteristics. So when it comes to weight, polycarbonate rises to the top when it comes to weight. It's up to 40% lighter than fiberglass and up to 6 times lighter than stainless. So doon pa lang, win-win situation na. Panalo na sa shipping cost. So number 2, polycarbonate can withstand an impact of over 900 psi. And it's about 200 times stronger than steel. As a thermoplastic, polycarbonate will flex and return to its original shape while metal can dent and impact. Nayuyupi yung metal. So polycarbonate is also cheaper, reasonable cost. The material is also recyclable, less risk of damage in handling and shipping, and lastly, is also UV resistant. So this is always our tagline. In the environment where dusty and humid conditions need high requirements to the installation technology. Safe and reliable product solutions for difficult and harsh environments. So where there's dust, there's humid and corrosion, we are there. And these are the areas of application of Hensel. So in the industrial process, we are in water and wastewater treatment, cement factories, oil and gas, steel and metal, smelters, chemicals, mining, pulp and papers, food and beverages. In power plants, we are in photovoltaic power plants, wind farms, hydroelectric power plants, coal-fired power plants, geothermal, and diesel power plants. In infrastructure, we are also in railroads and subways, airports, harbors, telcos, oil rigs, shopping malls, hospitals, schools, and other infrastructures. So Hensel is a multinational company with 11 fully subsidiaries abroad. We have in Netherlands, Hungary, Poland, Russia, United Kingdom, India, China, Czech Republic, Turkey, UAE, and Singapore. In every country, we have local partners such as electrical wholesalers, electrical contractors, system integrators, investors, and as well as consultants. So in the Philippines, we have an authorized and yet exclusive distributor of Hensel products, Newbridge Electrical. They are located in Bacolod City, province of Negros Occidental. You can directly send inputs to them for the product availability and commercial prices as well. So that's all from Hensel. If you find interest in our products, you can directly approach me. I am very much willing to do a formal presentation or formal introduction of our company. And also, I can show you some of our project references, not only here in the Philippines, but also in other countries. So, maraming salamat at maayong ugto sa inyong tanan.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Newbridge Electrical Enterprises, which is being presented by the Business Development Engineer Ralph John D. Aklan. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Ayan, so can we flash the certificate of appreciation, plaque of appreciation to our sponsor number 3, which is the Newbridge Electrical Enterprises. The same citation with other sponsors, signed by Vice President Technical Affairs, IIEE Cebu Chapter Ronmal Gonzalez, President IIEE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., Technical Consultant and Advisor Erwin J. Salvador, and Regional Governor of Region 7, Eastern and Central Visayas, Brian A. Pasilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to Newbridge Electrical Enterprises. Palakpakan po nating lahat. So dito po tayo sa gitna for our picture taking. And we will request representative from IIE or MOC chapter. Ayun, mag-picture lang ta, sir. Ato naman ang plaque. IIE Cebu chapter, former president, and now the auditor of IIE Cebu, Engineer Lito Baldonado Jr.
Thank you so much. And also the Newbridge Electrical Enterprises has given freebies to the following personnel. So if your name is being called, please do come in front to claim your freebie.
Okay. Andito pa ba tayo? I can't hear you guys. Andito pa ba tayo? Yes, may freebies na tayo ha. So congratulations. Kung sino man po kayo, please do claim your freebies here in our stage. So first, we have award from Newbridge Electrical Enterprises, Dudson and Philips Lighting and Freebies. Congratulations to Engineer Archimedes Hernando. Andito po ba si Sir Archimedes? Sir? Wala pa. Sige, please do inform Engineer Archimedes that he won the freebies of Newbridge Enterprises.
Up next is the 3M freebies. This is from Newbridge Electrical Enterprises. There you have it. Engineer Brian Palma.
Yes, congratulations, Engineer Brian Palma. Andito po ba kayo ngayon? Baka naglalang si Sir. Okay. Another freebies. We have Engineer Renebe Labe Antipuesto. Antipuesto? Engineer Renebe Labe Antipuesto. To proceed.
So let's call in another 3M freebies to Mr. Carlito Esquilapil. Mr. Carlito Esquilapil, are you around?
Here none. Next, we have another freebies. We have Engineer Richard Fernando. Yan! So please do claim your freebies here. Pasasayawin pa namin kayo ng paru-paro G, sir. Yan.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations. Pa-picture nan po kayo. Anong bag, sir? Yung 3M or yung ganito? Archimedes. So you are the one to represent. Oh. So kamag-anak pala to. Hernando? Yes. Parang Hernandez kasi yung nakasulat. Anyway, congratulations. Maraming salamat. Pakita lang po sa ating camera kung ano po yung napanalunan nyo na freebies. Ayan. Thank you so much from Newbridge Electrical Enterprises.
Thank you so much. May I call in Mr. Charlito A. Camos. Mr. Charlito A. Camos, are you around? Up next is the fourth silver sponsor. Let's call it the Net United Electric Corporation. Okay, so the presentation of the NET United Electric Corporation is not yet here as of now. So let us proceed to our next speaker.
Ayan.
So may I request all of our participants, before anything else, before we call into our next speaker, is speaker number 16. Please do come in front. Yes. Kung sa Bisaya pa, sibog lang ta sa unahan. Sibugi lang sa unahan. So please do come in order for us to be organized, no? So pakipunta lang po kayo dito sa harapan. Pag ayaw nyo, baka nahihiya sila.
Our next speaker, he is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, University of San Carlos, Cebu, a president and CEO of NATEC Development Corporation, a president and CEO of NGA Development Corporation, president and CEO NA Systems Incorporated, incumbent city councilor of Cebu City Government, 2003 IIE Most Outstanding Electrical Engineer in the field of construction or project management, PRC Most Outstanding Professional of the Year 2018 award in the field of electrical engineering, and a professional electrical engineer. He is also a practical green initiative for a sustainable future. May I call it Engineer Restore the Archibald City.
Back home to you.
Yeah. Ay hapon. Nakita na ko ang ato. Pakpakan si Engineer Frances. Ug ang tanan nga mga IAT na sponsor sa atong conference karon. Ato silang pakpakan, no? My talk basically is not more on technical. I saw actually Jules Alcantara. Si Jules? My talk basically is more of connection with goals. No? Yeah, for solar. But basically my talk is about practical green initiatives. And this would be the outline of my presentation. Now, the first one is the construction industry update. So may naakaroon. I mean, as electrical engineers, kung sa may atong mapaabot now in the future. And I will say, I'll tell you that this is really good for electrical engineering. The second one is the effects of progress. We know for a fact, because of the construction boom in the Philippines, of course, in Cebu City, there would be progress. But what are the effects of progress? It might be good. Of course, there will be some consequences also. Now, I'm going to talk about the things we have talked about science. I would like to remind you about the greenhouse gas effect. Third one and the fourth one, the basic theory, of course, the chemical cycle, and the sustainable ideas. Now, I have been an electrical engineer for about 40 years. So, the things that I'm going to share with you is part of the things that I have done and in my experience. Now, the next one would be, I'll talk about a sustainable house, which I think most of you would like to build your own house, and would be a summary. Now, let me go first to the construction and industry update. Now, in 2021, we know for a fact, in 2019 and 2020, there was a pandemic. Everything slowed down. But in 2021, of course, hinahinay na tagsaka. And it was noticed that there is a 21 or 22 growth in 2021 for the construction industry. Now, these are the projections and what are the things now. Now, in 2022 to 2024, there would be about 1.9 million square meters, okay, of condominium projects. So, perting dakana ni. And the moment we talk about construction, we will be talking about electrical energy, electrical power. So just imagine a building without electrical, di ba? So all of you will be benefited on this. And take note, sa katuig, 647,400 square meter lang ang mahimo. Okay? For residential condos, we're talking about Metro Manila. I'm trying to get the data for Cebu, but I was not able to get it. But for now, I'll give you the 2020 delivered condominium units. It's 3,320 units. During the time, pandemic, di ba? And in 2021, grabe ang saka. It went up to 8,730 units. But now, in 2022, it will be going up as 10,500 units. And all of us, as engineers, will be benefited on this. Now, next. For the office spaces, now, we're talking about Metro Manila and Mountain sa Cebu, mostly sa Cebu. The projections would be 2020 to 2024, the total would be 210,200 square meters. Ang himuo nun. On any projection. It might be the projection would be more or less. And this would be about 45 high-rise buildings in Cebu City. Okay. Now, for residential housing, mga balay, horizontal, what we call it, dili kondo at sa tagsa. Ang sa 2020 housing statistics backlog is 6.5 million. So daghan kayong mga balay na wa pa matukod nga angay unta kuy-an. So there is so much backlog na ang kadaghanan sa atong mga tao na kinahanglan ani mangabang na lang. Halag bati basta naalay mapuy-an. Now, the budget for the agencies is about 4.1 billion. Dako kayo ni nga budget. Ang problema sa production all over the Philippines, 100,000 ra hangtod ra sa 200,000 ang mahimo. So, what happens if the production is still the same? Mabuta og 32 years una ma-attain nato ang 6.5 million. Ito may pasabudan ni. Ang construction industry is really booming. And again, as electrical engineers, you will be part of it. Now, take note, mao lang ni ang 6.5 million karong 2021. But as we go farther, every year, kung sa may mahitabo, I'll show it to you. Next. The Philippines, mao'y pinakadaghan nga tao sa Pilipinas out of the 200 plus countries, tayo number 13. Kung sa may production nato, 4 babies per minute. You count 15 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. Usa ka baby. Another 15. Usa ka baby. Perting kusugan na itong mahimong baby. Okay? One day, 6,000 Filipinos are being born. Kusog mo. 113 million right now in the Philippines. But, well, there are only about 1,500 mamatay kada adlaw. This is the approximate. Pero again, ang mahimo, ang matao, is 6,000. The land area in the Philippines, about that sa atong social studies, is 30 million hectares. 30 million hectares. So, nag-anam karaghan ang atong mga tao, pero ang atong land area is the same. In fact, because of this sea level rise, nag-anam kagamay ang atong land area. So this is the scenario right now. Next. We are number 13. So klaro kay na ang pinakadaghan is China, no? Meron tayo. Then India, USA. Okay, next. Well, the effects of the construction industry. So makita ninyo sa Cebu, kita niyo sa Manila, Davao, Cagayan, there's so many buildings that are being built. Pero yung daghana. And okay, there are also some areas where you horizontal, the houses, grabe kadaghan. So I was telling you earlier that we as electrical engineers will be part of this progress. So, muntag pangwarta, take note that there is money in construction industry, and of course, the electrical engineers will be part of it. So, katong mga engineers nga, well, ng trabaho, this is the time for you to think, what will be the next move na akong himuon in order na mas madato pa ko. Okay? Next. May tabo. The total land area in the Philippines is 30 million hectares. In 1900, 20 million is forested. Forested. Dato pa 10 million lang ang atong magamit. But right now, tungod sa grabe sa atong progress, we're actually using the resources, our resources, pero dili nato sila gi-replace. So ang atong forested area from 20 million right now, wala nakaabot og 1 million. So in ana grabe nga mo gamit sa atong mga kahoy. Putlon pero dili ta mo tanom. Well, we have times that pagtanom ta, pag humana tog tanom, humana tog picture, nagtanom ta, pag human i-post sa Facebook, pagkasunod adlaw, patay ang tanom. Wa man nato at man na, di ba? Next. Well, because of progress, power goes up. Power requirements goes up. But in the Philippines, 50% of the power is coming from fossil fuel. Now, I'm going to talk about fossil fuel later, because this is a very important component that we as electrical engineers need to understand. That the more we need, the more we use power, that the power is coming from what we call as the fossil fuel, we are killing ourselves. Next. Because of course, progress, aside from power, we need to suck water because water is important. Again, water is a source of life. So if you have condominium units, if you have houses you build anywhere, you need water. So again, water, we need water. But the problem is we suck too much water from the ground and that the pressure would now be less so that the seawater can get inside. This is what we call the seawater intrusion. So if seawater intrusion goes to the ground, we pump the water which is salty. We need to use more power to filter the salty water for us to drink. And this is not good. Next. Well, daghang tao, palitag mga sakyanan nga daghan, gamit tag fuel, fossil fuel again, it produces carbon dioxide, which is one of what we call as the greenhouse gas. And you know, in Cebu alone, Cebu City alone, we have about 1 million people. And every day, we are generating garbage in the tune of 500 to 600 tons a day. Anak sa grabe atong pag-generate of garbage. The problem is, we don't have a way to manage this waste. It's the reason why we have the landfill, and the landfill emits too much greenhouse gas, and what we call that as methane gas, and it destroys us. I'm going to go that further later. Next. Garbage, you have seen this. This is our landfill here, near the one. Okay, next. We have flooding. Okay, next. Pollution. So we use too much plastics, we throw them anywhere, goes to the ocean, and of course the marine life or the sea creatures eat this plastic, then eventually they will die. Gas, and then next, too much use of chemicals for production, increase in greenhouse gas. Okay. Now, since we have so many people right now, we need to do more food production. But the food is not enough. So what we do is we mass production. We do mass production. So what's mass production? Is using chemicals in order for the vegetables to grow, and in order the moment the vegetable will grow, there's a lot of fish, then we need chemicals. And that chemicals is not good for us. It's killing us actually. Next. Okay, so this is okay. I'm going to tell you about the chemical cycle story. We need to eat food. And since we need to eat food, we get vegetables from the market, which are toxic. When we eat this toxic food, we will be going to the hospital. When we're going to the hospital, the doctor give us antibiotics, right? Then the next time we go back, a higher volume, a higher quantity of antibiotics until you die. When you die, you will be filled up of what? Chemical. Sama na ang chemical. Matay tato. What is that chemical to preserve? Huh? Formalin. Okay, we put inside the coffin, and the coffin is painted with what? With paint, which is what, again, it's chemical. We buried 6 feet below the ground, and the chemicals in there will never go away. When the rain comes in, it goes down, and then it circulates towards the ground, bringing the chemicals to the water table, and we drink that water, and it destroys us. That's the chemical cycle story. Okay? Next. Okay, so this is the farmer. This is the one we're eating. Then we go again. Next. Next. Sick. Going to the hospital. You're going to the cemetery. Okay, now, this is the thing that I'm going to share with you. I think during the time when you have a science class, some of you were not there, and some of you were there. So I'm going to give you a short summary or an introduction or a reminder what is a greenhouse gas. This is the sun, and this is the earth. When the sun radiates its heat energy to the earth, some of this heat are actually absorbed by us, by the plants through photosynthesis, but most of the heat goes back to the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, in the space, you have what we call this greenhouse gas. The greenhouse gas is being made by us. Okay? Kung saan na nato, lungag ta, magkamit ta sa akong mga sakyanan, we throw garbage, it emits what we call as the greenhouse gas. What will happen? When the heat of the sun goes to the earth, it goes back. Since you have the greenhouse gas actually traps some of the heat. Most of the heat goes straight. This heat that's trapped in that greenhouse gas, this greenhouse gas acts like a mirror. It brings back this heat to the earth, and that is what we call as the greenhouse gas effect. The greenhouse gas effect, after all, is very important to us because it regulates the temperature of the earth. Without this greenhouse gas, we will all die. So after all, greenhouse gas is very useful to everyone. But what happened? We use too much electricity that's coming from fossil fuel. So it emits too much greenhouse gas. We use our cars. We use our cars from here, going to the house, and back again to the house, and it emits too much greenhouse gas. We throw too much garbage, and garbage generates methane gas, which is 27 times potent than that of the carbon dioxide. So, sa inahitabo, the greenhouse gas thickens. Libaga, pagayo. What happens? When the heat of the sun goes to the earth, it goes back. And since the greenhouse gas is too much, grabe kabaga, the heat that's being trapped is daghan kaayo. So when it is being reflected to back to the earth, it will produce this what we call as the global warming. So nag-warm ang kalibutan. What happens if there's what we call as global warming? Mag-init ang atong temperature din sa atong lugar. And then what happens if there's too much heat? There would be evaporation. Ang atong tubig within the sea, within the sa paana, it goes up. So if there's too much dryness, this phenomenon is what we call as El Nino. But the earth balances itself. Unsay musaka, maunsay manao. So daghan kayo ang musaka pa doon sa taas, there would be some parts of the earth na grabe kayo ang manao, there's flooding. So mauni ang problema. If there's climate change, if there's global warming, there's too much dryness, so we have problem in food production, we have problem of water, and other parts of the earth, there would be too much flooding, and there's problem of sanitation, and there's problem of sickness too. So, in summary, progress is not good for everyone in a way if we are not going to mitigate the effect. So as electrical engineers, I think it is very important for all of us to sustain what we have right now. We have to embrace what we call as the sustainability concept. It is the meeting of the needs of the day without compromising the needs of the future. So we are here today as fathers or as brothers, but we need to think of the people after us. So what I'm going to share with you now after this is the thing that we are going to do. This is a suggestion to all of us. Next. Okay, next. Now, I'm not going to go more on this because if there's too much what we call as global warming, there will be sea level rise. Sea level rise, of course, mapiktahan ka because we are on archipelagic areas. No, diba? Next. So, ang Pilipinas usa sa mga gitanaw sa Asian Development Bank na maapektahan sa sea level rise. Okay. So, what happens? We have disasters because of too much greenhouse gas. Okay, next. Typhoon Odette, December 16 in Cebu. And then next, you have earthquake, July, and I think yesterday, natay earthquake, right? Next. We have earthquake yesterday, July 28, dito sa Northern Philippines. Okay? Next. Now, mauna ni ang akong i-share ninyo as well, I've been an electrical engineer for 40 years, no? I think pareha siguro ni mas dako siguro kuha na ko si past President Jules, no? Si past President Francis. But for me as a practitioner, this is the thing that I notice. When you design right now, it is very important that you should look into the advantage of your client. At the same time, you're helping the environment. So this the first thing that you're going in the things that I've tried in my design is the location of the entrance facility. Kadaghanan na to before, pagka naay building, naay poste, itanganday na to entrance facility, bahala na asa dapit ang atong electrical room. Nakabantay mo sa karangan na building. But right now, it is very important as a designer that you should look into where is the post and where is the electrical room so that the entrance wires coming from the post going to the electrical room will be short as much as possible. Nakakama? The other thing is, short as possible. At the same time, take note of this, that if you have your electrical room, well, of course, na dito ang metering system na to, metering volt, make sure na dili kayo nilagyo sa iyang generator. Because akong nabantayan sa mga karaan na design, na dinhi sa ubos ang iyang what we call as the substation or the metering equipment or ang ilang low voltage switchgear, pero ang ilang generator to aperting layuan. So what happened, ang atong mga kliyente Gastura man na sila, di ba? But it's good for the client. The other one is, right now, there are so many transformers na mga bago kayo. And I think you have heard about Artem. One is what we call as a base, oil-based, oil-based na gamit, no? This is very environmental friendly. Kung gamito nimo ang Artem Mangot, pwede na nimo ihuwad diretso sa, well, sa ground because these are plant-based. But katong fossil fuel-based, hindi gud ni pwede nimo gamiton na ilabay because it will contaminate the water table. So in your design, I think it's very important that you should realize that Artem or what we call as the plant base is very important. Okay? Now, again, in some buildings, you have realized ang ilang transformer moabot na kay 2 MVA. Pero iyang load na gani 500 kVA lang. Di ba? Kaysa ato, wa man gud problema sa kuryente before because the kuryente power or the energy cost is very, very cheap. Right now, it's very expensive. So that's why as designers, you need to make it that hindi lang sa dako kayo, hindi lang sa gamay kayo. Okay? The other one is the primary metering and the secondary metering. And in Cebu, if you are 500 kVA up, you are obliged to put a primary metering bulb. Kagawa mo? Kung design gani mo o building, kung maingon ka, well, ang gamito nato 250 kVA, okay lang yung 500. Kaya anyway, di man na kumuha mo palit. But it is very important that you should realize that ako kayo ning bayranan sa atong mga kliyente. Because the moment you put 500 kVA, magputang na mo imong kaugalingon what we call as a metering bulb. Okay, dagko na kayo ng bayranan. And the other thing is, the metering here, since it is in the primary, okay, ang iyang meter makakuha sa mga losses sa atong mga transformers, of course, primary metering man. Diba? Ang meter, kukuha man sa mga losses na naa sa transformer. So, you should, as designers, you take note of this. So, kung 500 kVA ang atong minimum para what we call as a primary metering, tanawan ninyo kung saan ninyo paghimo nga di kaabot og 500. No, this is the thing na akong ma-share, you know, di ba? Di ko maingon nga tangtangi ng equipment, but I think this would be a way what we call as value engineering. Okay? The other one is guaranteed minimum building demand. Sa inyong design, ibutangan ni ninyo perting dakua. Siyempre, tanawon man as utility nga mauning imong demand. So if you have that demand, even though wa na nimo maabot, there would be a demand charge. You get that? Okay. The utilization voltage, ang ato sa una, gamit din nato, most of the buildings, automatic itang 220. But in 220, take note, nga ang iyang, of course, mag-anam kadako ang wire, o sa may metabo. Mag-anam kadako ang kuryente. Ang point na ako is, mag-anam kadako ang voltahe, mag-anam kadako ang kagamay ang kuryente. Kagwa mo? And the current, basically, mao mo na yung computation nato sa wire. If you are going to use 220, kunya, gamiton nimo ang 380, ang wire nga gamiton nimo sa 380, mas gamay sa 220, right? So right now, most of the designs, right now, akong nabantayan, it's a 380. Line to ground, that's 220. Okay? So less wire ang magamit. Electronic metering. In some condominiums, ang atong gigamit yun, katurang metering na analog. So the utility will go each and every unit to read it. If you have this electronic or digital metering, di na mo kinahanglan og meter reader because you can have a control of the total wattage or kilowatt hour na i-read sa kada unit sa imo lang computer. So less ang cost sa atong mga kliyente. Yeah. Next. Switching method. Sa atong eskwelahan, sa amo San Carlos Bangkok Eskwela, inig-on mo, on ng tanang suga, 24, 30 ka buok. Good before because barato pa mang kuryente. But right now, 30 mang mahala. So,
switching is very important in design. Okay? The other one is, I think makabantay mo sa uban ng mga kanang mga malls. Makabantay mo nga ang elevate ang escalator, di magdagan, nagtuutan ng guba, di ba? But right now, some, not hindi man ganing kadaghanan, nagamit sila og sensor. The moment na walay nagamit, wala sila magdagan. The moment na naay mo dool, dagan ang escalator. So as in the design, you could be incorporating that too. Lighting fixture specs, lighting fixture specs, ibaw biyata ang fluorescent na ay balas, ang balas magkaon o power. So basically, we're not actually using right now fluorescent lamps. No? We're using LED. Will incorporate renewable energy sources in lighting and power. Now, in some of the designs, I noticed right now that the common area, ang gigamit kauban nga mga building is using this what we call as the renewable energy source or the solar and also the pumping. Okay? So, we have a law in the Philippines, we call that as the rainwater catchment. So, all buildings in the Philippines are mandated to collect all the rainwater. So, ang uban ng mga owners o mga designers, nagbutang lang sila gamay nga rainwater catchment na murag kahon, pero dili nila butangan o kanabit ng lubot para inignaog o diretso sa ilalom. Why? They don't like that they are going to use pump from getting this water which is in the cistern going up dito sa babaw. So that's why they're using actually solar pumps that that water down here, and then you are going to pump this using your solar pump. Okay? Grounding system is very important. I think part is atong klase, and you go back to that grounding system. Kung ang inyong system dili maayo ang ground, there's so much effect, no? Aside from safety. This one is time of use. Here in Cebu, I think we need to lobby this because in Manila, they have what we call as time of use. What is all about? In some generating plants, let's say they have about 25 or 20 megawatt, say 5 megawatt power. But during the night, ang magamit sa atong mga utility companies is not that high, 5 or 20, masinaalang siguro 3 or 4. So they have extra power na angay unta gamiton. So that's why there is what we call as a time of use. During sa gabi, there is power which is very cheap. Dito sa Manila, some of the designers use this concept to get power from that company because this is very less. Some companies use this power to produce ice and use this ice, okay, and project it to somewhere in the mall para makahatag siya of what we call as cooling effect. Okay? So we don't have time of use, but in Manila, there's time of use here. And Cebu, what we're trying to do probably siguro, maghimo ta as electrical engineers, IIE, atong himuon tanaw na to kung makahimo ba ta na diri sa Cebu. Okay? Thanks. Now, our company also is in design, our company is in maintenance, and these are the things that I could share to you. Electrical audit is very important. So you need to audit, and then probably your clients need to do auditing, no? Para magkibaw. You cannot adjust what you do not know. It's very clear. Where power factor, sa una na ay penalty ang mga building na ilang power factor is below 90, I think, or 80. But right now, it's done. But I think it's very important that you as electrical engineers, you need to make your power factor as low as possible. Manage the demand. Water management is very important also. Ventilation. You need to connect with what we call the mechanical engineers because there are some rooms or some buildings na what we call as the aircon, nasad sila dagko kayong mga fans na mo musuyok, no? So dili compensated, dili maayo ang design kaya ang mga kabugnawon mugawas man kung dili siya balance, okay? Lighting management is the one I was telling you. Grounding system, downgrading of the connected load application. That's one thing, no? Tanaw na to. Ang atong capacity 500 round, ang atong system 2 MBA, why not downgrade it, di ba? And you can make a study, give it to your client, and this is what we can do. We change the 2 MBA to 500 KBA, and this is the cost. And what would be the return of investment? So this is the thing. Challenge din nato ng electrical engineer. Well, you have preventive maintenance. And I think there's a law here in Cebu, and I think in Manila, that all buildings should have electrical engineers. Diba? So kitang tanan nga electrical engineers na agudin pa tayo building nga maintain. But I don't know, it's being followed. It's very important that you, our group as IIEE, tanaw ni nga balaod. Okay? Kanya, one good thing if you have an electrical engineer inside your building, this is the thing that we can do, preventive maintenance. Naagod ang preventive maintenance, mas less ang atong downtime, and probably we will have to cut costs sa atong kliyente. Okay, next. This is something that I share with you because leaking pipes goes back to waste of energy. Di ba? So, kung dili mo tanaw ani, you might think plumbing man na siya. But plumbing actually, it's water. When you think of water, it's connected to power. More water that's wasted, more electricity that's wasted. Leaking, well, pumps, uncontrolled pumping. Well, of course, if you have leaking sa planta, na ako yung maintain ng planta sa una, grabe ang leaking, mauna, tigyon mo gunong o dagan ng pump. So, muna akong ito oversized pump. Sa karaan ng mga building, ang atong pump, perde yung dagua. That's why designers need to coordinate with the plumber or sanitary engineer so that the specifications should be good enough na dili nagsubra, dili sa gamay kayo, so that the power that would be consumed would be enough, no, para sa pagkatigusyo pa ng atong bayante. Collection of rainwater. This is very important because, you know, the Philippines is so rich. Ang atong rainwater is 1.8 liters kada tuig. But the problem is, although we have what we call the rainwater catchment law, we are not practicing this. So this is the reason why the moment it rains, there's flooding already. If you, as electrical engineers, you might have your own building, you might have your own, let's say, consultant sa building. I think it's very important that the rainwater should be collected. Don't just imagine in 1 square meter, you have 1.8 cubic, so yung nakakadaghan sa tubig na naaanak sa 1 square meter lang. Because the volume goes down 1.8, so that's 1.8 cubic meters. That 1 cubic is 10,000, so it's about 18,000, right? Home houses, consider proper orientation, the colors. In 2021, there was a there was this what we call as the ASEAN Summit. So most of the head of states sa ASEAN goes to Cebu City, and there's only one bridge. Ang bridge ka na ng Mactan Cebu Bridge ka ng Karaan. And you realize that pilit ana, daghan kayong mga daghan kayong mga tao nga nagpuyo sa kilid sa bridge. So what do you want? The government wants it nga tan-awon mura og grass. What they did is to paint the houses katong atop green. Ang naitabo, daghan kayong nagdaot dito sa mga tao sa ilalom sa bridge. Kay perting inita. It's very important that we should realize that dark colors absorbs energy, absorbs heat. And bright colors actually reflects heat. What is the reason why 90% of the houses in the Philippines are the roof are colored? Because we want our houses to be incubators. I'm going to go back to paper, okay? Window openings. Ang kaning kadaghanan ninyo magdato kung kaning mga naong, di ba? Kinahanglan jud mo mga windows. Those windows are the entrance of air and exit sa air. The moment there's passive cooling in our house, kita mo kinahanglan daghan tayong electricity, daghan tayong electric fan, daghan tayong what we call air conditioning units. Waste management, gardening, di na ta masabot si President Francisco, taas na itong lecture. Sunod na siguro na, okay? Next. Now, houses, when you are going to have to, i-repair ninyo ang atong roof, what is very important, I suggest that from whatever color, dark color that you are going in there, na din ha, if you're going to repair it, you put beige or white because it reflects heat. 60, 70, sometimes from 50 to 70%, ang room nimo nga kainit is coming from your roof. Timanig yun na ninyo. Okay? Bisan lang gani 50% sa kainit gikan sa roof. So it's time now to retrofit. The moment you're going to change the paint of your roof, it should be bright color. Okay? Next. Windows. Nanglan daghan windows if possible. Okay? So, next. Next. Waste management. Ako na mong tudluan og gamay unsaon ninyo pag manage sa inyong waste, no? Sakit siya nato, namgyud tay mga sobra-sobra, di ba? Yan, kanan butang nato na sa waste basket, wala segregation, kay butang gawas, kaya di makuha sa garbage collector, message kay atong lugar. This is the thing that you're going, as engineers, you need to help. If you have leftovers in the house, katong mga lata o katong mga mumho, kung mo nang gusto ka butang sa usa ka container, unya buy kanang balde. So ang balde, palit og balde nga naay takob. Unya ang lubot tangtanga. Diba mo? After that, you find a place in your house, yun nang i-excavate, ibutang to ang balde. So, silaw sa balde, butangan siguro ni mo katong mga karton or whatever na inyong mabutang. And then, the moment there's waste in the kitchen, put all the waste inside that balde. Then you just cover it. By the way, ang iyang distance from the ground going sa iyang what you call sa ibabaw, sa iyang nabi, is more or less 1 inch para inupuan, dili mo sud ang uwan dito sa balde. Okay, so as you go on, bitang niyo dito punta, kulto, hapon, na ay mga poop sa ero, whatever poop, tayo lang sa tao, butang niyo dito sa sud, then you cover it. After 30, 35 days, it's full, birahon na to nito ang balde. Okay? Pagparin sa balde, takupan ninyo to o whatever takup ninyo, butakan yung bato o whatever, after 90 days, mahimo na tong soil. Mahimo na yung butangan o tanong. Okay? Now, ang katong imong balde nga inibot, balin sa tunay mo sa kilid, at sa mo to, ibutang ang balde para ibutangan na sa tunay mo. Wait. Gagawa mo? This is very important to everyone because, din sa Cebu or anywhere else where you live, kadaghanan nato, diretso na itong labay. The moment we throw it, we put that in the landfill, it actually brings greenhouse gas or what we call as the methane gas to the atmosphere. And it is not good for us. It is what we call as a self-destruct. Okay? Now, this is my garden here in the house. We make Magnami garden. We have our own garden. And this is what we call the aquaponics. I have a fish down sa ubos. Yung poop sa fish, akong gilabay sa ibabaw para sa akong tanom. So, akong tanom, ako kang i-feed ang fish. So, it's a closed loop. Okay? What we call as aquaponics. The next. Now, additional important initiative. So, ako ni as electrical engineers, I know that you know this, but you are not actually practicing this. As electrical engineers, we need to, we need to bring this forward to our friends, our brothers, and relatives. In TV, you know for a fact that kinahanglan kita, we need to buy big TV. Kamindot kayo tanaon, right? And we need to use to on and off using what? Using the remote control. And you know for a fact that when you are going to off the TV using your remote control, the screen is off, but the TV is on. Everybody knows that. Right? So, kung imong TV dako kayo, na kay 10 centavos o 5 centavos kada oras nga gibayaran sa utility company. You multiply it by 24 hours, you multiply it by 7 days, you multiply it in 30 days, mao na gibayaran nimo. Let us say nagbayad mo og let us say 30 pesos. Let's say 20 pesos kada buwan. Masaya na, di ba? Right? Multiply it by 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Masaya na, di ba? Computer, mao gihapon. The most important thing I would suggest is that kung along di yun na ninyo hulbuton lang, you buy something like a power strip. Kung katong na ay outlet, at the same time na ay switch. So that you go out from the house, you you off of course you off using your remote, but you off the total of using the power strip. Okay? Electric iron. Electric iron, ng inyong mate, it is 1,000 watts. And Cebu, if you're going to use 1,000 watts, patang limog 1 hour, that's 1 kilowatt hour, you are going to pay about 14 to 15 pesos per hour. So in as much as possible, sundayan ninyo inyong katabang, na in as much as possible, prepare everything sa wa pa mo mangutaw para ikutaw na diretso-diretso na. Dili mo abot og 3 or 4 hours na mangutaw, di ba? Electric iron, ECU. This is one of my experience about ECU. It's very important because most of us use ECU. In ECU, you know for a fact, there are 2 motors. The first motor is the compressor, and the second motor is what we call as the fan. If you have a 1 horsepower, normally you have 1,000, actually 746, but basically that's the lowest, it's about 1,000. So if 1,000 in 1 hour, the power times the time, which is 1 hour, it's 1 kilowatt hour. 1 kilowatt hour in Cebu is 13 to 15 pesos per kilowatt hour. Now, in a 1 horsepower, more or less the motor that's used for the compressor is something like 90%, and for the fan it's about 10%. So pasaputan na kung muhunong ang imong wala magdagan ang imong power para sa 90%, right? So that is the reason why we Filipinos and Asians should understand that the comfort cooling for Asians is 24 degrees centigrade. And this is our comfort cooling. What is comfort cooling? Cooling sa comfort. Meaning to say, kung naata din naatay aircon, dili ta mamaypay, dili sa ta maghabol or cold, di ba? Kabantay mo sa IT park, ang mga tao, inita, of cold, because the moment they get inside the office, it's too cold actually. Same way in our house. I was mentioning about the color of the roof. There's no much opening. So we're making the house incubator. So gusto man tang mahimong incubator, atong gihimo sunod, palita og electric fan na 24 hours or probably air conditioning unit. So when we use the air conditioning unit, we don't use it in a proper way. We use it 18 degrees or 16 degrees centigrade. Kasi yung pinakakusgan. Now, if you're going to use that, the compressor doesn't stop. I'm going to say you're going to pay 15 pesos per hour. If you're going to use 24 degrees centigrade using your control, at 24, which is comfort cooling, dili ka siguton, the compressor will be off. And you will be only paying probably about 2 pesos per hour. Diba? So it is very important that you guys in your house, in your whatever, you could probably share it with your friends. To bring down the cost of electricity, use use the air conditioning units in a way that it is what we call efficient way. There's so many people like we need to buy inverter. That's good enough. Well, you buy inverter, this is good. But if you're not going to use the inverter air cons in a manner that it should be done, the same, this happened. Years before, I was consultant in one of the hospitals. Our bills is 3 million. I told them we need to change our aircon because it's dilapidated, it's very old to inverter type. When we changed the inverter type, our bills went up to 4 million. So among itanaw, almost all of the control is about 16, 17, 18. So the inverter doesn't work at all. Hindi ka na ma-off, no? What happens? Itangtang na mo ang tanan ng mga control, itutang na mo, 23, 22. It went down to 2 million. So, even though you have an inverter type and you don't know how to use it, then that's useless. Okay? Cell phone. Every time you use a cell phone, you have 1 watt. Kung watt na ninyo ita. There's so many cell phones all over the Philippines. Kitang tanan, dili mo ibot, this is not good for everyone. So you could share it to your friends, your family members, to everybody. But if you have a cell phone charger which is not used, you inyo ng tangkamon, okay? Unplug it, okay? And others. Next. I'm going to show it to you, no? Ako gining gipicturan para mutuo mo. Next. Mauni, during the time na nagamit ko sa aking TV. Kung akong i-off, paong ang TV, you still have power that's coming in. So, klaro kay na, nga bisag wa na ko gamita, actually nagsigit ang bayad sa utility company. Okay? Sa computer, this is my computer in the house. That is the power rating kilowatt 0.065 at the time, and then without, what's gamay pero imo nang bayaran sa usa sa katuig. Dako man na, di ba? Okay, next. TV usage, computer, refrigerator. Okay, yan naman ako. Well, now, this is my dream. Probably in the future, akong istorya ganina na Chris, nato 20 million before ang atong land. Karon wala kabot usa ka milyon. That's why nireklamo ta nganong init kaayo. Because there's no more trees. Kung anong flooding. Grabe na kay wanay magkumpot sa what we call sa tubig nituan. It is, I think, everyone's responsibility as electrical engineers because we are one of the culprit of, progress. Hindi na pagmulik tag kwarta o diyan tabo di ay naghimo tag self-destruct sa atong kaugalingon. We hope that one day IIEE will have IIEE Paris Park Playground. Okay na, atong pakpakan ng IIEE siguro. We hope that we have this kind of thing in the future. Okay? Next. This is what we call as a banana circle. So all the waste that's coming from my laundry, I put that inside. But again, I'll probably next presentation. Okay. Kung sa may nakabigyan siya taga Cebu din eh. Kung taga Cebu, this is Jones Avenue. Kita mo anak na mga kanang Indian Creek going to Puente, right? Yeah. In 2010, that was my last term. Pangutana ko sa mga kauban. Kung napakay time, di ba, mahimo kang executive, legislative man, kung sa may imong kang himuon, tingnan ako, if only I have a way, I will uproot all those Indian trees and I'm going to replace with fruit tree. Ikan din ha, nangka, guyabano, nangka, tunga-tunga na ay tanunggay, o diba na ay lemongrass, o diba? Ingon sila tinunto man na, kawaton man na, Nestor. Ingon ano man day, pwede ramang gani butangan, pwede kawaton. Diba? I think, you can just think of that. Next. So, morning, dakit dito sa St. Peter, bitaw. Okay? Mauna, kani akong propose, pero hindi na mahimo. Yun na lang, ato ko na nag-i-hold ninyo. Probably you will be a mayor one day, the town to probably do that. So, morning, akong gisulti kanina. Ang atong Philippines is 30 million hectares. In 1900, 20 million. In 1938, 16 million ang atong green na forested. 1988, 800. Karon 2022, base og 200 na lang na. So, as electrical engineers, we need to plant more and grow more. Okay? Next. Okay, mo to 1900, di ba? Okay. Okay. This is the thing I'm going to show you. I'm campaigning for sustainable transportation. That's why naagud ko'y usa ka trike nga maghakot yun og garbage na carbon to bring the garbage to the house and then use that garbage to produce what we call a vermicast. And here, last December 8th, I was able to buy what we call a full electric vehicle. This is a Nissan Leaf. The battery power is about 40 kilowatt. And in one charging, it can run 330 kilometers. Now, in one slow charge, it's about 10 to 14 hours. Now, in every hour, the moment you on the slow charging, the power is 2.2 kilowatt. When you say so, 2.2 kilowatt in 1 hour is 2.2 kilowatt hour. So more or less 30 pesos per hour. I'm going to charge that in 10 hours. So I'm going to if I'm going to use Beco Power, I only pay 300 pesos sa usa ka full charge. If I'm going to use an ordinary car, you are going to full charge the full tank 6,000 pesos. So you know the difference. So that's why in the future, I think it's very important that you guys buy your own electric vehicle. The other thing is this, because I have a solar panels at the house, I will charge this the vehicle using solar. Meaning to say it's free. I'm going to use that in the office and going back to the house. I'm going to use this electric car to be used as a power to my house because it's 40 kilowatt. So can you just imagine it? You have free power from the sun. Of course, your free power actually coming from your car. Okay, I think that's good enough. Next. Okay, so orientation of the house is very important when going to make the house. Okay, the next thing is okay. Next. Okay, next. By the way, since I'm talking about solar, I think there's so many of you knows about solar, but I just like to share this with you that solar doesn't have an efficient collection if you are not going to face the correct the correct direction. Normally, it's going to be somewhere at the south, 14 degrees. Why? Because that is north, that is the south, that is the east, that is the west. So the orientation should be south, more or less, okay, at certain degrees of 14 to 15, because the sun energy comes from the east. The sun goes to your solar, at 8 o'clock goes there, at 12 goes there, 1 o'clock goes until 6 o'clock, by 2 o'clock. So if your orientation is somewhere at the north, of course 50% lang, right? So that is the reason why when you put something like solar, you should have the right orientation. Okay? This is my house. I do that already. Next one. Next one. Next. Next. Okay. Filtration system. Most electrical engineers know this. No? The EER. The more EER, mas dako ang EER, mas mahal, pero mas gamay og bayad ang kuryente. We call that as the energy efficiency ratio. So mapalit nga nimo og refrigerator or mga kaliwat, mapalit mo og certain equipment or appliance, the EER tanawon gid na ninyo kung mas gamay, mas barato kay dakong bayaran sa kuryente. So ang EER mas taas, that's the best. Okay? Now, next. I don't have to, yeah. Okay, next. So this is the house which I actually made, which is 48 square meters. And sometimes I don't pay the bills. I don't know if I have the bills here. Can you go further? Go further. Can you go further? You see what's that? That's negative. That's the power bill coming from there. So if you have a net meter, you will have sometimes a negative power. Okay? Because this my house is the first meter being metered by Beco using the net metering. So, next. Conclusion, I think this is the last. the biggest threat to humanity and of course to all of us is the destruction of the sources of life. No? In order for us to sustain the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations, as electrical designers, practitioners, whoever we are, we should take part in protecting the environment to sustain life and economic progress by incorporating practical green initiative practices in our profession. We should have started it yesterday, but I think we can still do a lot today. Okay, so there's a saying that you only protect what you love only what you understand only what you are taught. So I think right now I have shared to you the things I have learned. I think you need to share it to your friends so that we could, of course, we could, protect our environment. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Archibald, for that very interesting topic. So we have now the certificate, the plaque of appreciation. Uh, for big taking. So plaque of appreciation is given to as technical resource speaker on the topic practical green initiatives for sustainable future. In the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at Sky Hall A and B SMC side South Road Properties, Cebu City. Given this 29th day of July 2022, signed VP External Affairs Ronmal Gonzalez and advisor also Sir Erwin Salvador, also signed IIE Chapter President Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. and the Regional Governor of Region 7 of Eastern and Central Visayas, Brian A. Pastulan. So we have the honor for Ronmal Gonzalez. So congratulations, Sir Archibald, for being the speaker number 16.
Thank you so much, sirs, for such an informative presentation. And at this juncture, we will call in the fourth silver sponsor, the Zenith United Electric Corporation. Once again, the Zenith United Electric Corporation. The Energy Management Manager, Mr. Ronaldo DC Galang. A round of applause.
First of all, I'd like to thank you to Sir Nestor for the wonderful presentation, for his advocate to our nature. And this one, also technologies in our market to help in compliance in green building code of the Philippines. So our product is occupancy sensor. It's a motion detection device that used to save energy, and this one is provide automatic control, comply with the green building codes. So as you can see, the lights will automatically turn on once you enter in the given space, and it will automatically turn off when you out for the space. So occupancy sensors have three technologies. Just remember this. So the first one is the passive infrared, or what you call the PIR.
The second one is the ultrasonic. And then the third one is the microphonic technology. So passive infrared required you line of sight. So meaning if you use this sensor, this one is required for the open space. So do not use this one in confined space. There is the time that it will commit faults of state. Mamatayan tayo pag wala tayong motion. So the good thing for the PIR sensor, this one detects the human body heat. So it will not detect any insects, any pets. This one only detect the human, the heat of the human. So again, as we required, please use this one in open areas. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for waiting, no? So, again, we have the three types of technology. The first one is the passive infrared, then the second one is the ultrasonic, then the third one is microphonics. So, as I discussed later, the occupancy sensor for the PIR detects human body heat when using the passive infrared, and this one required the line of sight. And then the second technology we have is ultrasonic technology. For the ultrasonic technology, this one is advisable to use in confined areas because this one transmitter, and it transmit the 412 kilohertz. And then this one also receive the 412 kilohertz at least adapt to Doppler effect. So this one is advisable to confined space, but please, if you use this one, just avoid to the uh, airflow or for the aircon because this one can commit the faults on state. But we have the advanced technology right now in the market. This is what you call the microponics technology. So microponics technology, you use the advanced digital acoustic. It filters the detection of human versus doon sa noise na nanggagaling sa environment. For example, if we have the genset right here, so microponics know that the noise is coming from the genset. The microponics can also hear the sounds of tickling of the clock. So yung mga relos natin naririnig ng microponics. So this is the advanced filtering right now and patented to sensor switch. And this one is the best to use in best to use in incorporation with the passive infrared. What do you call this? The passive dual technology. So as a market competition, as a market comparison, here with you can see the actual photos of passive infrared and ultrasonic. Then some of our market brands right now, this one integrate so that they have the multi-technology sensors to avoid the pulse off given by the passive infrared and pulse on by the ultrasonic. What we have right now is microphonic technology, the microphone inside the sensor. So it will give you a passive dual technology. Using passive dual technology, you can turn back to the sensor. It can detect the hand movement, the minor motion. And somehow it's not affected by the interference. Not unlike for the ultrasonic, it's very prone for the interference. So why do we use the occupancy sensor? The first one is to save energies because when you leave, it will automatically turn off. Then the second one, it eliminates the human intervention. So right now, we are in the pandemic season. If you use occupancy sensor, especially on the common toilets, anyone can enter in the common toilets looking for the switch to turn on the lights. But if you use this one, the lights will automatically turn on. So it will avoid the human intervention. So na-avoid na po yung paghawak natin sa mga switches. And syempre, it will reduce the work task and save for the operation costs. And lastly, this one comply with the Green Building Codes of the Philippines, the PD 1096. What is PD 1096? So again, the World Council building developed the sustainable goals in providing efficiency in our environment. So in World Green Building Council, here with the members, and as I highlighted, there is the two commonly in Philippines. The first one is the LEED, and then the other one is Verde. This one facilitated by PLGBC, the Green Building Codes. So, Green Building Code of the Philippines have voluntary agencies for the Verde and LEEDs. And then for the category ratings, as you can see for the Verde is around rating for the 1 to 5 star, and then for the LEED, it will certify the building until to the platinum. It depends on the category of the buildings. So how we do for the green building? So as you can see, the PD 1096 was adopted late June 2015. This one is mandated by the DPWH. So under energy efficiency, there is four commonly type of controls. The first one is the daylight provision. The second one is daylight controlled lighting system. The number three is the lighting power density. And then the number four is occupancy sensor. This one is mandated by the DPWH. And under section 10.6.4, the occupancy sensor for lighting, there is general requirements of occupancy sensor linked in lighting shall be installed in areas with variable occupancy, such as corridors, private office, storage, common areas, stair, and other similar areas. So pati yung mga basement parking, it must be 60% dapat meron ng occupancy sensor under Green Building Code of the Philippines. So herewith the LGU strictly implemented in Green Building Code. In Cebu, Mandaue City is strictly implementing the PD 1096. So we have two kinds of sensor. The first one is the line voltage, and then the other one is the low voltage sensor. As you can see, there's a wall-mounted type up to wide view sensor. And for the low voltage, as you can see, there is an power supply. So here with the wiring diagram, as you can show the line voltage occupancy sensor, and here with the low voltage occupancy sensor. Okay. So if we have the wall type sensor, so you can use this one in electrical room and in bathroom. So ideal to use in bathroom for your 2-channel wall type sensor. When you enter in the bathroom, the lights and ventilation will automatically turn on. And then when you leave, there is a certain time that the lights will turn off first before the ventilation. The process is to push the odor in the given space. So that's we have the two controls in one sensor for the wall mounted type. And also this one is 180 degrees radius and the detection up to 12 meters. And also we have the ceiling mounted type. It comes with 360 view. And for the small motion, it use 3.7 meters. And then for the large motion, it will have the 8.5 meters. So ganun nakalaki yung detection niya. For the ceiling mounted, here with the areas where we can advise to use using the PTT technology. For the workstation up to office pantry and conference room. For the ceiling mounted, we have the server room for the large area until utility room. And also we have the fixture mount sensor. This one can adapt the ceiling height up to 13.7 meters. So this one is advisable for the warehousing and logistic area. And also we have the sensor that can adapt in weatherproof or IP-based setup. This one is IP66. There's a delay in connection, sorry for that. Okay, where is the IP66 sensor? You can use this one in the perimeter, and then it also have a built-in daylight sensor. So what is daylight sensor for this one? when the uh, night will occur, the daylight sensor will turn on the lights, but it will not detect any occupancy. It will dim the light. And in the morning, the daylight sensor will automatically turn off the light. So that's the daylight sensor, or sometimes they call it photocell. So this one we use in cold storage because our sensor for IP base IP66 can stand up to negative 40 degree Celsius or negative 40 degree Fahrenheit. So for the low voltage, we use the power supply. You can use up to 14 sensors, low voltage. You can use an identical sensor or different type of sensor. So this one can be used in basement parking and emergency exit door. So we also have the wide view sensor that can adapt up to 12.2 meters. This one can use in archway or long corridor. So we have the different application in every different location. So another, we have the low voltage bypass switches. We have also the conventional bypass switches. This is an important one when you experience trouble in occupancy sensor. The low voltage bypass switches can adapt in low voltage system. It requires the power supply. And then the low voltage bypass switches can be programmable. So you can program it. For example, you will turn off the light by 10 minutes delay, 15 minutes delay. You can program the low voltage bypass switches. But using the traditional or conventional, especially on retrofitting projects, so we have the three types of bypass. The first one is the override off. The override off using, if you use this one as an override, you can turn off the light while inside in the room. So meaning kung may mga presentations, you can turn off and then you can do the projector. Then the secondly is to force on. This one is to bypass the sensor and it will directly to the line. So kapag may mga times that we need the lights is on, so we use the force on. So wag nagkaroon din ng trouble yung sensor natin. And thirdly, we do the combination. The override off and force on in two gang switches. So when using the override off, we use the single pole, single throw switch. And for the force on, we use the single pole, double throw switch or the three-way. Okay, let's adapt it in the wiring diagram. So as you can see, the wiring diagram for the low voltage, for the line voltage sensor, the line will go to the sensor in the black wire, and then the another black wire from the return of from the load, and then the neutral wire goes to load side. When we adapt the bypass for the conventional, here with our wiring diagram. So if our connection for the single pole double throw switch was connected for the 0 and 1 connection, the operation is direct on the line. And for the 0-3 connection, it will adapt the operation of the sensor. So this one has a selection, either you can use the sensor or directly to the line. So that's the single pole double throw switch. And also you can use the single pole, single throw in turning off and turning on the lights. As you can see, we also have the wiring runs, so you can know how many wires and what size of wire and conduits will put inside in the pull box. So our innovative technologies comes with miswire protection. You can interchange the two wire, the black wire. So there's no problem in the fault connection if you interchange the two black wire. So it has also self-calibrating daylight controls, as I said, the daylight sensor, and we use the microphonics technology as advanced detection. And our device, especially for the wall-mounted sensor, can now be convertible to neutral. If the supply on the projects is line to line or line to neutral, so the wall type sensor can adapt both line voltage system. So okay. Some of our sensors now can be controlled in the mobile phone using the PLP, the visible light programming. So we have the model that you can do the programming and control using your mobile phone via internet. Then also when we uh, need or require the occupancy sensor, this is very important, the life cycle. So the life cycle of the sensor, as you can see, is the how long the electromechanical will works for that sensor. In our power pack, we have the 400,000 cycles. So meaning for the one cycle, the load will turn on and turn off. That's the one cycle. So given for 1 year, 365 days for 100 times operation. So we have the 36,500 cycle per year. So if we have the 400,000 cycle in our electromechanical relays, so our sensor can adapt up to 10.96 years. So it depends, the computation is based on the 100 cycle per day. So pwede pa siyang maghumaba. So in lighting, we consider the burning hours. But in occupancy sensor, please consider the life cycle or the electromechanical relay cycle. Our solution is from explosion protection. We also have the ventilation, the low voltage, conduits, control, automation, lighting and grounding. We also have the cable, power cable, and industrial lighting solutions. So here with our some brands for the lighting, we have the Litonia, Bright, Lewis. And for the electrical, so we also have the Crossley, Hello Cabel, Kamap, and Union. So here with our some of our electrical products. I know some of you is familiar with these products. And for the ventilation, we have the Indola, Max Air, and Pro-An. So our booth is location is booth number 8. And also we have Cebu base located in Apple 1 in Equicom Tower. If you need to assist for Cebu-based projects, so we have Cebu office. And for Manila, our head office is located in Lemarben 2 buildings, Santa Cruz. So for the last slide, I'll show you here with our campaign. Right now, especially we are in the pandemic. God bless.
So thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much from Zinet United Electric Corporate. Yes, may I request you please, sir, to be at the center. May we have the plaque of appreciations and same citation with the other sponsor for the silver sponsors signed by VP Technical Affairs IIE Cebu Chapter Ronmar Gonzalez, also the president of IIE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., technical consultant and advisor engineer Erwin J. Salvador, and the regional governor of Region 7 of Eastern and Central Visayas, Brian Pasilan. So thank you so much, and we have both the opportunity, sir, yes, for representing. Okay, thank you so much, sir, and congratulations from the silver sponsor, Zinet Electric Corporation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Up next is our first gold sponsor. May I call in Phelps Dodge Philippine Energy Product Corporation. Let's give them a round of applause.
So once again, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm J. Martin Rubiano from Phelps Dodge, Technical Engineer. And before I start, I would like to thank IIEE, Eastern and Central Visayas, for inviting us to present our product offerings for this afternoon. So this will be our outline for today. So we will discuss the various value engineering solutions that we offer in the market. Okay, next. So basically, our presentation will be, I will try to finish it within 40 minutes. And then later on, I will play some of the videos that we have, no? Para mas magkaroon tayo ng idea kung paano ba ginagawa yung mga products na to. Okay? So first is the presentation outline. No? So we'll discuss quickly yung company background ni Phelps Dodge. And then we'll go through yung mga value engineering solution. So under that, we have yung PD Alumilite or yung aluminum building wire. So siguro some of you already are familiar with this product. No? So ito yung, instead of using copper, we can use PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. And then next would be yung metal clad cable or yung MC cable. So ito yung MC cable, isa din siya sa new product namin na ino-offer that you can use instead of using yung mga conduit wiring, you can use this one. So later on, pakita ko rin yung cable construction niya. And then we will also be tackling yung branch cable. So ito naman is pwede siyang pamalit for mga conventional wiring or mga bus duct natin, especially for mga medium rise or mga high rise applications. And then lastly, we would like to inform you that we also have yung VersaDuct busway or yung bus duct system namin. No? So later on, we will go through that. Okay? And then our last topic would be PD Engage. So ito yung after sales services po namin sa company. So kung ano yung laman ng PD Engage, we'll go through that later on. Okay? Next. So yung company background. So our plant po is located inside the Hacienda Luisita sa Tarlac. So we have ISO certifications, quality management, and environmental management certification. Just in case if you are interested to conduct virtual plant tour or plant tour, we have yung booth dun. Please approach na lang siguro yung mga sales namin, no? Sila Sir Mark, si Hill, and then also si Darin. So later on, i-post ko din yung mga contact details nila. So just in case if you're interested to see kung paano ba ginagawa yung mga cable, so we would be happy to we would be happy to invite you, no, to conduct yung mga plant tour. Okay, next. So for our product certification, so sa mga building wires po namin, both copper and aluminum, we have UL or Underwriters Laboratories, and then Bureau Product Standard. And then for medium voltage power cables from 5 kV up to 35 kV, we can manufacture that. So we have KEMA and Power Lab, third-party certificate. And then yung mga fire-rated cables natin, kung familiar kayo dun sa mga orange wire, so we can also manufacture that sa Tarlac. And then we have third-party certification po from TUV. Next. So first, we will discuss yung PB Alumilite or yung aluminum building wire. So instead of using copper nga, you can use this one. So ito yung cable construction comparison niya, no? So kung mapapansin nyo, ang main difference lang nila is the conductor. So instead of using copper conductor, we will use yung aluminum conductor. So sa copper, di ba, usually na ginagamit natin dyan is yung compressed stranded. Sa aluminum is we will do compact stranded, no? So basically, ang technique natin is to convert, in order to convert from copper to aluminum, we need to upsize yung cross-sectional area by 2 AWG sizes bigger. So the reason for that, kaya natin kailangan i-upsize is to compensate dun sa conductivity ng copper, which is 100%. Yung aluminum is 61% lang. No? Kung mapapansin nyo sa insulation and jacket, it's the same. We use the same PVC and yung nylon natin. Okay? So for PD Alumilite, ang smallest size po na in-offer namin is 6 AWG or 14 millimeters squared and above. No? So yung mga maliliit kasi, yung mga circuit sizes, we don't manufacture that. Although we can do it, pero kasi yung mga wiring devices natin, it can only accommodate yung mga copper conductors. No? Yung mga terminals nila is for copper lang. So syempre, hindi naman natin pwede i-connect yung aluminum conductor sa copper terminal. So ano mangyayari if we connect the similar metals? So we will be having galvanic corrosion. No? Next. And then ito yung sample conversion. So gaya na sinabi ko kanina, we need to upsize. So this is parang direct equivalent na conversion from copper to aluminum. So sa left side ng screen nyo, you can see yung copper ampacity versus dun sa nasa right side is aluminum ampacity. So smallest natin na pwedeng convert sa aluminum is 8 millimeters squared. So equivalent niya is 14 mm squared. So kung mapapansin nyo, it's the same ampacity, 50 amperes na. And so on. No? So ganyan po tayo magpo-convert from copper to aluminum. Next, Dal. So some of the advantages of using PD Alumilite. So number one, it's cost-effective versus copper. Especially right now, medyo talagang nagtataasan na yung mga prices ng mga raw materials, etc. No? So marami na rin pong nag-i-inquire sa amin or babalak na gumamit ng aluminum conductor, especially for mga building wires. So dahil it's cost-effective, roughly it's 30 to 40%, no? Ang masisave po namin when using aluminum building wire. Okay? And then in terms of weight, so isa pang advantage niya, so yung aluminum building wire po natin is lesser in terms of weight by 50%. No? So mas magaan siya. So meaning during cable pulling, so possible na mas lesser yung manpower na kailangan natin. Okay? And then it's safe and reliable. So it's been widely used sa US and Canada since the 1980s. So sa Pilipinas po, we started offering this since 2008. So at least 14 years na po na ginagamit to locally. So by the way, etong product na to, hindi po namin siya ino-offer commercially sa mga dealers, no? Mga hardware stores. Kasi hindi naman po lahat ng electricians natin alam na kung paano po i-connect yung aluminum. No? So ano yung mga kailangan nating tingnan or checklist to install yung mga aluminum building wires. Especially kailangan natin ng mga connectors na tama, like dual rated connectors. Papakita ko sa inyo mamaya. Okay? Next. Then ito lang, sample conversion lang. For example, ang default design natin is 250 mm squared, no, sa copper. So sa aluminum, ang equivalent niya is 375 mm squared. So it's lighter by 50%. Yung aluminum pa rin natin, mas magaan siya. And then it's only bigger by 15%. No? So maliit lang po yung in-increase niya in terms of outer diameter or overall diameter. No? Kasi we use compacting technology. No? And then ito yung certifications namin from Underwriters Laboratory. So yung PD Alumilite po namin is strictly UL. So we use AWG sizes for this one. And then ito yung clause sa electrical codes natin and PEC and NEC. No? So under chapter 3.10.14, so nakikita nyo dyan, aluminum alloy 8000 series can be used for mga building wires natin. So it's allowed in our electrical code. And then for the installed cost comparison, to give you an idea, no? So syempre, yung kanina yung sinabi ko 30 to 40% in cable to cable cost lang. So what if consider natin yung mga other materials or other factors like yung mga conduits, no? Yung installation or labor cost. So ano magiging savings natin? Okay? So for example, ito yung initial design natin. So initially, we have 100 meters length ng cable and then ang default design natin would be copper THM na for conductor 250 plus ground which is installed in IMC. No? So i-convert natin siya into aluminum. No? So same installation, manner of installation, we will also install it in IMC. No? So considering yung mga material cost, yung mga dual rated connectors, conduit, possible kasi tayo na mag-increase in size ng conduit. So at least siguro one trade size bigger. No, kasi lumaki yung overall diameter niya. And then we will also be factoring in yung labor cost. So what would be our savings for this one? So ang savings natin would be around 29 to 30% pa rin by using aluminum building wire. No? So installed in IMC. So number one savings natin, majority ng savings natin would be coming from the cable cost. No? So yung metal kasi copper versus aluminum in terms of sa world market medyo malayo. Yung copper kasi it ranges from 8,000 up to 10 or 11,000 for the past year. Yung aluminum natin nag-range lang siya ng 2,500 to 3,500. So mas volatile kasi yung copper natin. Okay? And then mas mataas siya yung price niya in terms of dun sa world market natin. So US dollar per metric ton. Okay? So yan, we will save at least 29 to 30% for this team. Next. And then ito, same size ng conductor. Papalitan lang natin yung IMC ng PVC. So what would be our savings? So sa PVC installation, it's around 34-35%. So mas higher siya by 5%. Kasi yung PVC natin is mas lesser yung value niya. No? Okay? So yan po yung masasave natin in using aluminum building wire. And then ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, if you use PD Alumilite, we need to use yung dual rated connector. So ito po yung dual rated connectors na tinatawag. So it can accommodate both copper and aluminum conductor. So it's a special alloy, no? And then dapat nakikita nyo naka-embed dyan, no? Nakalagay AL9CU, meaning it can be used for aluminum 90 degrees copper. Okay? So actually we can also supply this together with the cable so we can bundle it. Okay? So yun kasi nagiging gray area minsan halimbawa, umorder sa amin ng aluminum building wire and then yung ibang umorder or personnel or yung mga procurement natin, for example, hindi sila familiar na aluminum ang ginagamit. So minsan pang-copper yung connectors na nabibili. So nagiging doble yung trabaho. So that's why we opted to stock yung mga connectors na ito, no? To bundle it. Okay? And then for our project references, so almost all ng big developers po nakagamit na ng aluminum building wire. So sila SM, Microworld, Ayala, etc. So nakagamit na po sila. Okay? So some of our project references includes SM Marina, SM Aura. So si SM kasi usually they use it for feeder sizes. Feeder lines. Ito rin pala, SMC site. Gumamit po sila ng aluminum building wire for this. Okay? Then Torre de Manila, Venice, Grand Canal. Those are the project references na gumamit ng mga aluminum building wire. Okay? So our next topic would be yung metal clad cable or yung MC cable na tinatawag namin. So basically, itong MC cable, pwede mo siyang pamalit for the conduit wiring system natin. So pag gumamit ka ng MC cable, you don't need to use conduit na. You eliminate the use of the conduit. So basically, it's a factor assembled cable with interlocking armoring. So we have two types for this one. No? So we can use it for indoor application, yung nasa right side. And then we also have yung for outdoor application, itong nasa left side na with jacketed or with PVC outer sheet. So itong may color black. Okay? For the conductor, actually we can do all copper or aluminum. And then for the insulation, typically parang ano lang siya, parang multi-core lang yung principle niya, multi-core na THHF. So we use yung PVC and nylon. And then yung armoring namin, we use aluminum strip armoring. No? So yung aluminum strip armoring natin, it will act as the conduit na. No? So kaya we don't need to use conduit for this one. So yung aluminum strip armoring, it's also flexible. Okay? Typically, we also supply this for low voltage pa lang right now. But we can do also medium voltage, no? Pero as of the moment, wala pa pong gumamit ng medium voltage for MC cable. No? So lahat po is for low voltage applications pa lang. Next. And then it's also UL listed. No? So we have UL certification for this one. Next. And then for the applications of MC cable, so usually ginagamit po siya sa almost all ng building types application like mga stadiums, schools, high-rise buildings, etc. Mga planta, industrial plants, mga warehouses, so pwede rin po siya. Basta conduit wiring, papalitan natin by using MC cable, pwede po yan. And then advantages of using MC cable, so number one, it's all-in-one factory assembled, factory tested. So before namin siya i-deliver sa site, we also test it sa planta namin sa Tarlac. And then yung armoring niya is strong, lightweight, and then durable. So it's corrosion, rodent, and termite resistant. When you say corrosion resistant, hindi po nangangalawang yung armoring na yan. No? So unlike kasi meron tayong available na parang ganito yung wire, we call it BX wire. No? So yung BX wire kasi ang naging problema niya is they use steel for the armoring. So kaya ang nangyari dahil steel yung ginamit nila, nangalawang over time. Not unlike this one, we use aluminum strip armoring, so it's corrosion resistant. Next. And then it's also highly flexible, so it's not limited to 4 of 90-degree bend rule. So di ba pagka meron tayong conduit wiring, we need to use full box pagka meron tayong 4 of 90-degree bends. So sa MC cable, we eliminate the conduit, we also eliminate the full box. Kasi in terms of number of bends, it's unlimited po pag gumamit tayo ng MC cable. Okay? And then it also meets yung requirements natin for both NEC and PEC. So nasa chapter 3.30 po yan. Nakalagay po doon yung metal clad cables. So you can use it. And then isang advantage pa by using MC cable is we reduce yung installation steps by 30 to 40%. So if you imagine, mas mabilis po siyang install versus sa conduit wiring. So sa conduit wiring kasi medyo complicated pa or medyo mahaba pa yung process natin when installing device. For example, we will do the conduit support installation, conduit bending, etc. So sa MC cable, so kailangan lang po natin ng hangers, no? So we need to use yung unistrut, threaded rod, and then clamp. And then we can lay the cable. So mas simplified yung process na. So mas mabilis po siyang install. Okay? And then it also reduces yung risk of damage during cable pulling. 'Di ba? Minsan kasi may na-encounter kami. Pagka conduit wiring halimbawa, no, naghila, pagka may mga debris or hindi masyadong nalinis yung conduits, no, or yung mga edges natin di nalagyan ng proper fittings, so nangyayari na damage yung nylon natin which is natutuklap siya. So dito naiiwasan natin yung mga problema na yun by using MC cable. Okay? And then it also takes 20 to 30% in terms of space requirements. Kung napansin nyo kanina, yung MC cable natin is 100% filled siya, no? Not unlike sa conduit wiring, we need to refer sa PEC kung ilan yung number of current carrying conductors. No? So kung ilan yung percentage fill na conduit na allowed doon sa size na yun. Okay? And then in terms of overall bending radius, no? So sa conduit wiring, it's 6 times versus sa MC cable 7 times. So it's almost the same. Okay? And then actually you can also use MC cable pala for high-rise application or riser application. So ito kung makikita nyo, meron lang siyang additional layer na PVC bedding. So syempre pagka in-install natin yung MC cable for riser application, medyo kalaban niya yung gravity, di ba? So yung possible na yung conductor medyo gumalaw or mag-slide pababa. So that's why we put yung PVC bedding to minimize yung effect ng gravity. No? Para pag ginamit siya for riser application. And then meron din siyang next. Meron din siyang special clamp that we need to use for riser application, no? So we need to use yung gravity grip na clamp. So sa mga horizontal regular, yung mga regular clamp lang pwede na po. Pero pagka mga high-rise application as riser cable, ito po yung gagamitin natin. So we can also supply this together with the cable, no? Para hindi lang siya mag-slide, hindi lang mag-slide yung conductor natin. Okay, so ito po siya. And then for the maximum packaging ng MC cable for both copper and aluminum, so sa copper, ang smallest natin actually is 2.0 and above. No? So sa mga circuit sizes and then medium sizes, we can do up to 1,000 meters per reel. And then for the feeder sizes, we can do 250 up to 500 meters per reel. Depende po sa number of conductors and sa size ng conductor natin. Okay? So ito naman po, yung mga size ng conductor, grounding conductor natin, it can vary. Depende dun sa request ng client namin. So ito is based sa minimum grounding size dun sa electrical code lang. So, pwede natin siyang mabago. Okay? And then for the aluminum, it's the same. No? So sa mga maliliit, 1,000 meters per reel. And then sa malalaki, we can do 500 meters per reel. No? Okay? Ito. And then to give you an idea for the installed comparison by using MC cable, compare natin siya sa conduit wiring. So this one, for option 1, we will compare yung copper cable in IMC versus MC copper cable. No? So as you can see, ang default design natin, for example, is 4 conductor 250 plus ground, which is installed in IMC. And then i-install i-compare natin siya sa MC copper cable. No? Not same size, 250 mm squared din. So ang magiging savings natin for this one, no? So at least 12 to 15% pag copper to copper. Okay? So number 1 savings natin would be coming from the conduit. We eliminate the conduit 100%. Okay? And then sa installation cost, possible din tayo makatipid kasi we can reduce the installation time, no? By using MC cable. Mas mabilis siyang install. So yun po yung magiging factors natin for the savings. Okay? So what if sa option 2, i-convert natin yung copper cable in IMC versus MC aluminum. So ano magiging savings natin? No, so makikita nyo, nag-upsize tayo from 250, naging 750 siya sa aluminum, 750 MCM na aluminum MC cable. Okay? And then, ang magiging savings natin by using MC cable aluminum is at least 47 to 40 to 50%. No? Pagka gumamit tayo ng MC cable aluminum. So medyo malaki. So bakit? So number 1, conduit, we eliminate it. And then number 2, yung cable cost natin. Yung material na ginamit natin is mas cheaper. No? So we use aluminum conductor. Then syempre, added to that yung installation cost natin. Kaya medyo nag-add up na yung savings natin. Okay? So for our project references sa MC cables. So actually yan. So we also have project references kay SM. So actually it's an SM mall, no? So gumamit po sila ng MC cable. So right now from aluminum in IMC, aluminum conductor, aluminum cable or aluminum building wire in IMC, ngayon po gumagamit na po sila ng MC aluminum cable for their feeder sizes. Especially sa mga new malls, expansion malls ni SM. So we have partnership with SM then. Okay? Next. And then we also have project references for the data centers. So ito naman kasi ang naging issue dito is medyo limited yung space nila doon sa headroom. So that's why they opted to use MC cable kasi mas maliit po yung overall diameter ng MC cable ko kung ikukumpara mo sa conduit wiring. No? So mas lesser in space. And then actually we also have project references here in Cebu. So ito yung isa sa mga naunang project dito. So we have yung BPO tower, no? So yung skyrise. Okay? And then so ito yung actual installation. So pakibalik. So we need to use or we need to install hangers lang. So ang interval ng hangers natin would be, ang recommended namin is every 1.5 meters para maiwasan yung pagsad ng cable natin. Especially sa mga bigger size of conductor. Okay? And then we also have project references for underground application. So you can also install it directly buried underground. No? So lalagyan lang natin siya ng additional layer na PVC outer sheet. So mapapansin niyo, ito actually it was installed in Oak Ridge tower dito rin sa Cebu. So ito po yung ginamit nila, MC cable na for conductor 750 MCM plus ground, tapos 16 sets. No? So ginamitan po nila ng MC cable na jacketed na aluminum. Then next. So ito yung during installation, you need to have yung mga rollers lang, no, para mas mapadali yung installation natin when pulling MC cables natin. Okay? And then actually you can install it in cable tray. No? So para kung gusto niyo mas maganda tingnan, you can do it in cable tray. Okay? And then aside from metal clad cable, we also have yung other value engineering solution. We call it branch cable naman. So basically yung branch cable natin, we can use it. So instead of using yung mga conventional wiring system natin, yung mga conduit wiring or yung mga bus duct as riser cable, so you can use this one, branch cable. So para lang siyang, parang sanga lang siya ng puno kung mapapansin nyo. So it's a new technology din. No? So basically yung branch cable natin consists of a main cable, a branch cable, and then meron siyang C connectors, no? To crimp yung dalawang kable na yon, and then meron siyang plastic covering or yung molded casing niya. Okay? So basically we can offer this for both copper and aluminum conductor din, no? So combination niya copper main, copper branch, or copper or aluminum main, aluminum branch. No? So ang insulation system natin, typically we use XLP insulation and then PVC jacket. So yun po yung typical natin. But we can do yung mga low smoke halogen, depende po dun sa pag-install natin. Yan. So basically, this is how you install yung ano natin, yung branch cable natin. So from the main switch gear, so you can run it as a riser. So it can supply yung it can run through yung mga EE rooms natin per floor. No? Okay? So yan po yung magiging installation natin, for example. Okay? And then for the application of branch cable, so it's an alternative wiring for mga conventional cable or mga bus duct natin. So you can use it for power supply, no? Or mga control switching equipments rated mga 1 kV or mga low voltage application. Okay? And then it typically nga, mas maganda siya gamitin for mga mid-rise or mga high-rise application. And then what are the advantages of using branch cable? So number one, it's in terms of power supply, it's safer. So it's factory assembled. So it's also waterproof. No, for information, it's waterproof, water resistant, and then error-free installation kasi sa planta na po namin siya kiniprint. Okay? And then it's also in terms of sa reliability, mas reliable po yung power supply natin when we use branch cable. And then it's also cheaper versus bus duct and conventional cable installation. So we eliminate kasi yung conduits or yung tray when using branch cable. So mas smaller din yung conductor sizes natin. So actually yung branch cable natin, for example, we can do it, we have two design consideration. We can install it in a centralized, no? So later on papakita ko, or pwede rin siyang patakbuhin sa common pipe chase natin. So to save yung yung mga space. So especially sa mga developers, no? So ma-eliminate natin yung mga EE rooms natin when we use yung mga common pipe chase, no? Pag doon natin pinatakbo yung mga kable natin or yung branch cable natin. And then we can also use aluminum conductors for this one. So mas cheaper siya. So meron tayong cheaper option. And then in terms of installation, 10% less man-hour compared sa bus duct. So mas mabilis po siyang install kumpara sa bus duct. And then 20 to 30% less man-hour versus dun sa conventional wiring scheme natin. Sa conduit wiring. Okay? And then it also occupies less space. So, yun nga, gaya na sinabi ko kanina, you can install it sa mga common pipe chase. Kasi yung IP rating niya is we offer yung mga IP54. Ha? Okay? And then we eliminate yung electrical room. No? So, pwede po siyang install talaga sa mga pipe chase. And then it's also easy and quick to install. So, more saleable space for the mga developers natin. So, yun po yung nasa-save natin. So, instead of putting yung electrical room, so yun, we eliminate that. And then ito. So by using branch cable, pwede rin po tayong gumamit ng free air ampacity. no? So as you can see, yung pre-air ampacity versus yung conduit wiring ampacity. So ang difference nila is around in average nasa 50%, no? So possible na magkaroon tayo ng downsizing when we use branch cable kasi mas higher ang ampacity niya. Okay? And then for the design consideration, ito nga yung sinabi ko kanina. So we have two options. So we have yung centralized EE room, so from the switchgear. So we can use it as a riser. So it will supply per floor yung mga EE rooms natin. Okay? So yan. So ito yung magiging design niya. Okay? And then for option 2, we can install it in pipe chase. So sa pipe chase, doon natin siya papatakbuhin. And then ang mangyayari, it will supply power direct to the units na, no? So pag sa mga common pipe case, ganyan na po yung mga design natin. So we have project references for this one also. Okay? So parang ganito. And then for our project references for branch cable, so we have Urban Heights project located in Davao. So gumamit po sila dito. It's a 20 units per floor na 6-story residential condo. So gumamit po siya ng 10 riser na branch cable, no? So in pipe chase yung design na. Okay? So wala na po in this case nawala na po yung EE room nila. Okay? So ito yung mga actual installation picture. Next. And then for Toscana in Cagayan de Oro, we also have project references, no? So it's an 8-story residential condo with 12 units per floor. So ito naman gumamit sila ng isang riser ng branch cable, no? So meron silang EE room. So they use it centralized EE room yung design nila. Okay, so ito yung size nila. So for the phase conductor, they use 250 mm squared. And then for the branch, no, they use 38 or 8 mm squared. Okay? Yan. So ito yung actually installation. So we can supply yung mga supporting system for the branch cable, like yung ito yung mga basket, mga hanger, etc. We can supply it together with the cable. Okay? So yan po yung magiging tsura niya when we install it. And then we also have project references sa Amani Grand in Davao. Okay? So actually it's an ongoing project pa, no? So it's I think for buildings, no. So ito yung mga natapos na doon. So building 1 and 2. Okay, so they use branch cable. So yan po yung mga nag-branch out sa electrical rooms natin. Okay, so ito pa yung natapos, two towers na. Okay? And then actually we also supplied dito sa Maayo Medical sa Cebu din, no. So ito naman gumamit sila, parang nagdagdag lang sila ng capacity nila dito sa Maayo. So gumamit po sila ng special connector din, which is IPC connector. Okay? And then basically our last topic would be yung bus duct or yung Versaduct busway na tinatawag. Although we don't manufacture it locally, no, hindi po namin minamanufacture ito sa planta namin sa Tarlac. We have partnership from abroad, no? So we call it Versaduct busway. So ito po yung brand name niya. It's under Phelps Dutch brand. And then for the conductors, we can also supply copper and aluminum. And then for the ampacity, ayan. So yung rating niya for copper, 400 amperes up to 5,000 amperes. And then sa aluminum, we can do 250 amperes up to 4,000 amperes. So sa IP rating, usually sinusupply namin IP54 to IP66. And then for the insulation, we can do both epoxy or mylar or polyester. Okay. And then for our third-party certificate, we have ULM KEMA for bus duct or Versaduct busway. And then for the Versaduct busway solution, actually we do supply and install for this one. Parang semi-turnkey na rin, no? So we do electrical design assistance during design stage pa lang. So pwede na po kami makipag-coordinate with the client. And then during finalization ng mga shop drawings, so pwede rin po namin kayo tulungan with that. And then we will also conduct pre-installation training once na umorder ng bus duct po sa amin. We conduct pre-installation training, site audits, no, site visits. And then up to yung mga testing natin or thermal scanning, we can also provide it. Okay? And then for the lead time, usually we can do it production, it's 6 to 8 weeks, no? And then plus yung shipping time or releasing. So roughly mga 12 weeks siya delivered siya sa site. Okay? 12 weeks or 3 months, 3 to 4 months. Okay? And then we also have project reference ng bus dock dito sa Eastland, no? Sa hotel sa Cebu din to located. So we supplied 1,000 amperes. So ito po yung mga actual installation during our site visit. So ito po we supply did parang supply and install or semi-turnkey project for this project. No? So we will supply yung mga hangers aside from the bus dock, mga supports. And then we also did yung sa Chongwa Hospital. So we supplied yung 3,200 amperes, 3,200 amperes na copper. And then we also have 2,500 amperes na copper bus dock. Yan. So we also have ito yung mga pictures na. Okay? And then we also have ongoing projects sa Grand Residences. Then aside from this, we also have yung sa Maple Leaf. No? Okay, itong Grand Residences is in Cebu. Next. And then we also have Maple Leaf. No? Ito po yung mga ongoing projects namin for Basta. Okay? And then our last topic would be yung PD Engage. So basically, this is not a product. So ito yung program namin. So we call it PD Engage. It's an after-sales services na ginagawa namin sa client namin. So under this program, so during design and design stage pa lang, no, or cable selection, we can coordinate with the client. So kung may mga kailangan sila ng value engineering recommendations or cable construction na kailangan nila to consider, so we will be there to help you. Okay? And then we can also supply yung mga other materials like yung mga terminal lugs, mga hangers, supports, etc. We can also supply that. Okay? And then we can also do technical presentation. So just in case meron po kayong other product of interest, just approach us dun sa booth namin. So we can schedule yung technical presentation. So may mga product of interest pa kayo na aside from dito sa na-discuss natin today. And then we can also do on-site pre-installation training. So once na umorder sa amin, we will train yung mga electricians natin or mga engineers natin sa site, especially pagka gumamit sila ng mga value engineering solutions na na-discuss natin today. Okay? And then we can do also virtually. Kung hindi naman available on-site, we can do it virtually. Okay? And then aside from that, no, so we conduct also yung mga site audits and technical visits. So pagka meron kami makitang mga bad installation practices, pagdating sa site, we will also offer yung technical report with our recommendation. No? So yun po yung ginagawa namin. And then lastly, so we also have yung thermal scanning na service. So it's free of charge din po yan. Up to 1 year of energization ng cable natin. Okay? And then lastly, so ito po yung planta namin. No? So we would like to invite you to conduct virtual or yung face-to-face plant tour. No? So para mas ma-appreciate nyo po kung paano po ginagawa or paano po minamanufacture yung mga kable natin. Okay? So basically that ends yung presentation natin for this afternoon. So kung meron kayong mga ibang product of interest, so ito po yung mga sales namin that handles yung Cebu or yung Visayas region. Okay? So you can reach them through this contact number. So again, thank you IIEE for inviting us to present yung product offerings namin. Okay? Thank you. By the way, we will just play a quick, siguro 3 videos lang, no? So, siguro less than 10 minutes para mas ma-visualize din natin kung paano ginagawa yung mga diniscuss to mga product today. We'll be playing yung video quick.
innovation is in the core DNA of our manufacturing philosophy. This is evident in the way we develop products and solutions that deliver results, quality, lifetime value. At Phelps Dodge, throughout consistently hallmarked for safety, reliability, and durability. From our world-class products, we have evolved to become a leading total engineering solutions provider integrating supply, design, training, and performance monitoring all in one exceptionally responsive program never done in the wire and cable industry before. Our global certifications and awards are proof to our drive to unleash the best potential of the projects and industries we champion nationwide. Our ISO 9001 certification is a testament to the excellent quality management system of Phelps Dodge as a corporation. We are also certified with ISO 14001, which establishes our strong commitment to environmental compliance and responsibility. This ripples to our market through our RoHS-compliant product outputs, which are free of key hazardous materials, lead-free, and environmental friendly. We achieve all these while adhering to excellent safety and health management standards as certified by our OHSAS 18001 certification. And as a mark of our integrity and credibility, we secured the accuracy of our tests and procedures through our cutting-edge ISO 17025 certified quality assurance laboratory. Ultimately, the overarching value of our continuous innovation lies in our drive to go beyond what is expected of us. We are always a step ahead in accelerating research, investing in high-precision technology, equipping a robust team, and upgrading our processes and systems to achieve breakthroughs that make an indelible impact on our customers and the institutions we serve. Within the perimeters of our 33,600 square meter plant nestled in a vast 18.2 hectares of land, all these revolutionary motions of innovation come alive. Welcome to Phelps Dodge, where innovation happens. Our branch cable is a convenient, economical, and efficient prefabricated cable solution that helps maximize savings, space, and installation time without sacrificing quality and safety. It can be used in different building types or as cable bus for horizontal applications in tunnels. It is a more cost-effective solution compared to conventional cables or bus ducts. Branch cables can be made out of copper or aluminum 8000 series conductors, insulated with the XLPE material and jacketed with PVC material. The production of the XLPE branch cable goes through the standard heavy drawing, stranding, insulating, and jacketing process. The defining stage in this production involves the crimping of the C connectors. This connects the branches to the main cable at predetermined lengths or connection locations, normally equivalent to the height of each floor. Next is molding, a process wherein the crimped joint is fully covered with PVC material under pressurized conditions. When all the branches are done molding to the main cable, the hanger is installed in one end of the cable. This serves as the holder to ensure the system is kept in place. The final testing of the assembly involves high voltage testing and insulation resistance tests. Once tests are passed according to parameters, the branch cable will now be released for delivery. Although it's a cost-friendly solution, we completely make sure that our branch cables will still deliver what it promises and more. This is why intelligent and smart manufacturing is our advantage here at Phelps Dodge, where innovation happens. Another successful variant of our metal-clad or MC cable assemblies are made with aluminum wires. Medium to zero MCM aluminum 8000 wires and cables are used to manufacture an MC cable assembly, complete with THHN, THWN-2, XLPE, or PVC type insulations. It can also be manufactured with or without jacket. MC cables are aesthetically clean-looking, strong, lightweight, corrosion-resistant, and rodent and termite-resistant. Most importantly, it is easy to install and more cost-efficient compared to regular wires and cables in conduit. Our MC cables are UL listed with UL file number E486567, which guarantees customers with world-class top-quality cable performance. The production of aluminum 8000 series THHN THWN-2 XLPE or PVC insulated wires starts with our heavy drawing process. This involves a cold working process by which the input rod is pulled through a series of drawing dies to reduce its diameter to the desired size. These fine-sized wires then go through the stranding process to twist the individual wires around a center wire. The strands are then grouped and twisted together to form the desired cross-sectional area of the conductor. For type THHN, THWN-2, insulation and jacketing is a simultaneous process that covers the conductors with plastic. This aims to protect the conductor, which is vital to keep the wires safe. During this process, solid or stranded with aluminum wires are covered with 90 degrees PVC material. This step ensures that wires can withstand 600 voltage rating, resist electrical leakage, prevent contact with other conductors, and preserve the overall integrity of the wire or cable from external factors. The nylon jacket serves as another layer of physical, mechanical, and termite protection. Since insulation and jacketing are crucial to the integrity of the wires, we integrate an inline testing capability into the process to automatically send alert for any defect or irregularities detected. For XLPE and PVC insulated wires, these only go through the insulation process. MC cables are multi-conductor assemblies. During cabling, the insulated cables will be grouped together and twisted normally in groups of 2, 3, 4, or 5 conductors with optional grounding. When the cable is completed, it goes through a strip armoring process where the aluminum strip is applied helically to form an interlock armor around the cable. This armor allows the assembly to dispense with conduits for a more cost-efficient cabling system. This also provides extra protection against rodents and termites. MC cable final testing includes dimensional, high voltage, mechanical, and electrical tests to include conductor resistance. This innovative cable product adds value to our customers' building projects by providing numerous advantages from aesthetic to protection. Overall customer satisfaction is always an end goal at our manufacturing grounds here at Phelps Dodge, where innovation happens.
All right, that was the presentation from Phelps Dodge Philippine Energy Product Corporation, our first gold sponsor. So to award the plaque of appreciation, may I call in the Vice Chairman of Program Committee, Engineer Abraham Marino, or known as Engineer Bob, to award the plaque. Winner Presentation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Cebu Chapter, hereby presents this plaque of appreciation given to, in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as gold sponsor in the 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on the 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at the Sky Hall A and B SM Seaside South Road Property, Cebu City, given this 29th day of July 2022, signed by the technical consultant and advisor, Erwin J. Salvador, PEE, the Vice President Technical Affairs, Ronmar D. Gonzalez, Professional Electrical Engineer, President of the IIPE Cebu Chapter, Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., Professional Electrical Engineer, and Regional Governor of Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer. Plaque of appreciation given to Phelps Dodge Philippine Energy Product Corporation. A round of applause.
Once again, thank you so much from Phelps Dodge Philippines Energy Product Corporation. Thank you so much, sir, for representing your company. And now we move on to the presentation of the PEE IIEE CBL Constitution and Bylaws to be presented to us by another speaker. So his credential as follows. So he graduated at Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at Payati University, Manila, way back in 1990. Master of Business Administration, International Academy of Management and Economics, Makati, way back in 2007. Member and continuing Professional Development Council of Electrical Engineering at PRC. Member Career Progression and Specialization Program and Credit Accumulation Transfer System Committee of Electrical Engineering at PRC. Chairman Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee of IIEE. 2020 President Society of Philippine Electronical Constructors and Suppliers. President and CEO of RT Pecolera Construction Corporation, Chairman of the Board of Grapi Construction Corporation, Chairman of the Board of Pierce and Daniel Electric Corporation, 2017 Most Outstanding Regional Governor of IIE, 2017 Regional Leadership Icon Award of IIE, and 2020 former IIE National President, presenting Engineer Rod Pecolera.
Okay, magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. Good afternoon everyone. Maayong hapon. O, kita nyo ha? Malupit tayong mag-Cebuano. Nakikita ba ako rito? Okay lang no, kasi sometimes yung ibang venue, yung deeg ko na lang yung nakikita. So, I'd like to have a good discussion with you in this presentation. So, kanina, puno tayo ng mga technical topics, especially the ones we had earlier presented on self-Dodge, more than the technical. Ngayon, back to ano naman tayo, no? Lecture on within ourselves, no? So parang mag-refresh, mag-review ng what we are in IIEE. So basically, we'll be discussing the IIEE Constitution and bylaws. So this is very important na ma-share, no? Ma-share sa atin, sa lahat ng mga members, and also with our participants na, no, yung nasa virtual, all about the Constitution and bylaws. So in this presentation, maipahatid, no, sa inyo, mga members. Una, bakit mayroon tayo nitong CBL, ano yung objective, ano yung purpose, importante pati, no, yung tayo as members of the institute, alam natin yung karapatan ng bawat member. So very familiar tayo, all the technical topics we have, the exhibit. I think ito rin yung pinaka-list, no, na discussion sa atin as members, all about our CBL. But there are members who are also very much familiar on this. So parang magre-refresh lang tayo, isa sa puso natin, and magkaroon tayo ng understanding about it. So since binigyan lang mang tayo ng 1 hour, so that's 60 minutes, and we have 91 slides. So talagang mabilisan lang to, no? Sabay na lang kayo sa akin. We may have not the chance to discuss further, no, in terms of yung inyong mga concern or question and answer. Maybe we can just take some few questions later on. Samahan nyo lang ako on the discussion kasi there are, I think, our former national president also would be discussing later on another topic. Okay? So sige, umpisa na natin. Okay, so our discussion would basically focus on the things, no, especially yung mga highlighted portion. Basically on Article 2, which is yung purpose and objective, and Article 5, the rights and obligation of members. And importante rin malaman natin, no, yung Article 7, the management of the institute, as well as yung Board of Governors. Then yung Article 11, duties and accountabilities of the national officers. So bakit natin ito i-discuss? It's because kailangan talagang i-share, no, sa mga members natin yung kaalaman o dito. So the same way that we have our Philippine Electrical Code, so as practitioner, kailangan familiar tayo doon. So the same thing with this. After the discussion, maybe you can find, no, yung mga matututunan natin dito. You may not get the perfect view of the CBL today, pero available naman yung document from the secretariat. You can have it requested para meron tayong copy, and you can discuss that lalo na sa chapter level or dun sa mga group ninyo. And sa personal copy nyo rin, no? Para pag may mga concern kayo, katanungan, you can just refer to that document. Next. So, mag-discuss din natin, no, yung elections of the Board of Governors, then few sections of the meetings and conventions, then the last one, yung manual of operations. So, that is on the chapter level. So, bilisan lang natin, ha? Time is 5 minutes before 4 o'clock. Okay, so basically, every one of us very much familiar on the name, type of organization, at saka yung place of our national office sa Cubao, no? So we don't have to discuss that further, but of course we are the IIEE, and we are the non-stock and non-profit organization that exists under the laws of the Republic of the Philippines. So yung sa national office natin, nakaposition po yan sa Cubao, Quezon City, And we are not really sure kung all of you have visited our national office, but find time, no? Pag nasa Manila kayo, try to visit our office. Next. Okay, so the next one is the Article 2. So ito, mag-focus tayo rito, ano, yung purpose and objective of the institute, kung bakit tayo nandito. So one is basically to enroll the membership and unite all the electrical practitioner. So you see, all the electrical engineers, pag pumasa yan, automatic pupunta na tayo sa IAE, no? So yan ang mandate natin. As members of the institute, and wag nating kalimutan na isa tayo sa you as members, no, na i-unite natin yung ating pagiging isang member ng IAE. Makikita naman natin there are a lot of challenges, no, sa mga ibang APO, no, about their organization. So yung sa atin, let's protect our profession, let's protect as well the IAE, the institute. That's why we are discussing this. Now, to foster and maintain on the part of its members high ideals of integrity and professional competence, no? So, alam natin yun as professionals, no? Meron tayong nag-oo tayo dahil we are professionals, even yung code of ethics, yung tayo as electrical engineers or professionals, yung ating integrity, no? Integrity as professionals. Especially we are IAE. Now kasama rin dyan yung ating competence, no, as mandated by law na tayo members of the IAE, tayo as electrical practitioner, tayo yung nangunguna in the protection of the public in terms of the use of electricity. And also to promote and safeguard the professional rights and interests of its members to exercise their profession. So kasama din yan, no? That is basically the duty of the officers, kahit kayo, no, to protect. Later on, may di-discuss dyan, protection of our profession. So kasama, ito yung sinasabi ng protection of the members. You see? So kaya yung ating mga servant, no, sa level ng chapter, sila talaga yung ating kasama, no, in terms of protecting the members. So itong document na to pwede nyong from time to time discuss within your level. And to develop poster advancement of education in the field of electrical engineering. So from time to time, yung ating mga committee talaga pinopromote, no, sa all over the Philippines to take electrical engineering subject, no, na kumuha. Kasi isa ito sa ikang pinakamagandang profession, no, hindi lamang dito but global, at yung to create more engineers and to create more professionals sa level natin that would basically magiging visible tayo as inspiration to the young ones as magiging future leaders of the industry. And to promote and maintain fellowship, no? So itong part nito, yung ating mga conference, ito yung isang venue, no, para sa camaraderie natin, yung fellowship. So the last 2 years in my term in 2020, so yun na very challenging during my time kasi wala talagang face-to-face, all virtual, at yung shift from normal into virtual talagang napakahirap. Now, we're very thankful na ngayon, binigyan na tayo ng opportunity to have that face-to-face with you. So ito yun, no, yung kailangan we as brothers, as professionals, as members of the IAE. Next. And of course, on Act 6, to provide forum for interchange and dissemination of technical knowledge, information, ideas, experience. So kanina kung makikita nyo, one example yung ating mga technical partners, no? They have their product presentation, they have their technology presentation, sharing the best practices. So yung mga emerging technologies ni-share nila sa atin. So ito yung sinasabi rito na yung interchange of ideas. Kaya we invite, no? We're inviting those experts, yung mga nasa field ng kanya-kanyang industry to kumbaga impart your knowledge, no? we are not all no expert on all field. May mga expert dito. Kaya we are encouraging those members na mag-participate and share. So ito po 'yon yung opportunity na yan. And you can do that sa mga group na yung small group, sa chapter to as mentors, no? I-mentor natin yung iba nating mga new members. And next one is to promote and encourage scientific inquiries, research and studies in electrical engineering and allied sciences. So I think itong sa section 7, ito pa yung kailangan natin palakasin, no? On the part of sa atin, no, sa practice ng electrical engineering, ito pa yung kailangan natin i-develop, no, yung research and yung mga inventions related to sa practice natin. That's why we have the special committee who are handling that, no, from the members ng industry to the academe and all that. So this is the thing, no, na kailangan palakasin natin so we can develop something more helpful to the nation. Next. And to render encouragement, assistance, and guidance to all those who desire electrical engineering, allied sciences. So ito yung sinasabi natin, no, na maging inspiration tayo sa mga estudyante. Actually, may mga career talk, no, na punta sa mga schools and nag-invite ng mga successful practitioner kung paano sila nag-umpisa from down hanggang ngayon. And all that na ipinapakita natin, no, sa mga bata, mga estudyante na maganda yung ating profession. At yung absolute, ang ultimate objective niyan is basically to share, no, yung ibig sabihin sa national development related to our practice. And to promote awareness on electrical safety and educate the public in the safe use of electricity. Yun ang dapat isa ito, no, sa mga pinaka-importante, no, as engineers, as electrical engineers. This is our duty, no, yung awareness on electrical safety. Dapat very strong tayo rito. And of course, we knew everyone na you have been practicing that. Kaya lang from time to time din yung upgrading ng mga information natin o knowledge related to that practice. Yung number 10 naman is to promote corporate social responsibilities. So we've been doing that on the chapter level. We've been extending a lot of assistance to community, bigay liwanag, yung ating sa mga schools, no? Whatever calamities tayo, yung isa sa mga nagre-respond, no, yung emergency preparedness natin. So we've been doing that and let's just continue na mga gawain. Although that's it's not part of our profession, pero isa ito sa mga magandang gawain ng mga association like us as APO. And finally, to promote the development of strong good governance culture. So ito bago lang ito, no, natin in compliance with the Securities and Exchange Commission that the institute must develop, no, yung good governance. So anong ibig sabihin niyan? Is kailangan yung ating mga leader, ang ating board or ang ating mga officers must very aware that they are the ones running the show, no, sa institute. At kailangan maging everything would be fair to everyone. At kumbaga yung fairness to everybody in running the institute at yung leadership, very important yan, no. So yung item, yung last one. Now, in Article 3 related to membership, so ito naman, no, is very important. Now, the membership, dapat very familiar kayo dyan, no. Now, sa membership under Article 3, meron tayong licensed members, meron tayong non-licensed, later on Section 2, and then meron tayong auxiliary members. So, under licensed members, ito yon, no, we are the regular members, the life members, the senior members. So, ito po yung mga license. So, by category, regular, life, and senior. So, kung makikita natin yung definition niya dyan, very self-explanatory, and that's explains yung ibig sabihin ng mga licensed members natin. Next.
So the same thing with itong fellow, no? So yung fellow natin, ito yung pinakamataas na level ng membership, no, sa institute, and dadaan yan sa confirmation by the Board of Governors. So hindi ito ina-apply, but this is ini-invite po yon yung member to be a fellow. Next item. So meron tayong section 2, no, under non-licensed members. We have honorary, we have auxiliary, and student member. So honorary member, so ito yung mga commendable individual, no, na who are not in the non-electrical profession, na yung contribution ng kanilang is very exemplary, no, to the institute and sa practice ng electrical engineering. Now auxiliary members, the same thing, no, they are non-licensed and electrical technology graduates na remarkable yung interest nila in the objective and activities of the institute. Then finally, the student member. So ito yung mga CSC, no, sa level ng sa mga school, no, yung mga estudyante. Doon pa lang dinidevelop na sila to be student leaders. Yung mga members of the student council, no, council of student chapters, yung mga CSC. So meron bang mga estudyante rito or naging member ng CSC when you are the students? Oh yeah, so kayo, yeah? O ako, batch 4 ako ng CSC. So kung batch 4, that's that's 1992, I don't know. I think 1992, 1993. Oh yeah, bata pa, no? So I think yung batch ng CSC ngayon is, I think that's a batch 33. So about 30 years na, matagal na. Okay. Now we'll just discuss, mas mabilisan lang itong sa Article 5, no, yung admission and disciplinary action on and expulsion of the members. So ito pagbibigay kaalaman lang sa mga members, no, kung kapag ka magkaroon, dapat may admission muna, no. So ito yung process. Pag nag-graduate ka, pag pumasa ka, then you now be admitted as members of the institute. Then pag members ka na, then magkakaroon ng mga something like that in accordance with the CBL, magkakaroon ng disciplinary action. Then kung ano naman yung qualifying statement doon, no, about disciplinary action, yung expulsion of members. So ito yung mga sinasabi. But we will not discuss more further details on this. Pinapakita lang natin na iyong opportunity na yan is part of the Article 4, no, na may mga procedures and policy na tayong sinusunod about it. Kung may mga pagkakataon na may mga mangyayari yan sa members natin. Next. The same way under Section 4, so yung disciplinary action and expulsion. So ito lang naman ang titingnan natin, no? For culpable violation of the bylaws of the institute or IAE Code of Ethics. So yun lang yun, no? Pag mayroong violation doon. And later on, ipapakita natin kung ano yung mga violation na yun. But that is the right opportunity na magkakaroon, na may apply natin yung disciplinary action and expulsion of the members kung magkakaroon ng makomply itong Section 4. Now, kapag ka naman siya natanggal, may process din po yun, no? Yung restatement of the membership. So, by justification and all that, pwede kang ibalik ulit, no, as members of the institute, but hindi ka maaalis doon as professional. So dito as members of the institute lang. Okay. On item 5, Article 5, so this is the right and obligation of members. Kung mapapansin mo, unahin lang natin itong list of rights, no, ng members. Kasi later on, yung duties and responsibilities din ng mga officers ang i-discuss natin. So dito, ito po yung mga karapatan ninyo. Natin as members, no, we have equal rights. Officers, everybody. Isa lang pong level o iisa po, pareho po tayo ng karapatan. So dito under Section 2, the list of rights, no, of members. So regular members shall receive the IAE magazine. So basically, we are very much familiar with that. Members shall be notified advance in all general membership meeting and technical conferences. So ito yung very much example, no, as convention, major convention, annual national convention, we must have this information na alam natin. No? Kung may mga pagkakataon na hindi ito nakakarating sa inyo, and in that time, we have to call the attention of our chapter officers. 2.3, balik mo na. Members shall be notified and approved policies, no? Itong item 3, ito yung normally yung na-gather na 1-year policies, no, approved by the board, na normally pinipresent yan during annual national convention. Kapag may mga major changes doon sa policies na mayroong effect, no, related to the membership, kailangan po ipag-alam sa lahat ng mga members at tanggapin po yan during the ANC. So, yun po yung nagiging process. Then 2.4 is to attend and participate in the institute activities. So, very common yung technical meetings, conferences, convention, symposia, business meetings, and other competency development program. So, ang focus natin, it's more on the technical. Sometimes we got into more on the management. Sometimes naman on the personality development. Sometimes on the entrepreneur. So dapat yung kabuuan na yan, no, mabigyan tayo ng opportunity to learn. However, binigyan din tayo ng advice, no, by the Professional Regulation Commission, yung kanilang mga technical panel doon during the MUWAPO bid natin, no, yung interview, to also discuss the code of ethics. Kasi yun daw yung isa sa pinaka-neglected topics, no, na dinidiscuss during the conference, yung code of ethics. Kaya sometimes we find time, no, to really review and refresh our mind. Ano yung mga code of ethics na yun para tuloy-tuloy po yung pagpa-practice po natin. Next. Regular members shall vote or may be voted upon. So ito yung karapatan na in-exercise natin during the chapter election, no? So in this case, by September magkakaroon na yun ng chapter election, then finally during the annual national convention. So ito po yung mga karapatan natin, no, na talagang dapat kayo po yung pumipili ng mga qualified servant natin, yung mga magli-lead, no, sa chapter level up to the national level. Then members have the right to access doon sa IAE library natin. So maraming technical references ngayon, then of course access nyo to the website and other reference books or publication ng national office. Regular members shall have the right to request technical and audited financial state information. So maraming din sa atin, no, sa practice, especially yung mga nasa industry na may mga confusion about practice on the codes, on the standards, and even more on the technical, pwede po yan ipadala sa national office and the national office will officially respond to it. And ganun din, no, yung mga financial records natin, you have the right to inquire or get a copy kung kailangan nyo po for your consumption or reference, no? Yung mga financial performance for the last 3 years or no, last year, may karapatan po tayong tingnan yon. And we also have access, no, or right to request assistance of IIEE members in their renewal of license, no? Katulad ngayon, from time to time, every month, marami tayong nagre-renew ng license. So, isa po ito sa mga opportunity that you can have that, no, sa level ng mga chapter, to the region, to the national office. Now, if ever kung may mga concern kayo related to renewal ng ating ID, you can have that bring matter, no, to the chapter officers or to the membership of the institute sa national office. And 2.10 is members shall enjoy other rights and privilege, no? So ito yung from time to time na ginagawa ng ating board, no, sa in a yearly basis, may mga nade-develop or naka-craft silang mga policy and guidelines or privilege na ibinibigay para sa members. So dito, once na ma-approve ng board yan at maiparating na sa mga members, then lahat yan ay para sa atin po yan. Next item. Okay, so another one sa Article 5, yung rights and obligation of members. Ayan. Very basic po ito. Under Section 3, yung obligation. No? Kanina yung rights, karapatan po natin. Then of course, yung commitment natin to the institute, no? Which is the obligation. 3.1 members are hereby obliged to attend seminars and trainings for competency development. So, marami din po no, sa mga members natin, wala rin ginawa kung whenever there's opportunity to attend, very active. So, lahat ng mga information nandun. I encourage everyone to have that attitude kasi laki talaga ng mga learnings na natin natututunan, yung mga sharing of information, sharing on the latest trend, sharing on the best practices. So dito po natin makukuha yan. Now, 3.2, ito yung binabanggit ko kanina. We have to exercise our rights, voting rights during the ANC. And members shall actively participate in the institute activities and program. So basically as members, no, hindi naman siya kahirapan. Kumbaga just show your commitment or sa puso po natin, no, na yung obligation na to is basically para sa atin as members of the institute. Wala pong mahirap pong i-deliver dyan except managing of time because we have commitment as well sa ating mga trabaho, sa ating family. So those are the challenges na pwede naman nating i-manage. And 3.4, yung ating annual dues. So I don't think this is a problem, no, paying annual dues. So everyone really complies with it. Next slide. O yan. So Article 6 discuss on the fees and dues. So dito naman, bakit may tatanong nyo? Nagbabayad kayo o tayo ng ating annual dues? On question, saan man napupunta yon? Is that amount nadadala ba sa national office o napupunta sa chapter level? Paano minamanage yan? So ito po yan, no? Yung fees natin. Yung fees natin from time to time, ini-evaluate talaga ng board yan, no? So kung may needs na siyang i-upgrade o baguhin, the board may decide on it. Of course, with the advantage of the institute or to the members. And yung dues natin, ito yung annual dues na ginagawa natin, no? But normally, 3 years agad yung binabayaran natin pagka nagre-renew tayo. However, meron yung breakdown na I think this is 500 a year. So that's 1.5 for the 3 years or one cycle of the renewal. Now, on the sources of fund, ito po yung sources of funds natin, this is on the national level, no? Basahin po natin, the funds of the national organization shall come from each share of the annual dues. So galing po yan sa mga annual dues po natin. And life membership fees. So yung mga life members natin. Contribution and special assessment, which the Board of Governors may prescribe for the members. Donations which are received by the institute from time to time. So doon po lahat yan nanggagaling yung ating mga funds, no? Bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng mga funds sa institute? Yan po yung mga sources ng ating to support the operation of the institute. Next slide. So this is the one, no, yung binabanggit natin kanina. Saan napupunta? How many % na napupunta sa national office? Saan napupunta sa chapter? So yung annual dues natin na 3 years, ito po yung sinasabi dyan, no? 30% of the annual dues shall form part of the national operating fund. So napupunta sa national office yan para i-sustain yung fixed costs, no? Operating costs ng national for the whole year. And 70% of the annual dues shall be for the chapter's operational expense. So 70% ng annual dues natin talagang nasa chapter level. Kaya sa ngayon, the higher the member of the chapters, the higher the fund they have. So yung mga mahina lang, no, yung mga 20 members, so these are the challenges na kanilang na-experience. Kaya those chapters na very strong ng marami, they are very strong in terms of fund na kailangan of course i-manage natin. Yung life membership fees shall form of the life membership fund. So lahat naman ng ating membership fees sa life membership fund naman siya napupunta, no? The annual proceeds of this fund shall be apportioned. 25% shall be reverted back to the fund. So babalik siya doon sa life membership fund, no, the 25%. 75% of the remaining annual proceeds will be apportioned. 30% and 70% by the national office. So ibig sabihin yan, the national office doon is 30% and 70% to the contributing chapter. So this is a very good information, no, sa chapter natin, yung mga chapter officers, to share this information to our members. Para, of course, yung mga finances related to sources of fund, managing of fund, alam ng mga members po natin. Next slide. Section 4.5, of course, these are just part of the process, no, na kapag may mga non-payment tayo, may mga settlement of arrears. So those are the things na inilagay lang dyan as part of our pwede natin tingnan, no, in terms kung may mga challenges, no, pagdating sa mga non-payment of dues. Next. Article 7, management of the institute. So paano bang management ng institute, no? So yung from the may mga experience diyan, no, on the chapter level. Very much familiar na kayo dito. Yung iba naman nagre-refresh and all other members na hindi pa. So this is it, no? Yung management of the institute. The affairs and governance of the institute shall be managed by the elected members of the Board of Governors. You see, pagdating ng annual national convention, yung representative from the region is form part of the Board of Governors. Siya yung magre-represent ng region. And part of it, sa Board of Governors, yung ating national officers. So sila yung composition natin ng Board of Governors. They are the policy-making body through the Executive Committee. So yun po ang nagpo-form doon, no? The RGOVs, yun ang members of the board sila, then the national officers, member of the board, the regional governors sila ay nagre-represent ng region. And lahat nito, lahat ng ma-approve nilang mga policies and guidelines, program, ipinapasa ngayon yan sa EXECOM, no, sa Executive Committee. Yun naman no, nagpapa-implement ng mga program. Hindi na siya trabaho ng board, no, na magpa-implement, but the Executive Committee ang magpapa-implement. So sa ating Board of Governors, meron tayong Central Governing and Policy Making Body of the Institute. So mayroong 7 national officers. So from the national president, 3 vice president to secretary, treasurer, auditor, and we have 10 local chapters and 1 foreign region. So total of 11 regions po yan. So that's 11 regional governors plus 7 national officers, kaya 18 po yung members of the Board of Governors. Next. So sa Executive Committee, EXCOM, so ito po yun, no? Pag sinabi nating EXCOM, ito po sila. The EXCOM shall be the national president, tapos yung 3 vice president, the national secretary, and the treasurer. So ito po yung composition. The national auditor, hindi po siya part ng EXCOM, no? Yung auditor being the independent body, kailangan may sarili siyang kumbaga mandate, no, to review, revisit, to check, to audit yung lahat ng mga gawain, responsibility, programs, finances. Yun ang magiging papel ng national auditor. Next. So sa RGOVs, no, section 2.0, the regional governors, sila yung ating representative, or they are the chief executive officer of the region. They are the ones managing all the chapters. So kaya responsibility ng RGOVs is really to visit, no, bring the program from the management down to the chapter level. So yun yung papel ng RGOVs. Next. So ito yung binabanggit natin kanina, no? The local region shall have minimum of 10 regions. So ito na yung minimum. But however, Ito naman is maaring sa hinihingi na pagkakataon, maaring magbago pa in the later, no, kung magkakaroon ng mga amendments sa mga provision dito sa CBL natin. Now, may procedure din dito, no, kung magkakaroon ng vacancies sa Board of Governors, may procedure kung paano mawala, aalisin, papalitan, and all that with that process. Next. So, ito for the information of everyone, no? So, yung absences. Kailangan alam din natin yan sa level ninyo, sa level ng chapter. Kailangan ma-share yung information na to. That any member of the Board of Governors, no, who has been absent for 4 cumulative regular meetings of the board shall be automatically resigned from the board. So sometimes may mga members tayo na nangyayari ito, no? Pero ngayon wala pa naman. It's because maybe of the health, it's because maybe of the call of duty, maybe because of the family problem, or not really problem, but on the family matters. Pag mayroon na siyang 4 na absences, then resign na po yun. Then comes to the next process para sa kanyang replacement. Doon sa venue ng meeting, so from time to time naman, subject to the discussion of the board kung saan yung mga board meetings and others. Next. Duties and responsibilities of the Board of Governors and the national officers. So kanina binanggit din kanina doon, yung as policy making body, no, yung ating Board of Governors. So dito under Section 1, under Article 9, that the Board of Governors shall be the policy making body and shall have the power to act for and on behalf of the institute, and shall be responsible for doing whatever may be deemed necessary for the furtherance of the purpose and attainment of the objective of the institute. So sila talaga yung pinakamataas na natin, no? Sila yung magmamanage natin, the Board of Governors. Formulate strategies, policies, plans, and programs. So ito yung ginagawa normally during January, after coming up with the new officers pagdating sa ENC. Now comes January, magkakaroon na ng strategic planning, review. So ito na po yung ginagawa nila. Strategic plans, policy making, program and direction. That's part of the scope ng ating Board of Governors. And review and update strategies and policies and programs. So from time to time, yung mga existing policies, nandiyan na yan. Kaya lang, there are policies na hindi na siya applicable na. Kailangan i-review, i-revisit, baguhin, and then implement again. Kasi sometimes for how many years, ngayon may mga bagong needs, no, sa atin na wala dati. So ito yung mga kailangan baguhin ulit. Now, kasunod din dyan yung study strategies, policy, and program. Its effects and cost to the institute. So very important yan, part of the planning, no, na kailangan talagang pag-aralan. Especially on the time of the 2020, very malaki ng effect sa atin. We lost 14 million for that noong 2020 ng time ko because we don't have sources of fund. Wala tayong activity that basically lahat yan kinain ng fixed operating cost ng institute, no? Then we're very thankful that the board come up with some program, strategy, recovery plan. Then itong 2020, we managed to have a positive 14 million for that matter. Then expectedly, that itong 2022, mag-continue na po yung pagtas because you are coming back, no? Especially those participants na sumusuport and also those ating mga partners sa industry. And formulate programs for the development and responsible officers of the institute. So ito yung very challenging, no? Sometimes because of the commitment sa work, commitment sa family, call of duty, on the part of National Nominating Committee, medyo mahirap talaga, no, itong part na to, yung development of leaders. Kasi dapat continuous siya, no? Sa chapter level, yung management training, development hanggang sa mapunta na siya ng national officer. Very important po yan kasi we are managing a corporation. We are not managing a family corporation. So dito, this is standard corporation na yung manage natin. Kaya very important na yung mga Board of Governors members natin talagang highly experienced, no, related to management, not only for technical. Next. The executive committee, so ito yung trabaho ng EXCOM, no? Shall be the overseer and accountable for the general administration of the institute. So ito yung implementer natin, no? Act on matters of general administration and deliberate the issues on that issues need by the board, no? Resolve matters involving routine questions and administration. So from time to time, ito yung lahat magre-receive, no? Magre-receive, mag-screen, pag-aaralan, then evaluate. Yun ang present nila sa board for approval or further deliberation. So parang sila yung screening committee, no? So all related implementation ng institute. Next. So kasama din dyan, no? Yung pag-select. But basically that's on the scope pagdating sa hiring, no, ng mga employee ng IAE. So in this case, ngayon maraming nabibigyan ng opportunity to work with other company kaya nag-resign then come up with the new ones. So it's very normal talaga, no, na lahat itong screening, even resign o yung pagtanggal ng empleyado, that's part of the scope ng EXCOM. So yung secretariat naman natin, no, may head of the secretariat, siya naman yung nagpapa-implement, no, yung from the executive committee going to the head of the secretariat. Now, here on Article 10, yung creation of the committees. Creation of the committees, ito lang yung mga standard committees natin, no? But there are few na nadagdag itong Bids and Awards committees. And past years, wala po itong Bids and Awards committees. Now, I think this is just a two-year-old pa lang that we have these Bids and Awards para yung process, no, strengthen yung process pagdating sa procurement, pagdating sa mga program and all that, na mapunta tayo sa standard process pagdating sa procurement. Then itong electrical safety, we have that. Yung LELAC natin. So the LELAC, which is our committee, kung titingnan natin, represent the institute, no, in the government bodies for the purpose of enacting or amending legislation law, as well as the review of the conflict within the laws and the proposed bill in Congress affecting the electrical engineering practice. So ito na po natin yun, no? Sa committee, just for the information of everyone, may mga bills na, no, nung last year, House bills and Senate bill na nakafile pero hindi ito pa tumatakbo. So ngayon we took that opportunity to review, no? Yung mga experience for the last, yung mga bagong concern ngayon, sinasama na po natin. However, ano pa lang ito? In progress pa lang. Then maybe this is mga 2-3 years na kailangan pag-aralan or depende sa situation. Then coming up with the final one, of course, with itatanong yan sa mga stakeholders natin about the new electrical engineering law. Then come up the final one, then hopefully we can come up with the new electrical engineer. Pero ano pa lang yan, no? We are still on the 6 months of reviewing that, so mahaba pang process yan. Hindi siya ganun kadaling kagagawin kasi everyone, lahat po ng mga concern sa ating profession, kinukonsider na natin yan, especially doon sa conflict between the laws of the other profession and ourselves of the 7920. Next. So the membership development committee, nandiyan na yan, the Philippine Electrical Code, the PPC, so these are a standing committee. Next. So we have that the publication, the Research and Development Committee. Meron na tayo, no? So kung lahat ng kabuuang aspeto related to kumbaga ma-address yung sa practice natin, lahat nandito na. However, itong RME, idinagdag itong RME Affairs and the Electricians Academy Committee. So focus naman ito sa mga kasama nating RMEs, the program and everything, no? So yan yon. Then we are very thankful yung sa Scholarship and Academic Affairs Committee natin. We are very strong with that kasi marami tayong mga scholars, no? Those deserving students taking electrical engineering. Next. And the Selection and Awards Committee, so ito sila yung in charge of getting qualified person, no, in terms of senior recipient of awards, no, any awards na within the institute. Then yung standards committee, then the student affairs committee. Student affairs committee, no, very strong din yan. So that focus naman dun sa mga academe natin. Okay, next. Itong 1.14 in training and continuing professional development, no, yung TCPDC. Regular tayo dyan, no? Mayroon silang program. All about training, all about seminars from the national office, getting all the experts. Pwede silang ma-invite, no, sa mga chapter level natin para can share those knowledge na meron na tayong we have in the national office. So sila rin yung in charge, no, itong committee of preparing all the technical topics during the mid-year and the annual national convention. So isa ito sa mga busy committee today, no? Coming with the next 3 months na sa ENC na tayo. Then of course, yung meron tayong ad hoc, depende sa needs. Kung may mga critical or challenges or mga concerns, no, kailangan i-address, the Board of Governors may have that coming up with a ad hoc committee. So, Articles 10, this is creation of, part pa siya ng ano natin, no, creation of the committee. Section 2, creation of the Specialty Council Committee. So this one, meron na tayo niyan, no, na pinorward sa PRC. The Board of Governors shall create the Specialty Council, whose function is to screen and select duly concurred by the Board of Governors, then recommended to the Electrical Special Council of the Professional Regulation Commission. So meron na tayong representative with that, dumaan na yung process. Meron na tayong specialty council na pinadala sa PRC. They are the ones preparing the specialization ngayon, no, sa PRC. Maybe in the next few months, once na ma-refine na ito, yung specialization, yun ang magiging isa sa pinaka-hot topic natin. And that can be prepared, that can be discussed and shared with you separately, yung specialization. No? So kung may mga request dyan related sa discussion ng specialization, we have that document and you may coordinate na lang to your chapter officers kung may mga request. Okay, next. Section 3, yung Council of Former IA National President. So ito yung mga nag-serve natin, no, yung mga mentors natin, yung mga former presidents. Ito yung kanilang duties sa IA, no? The former national presidents shall organize themselves and form a council called the Council of Former National Presidents, OCNAP, whose primary task is to assist the Board of Governors as their advisors and consultants. So sila yung ating nakapagbigay guidance, no? Kasi there are concerned, there are mga kailangan desisyonan sa board na sometimes very complicated at the Council of the National President sila yung nagbibigay ng guidance para makapag-decide ng tama ang board. So yun po yung papel. And sometimes they are given a special assignment, no? Pag sinabing ito yung special project for you, pwedeng ibigay po yan sa Council of National President for them to deliver. So the same thing with College of Fellows. So this is a specialty committee din, all fellow members, no? And sila yung nagpa-qualify, sila yung nag-i-invite and nag-i-endorse to the board para sa mga bagong mako-conferred as the highest members of the institute, yung fellows. Next. Okay, next. So ito naman, duties and accountabilities of the national officers. So yung i-discuss na lang natin more on the national level kasi very similar yung kanyang duties pagdating sa chapter, no? That's why we have these duties and accountabilities of the national officers. For you members, na pag may makikita tayong hindi accordance to these duties, pwede po nating iparating, no, sa ating management about it, na may mga na-overlook, there's something to improve. there's something to do something about kung may mga usapin, no? Especially on mga national level. So ito po yan, yung ating national president. National president shall be the chief executive officer of the institute. So siya talaga siya yung captain, no? Siya yung piloto. Presides all the meetings, manage actively the general affairs of the institute. So basically, siya yung boss of everything. Pero guided by the decision of the Board of Governors yan. Next. Ayan, no? So this is part of the duties of the national president, no? Siya yung ating presiding officer during the mid-year and annual national convention sa mga general membership meeting. Next. The vice president internal. So ito siya yung the next to the national president, no? But focus on the membership affairs, no? Yung membership concerns ng institute. Siya rin yung ating overseer pagdating sa mga regional conferences, especially on the annual national convention. So under po sa BPI yan, no? Sa internal affairs. Even yung foreign regions, kasama din yan sa kanya, yung mga standing and ad hoc committee. Siya yung nag-oversee. Now, pagdating naman sa next, on the external affairs, ang external affairs natin basically is to represent the institute, no, pagdating sa mga external representation. And he is the one also taking charge of the exhibits during the ANC. So very critical yan kasi yung bulk ng funds natin coming up during the ANC, sa kanya po yung in charge, no? Now, in this case, yung preparation natin for the 2022 Expo, nandyan po sa kanya. Kaya dapat we could come up with a very attractive packages sa mga exhibits natin para we can get kumbaga a very attractive financial performance for the year. Next item. Yung Vice President for Technical, basically, no, so that's us is the National President. May mga special assignments din yan na binibigay. However, marami rin siyang assignment, no, pagdating sa lahat halos din ng mga technical concerns related to the practice, no. Exercise and discharge all powers and duties of the Vice President of the external, pag wala yung external. So sometimes binibigyan din ito ng ibang duty by the board kung kinakailangan. Next slide. So yung National Secretary natin, hindi lang as sexy, no, as secretary, but very critical yung papel ng secretary natin because he's the one or in charge of correspondence, especially on taking care of all the documents, preparing all the minutes of meeting, all the correspondence, sa kanya po yan. And even the overseeing, no, or managing of the national office, this is under the national secretary. Medyo very no, pagdating sa trabaho nitong national secretary natin, it's not an easy job. Next. Yung national treasurer, of course, financials, no? Yung i-manage yung ins and out of the money, kailangan i-dokumento, and yung mga timely na pag-collections, ganun din. Everything related to finances. Managing, keeping, organizing, ito po ang trabaho ng ating national treasurer. So same thing, doon sa level chapter, tingnan po natin ito, no, na hindi pala ganun lang ang trabaho ng national treasurer or chapter treasurer. So in this case, you can see very detailed po yan. Then maybe after the discussion, you can request copy of this presentation para meron po kayong kopya. Next slide. Sa national auditor, alam na natin yan na siya yung mag-audit, no, on the finances, yung mga disbursement, But very special duty ng ating auditor is also to audit, no, in terms of the implementation ng mga policies and guidelines. Kailangan ipinapakita niya rin, no, na kapag ka may mga approved guidelines or procedure or programs, kailangan ino-audit na rin yun. How the board, how the ExCom effectively implement or manages the program. That is part of this duty. Hindi lamang doon sa finances na we'll check kung tama yung mga voucher and all that. Kasama pa sa kanya yung mga pag-assess o pag-analyze kung paano in-implement yung program. And there, makikita yon kung may mga lapses, saan yung strength, saan yung weaknesses, then he will recommend ng resolution about it, how to improve. Okay, and next slide. So sa regional governor, yun nabanggit ko kanina, no, as ito yung CEO of the region. So siya yung nagpe-implement, no, nagbibigay ng guidance sa mga regions natin. It's not easy job as well kasi yung mga region dyan, may mga 8, 10, 12, 16, 18 chapters. Grabe yung biyahe niya. And just to send programs, implement those programs sa mga chapters, very challenging po yung papel. That's why we have to support our regional governors. And later on, kayo rin mismo, no, from the chapter, magiging RGOBs. So this one, ito po yung magiging duty po natin. Then after na maging RGOBs kayo, you can have the opportunity to run as the national officer. Next. So yung accountabilities, no, ito importante na makita natin that no income shall inure to the benefits of any officer or trustee. So kapag may makikita po kayo na may mga ganitong indicators, that is something to discuss within your chapter level, no? That no income shall be given for the benefit of any members. Tingnan po natin yan. That no officer shall decide on the matters affecting the security of employment or growth or development of the employees. So ito naman is nasa level na ito ng ating mga national officers, no, on that part. And all the officers of the institute shall be subjected to clearance of the end of the terms of office. So importante yan na magkakaroon sila ng clearances. Like now, we are in the process of getting candidates, no, para sa 2023. Part of the requirements na magkaroon ng clearance from the national office kung in terms of mga advances, kung properly liquidated, kung na-report na ba lahat yan. O wala kayong record, no? On that matter sa chapter ninyo. Article 12, grounds and removal from office. So ito yon. Kaya lang, this is very general, no? The officers of the institute may be removed from office on impeachment for violation. Ayan, number one is culpable violation of the CBL po natin. So, doon sa mga sections ng CBL, pagka may mga violation doon, so ito po yun, no? Grounds of removal from office. Yung bribery, yung graft and corruption, misappropriation of fund, no? Itong engagement of business with the institute directly or indirectly, iwasan po natin yan. And conviction of administrative and criminal cases. So kapag ka may mga officers na na-involved na dito sa 6, so that's a ground of removal from office. Of course, plus other analogous circumstances na yung board ang mag-decide for that. So these are just key points, no, na may papaalam, i-share natin sa mga members na ito po yun. But hindi po yan ganun kadali lang, but there are a lot of process, no, and guidelines doing all these things. Okay? Election of the Board of Governors. So I think this is timely ngayon, no, kasi we are on the process of inviting the candidates. So sinasabi dito, not less than 150 days prior to the ANC, the National Nominating Committee of 5 members, composed of the 4 national presidents, no, yung former, and incumbent national president, shall convene and prepare all the documents, guidelines and procedures for the nomination. O yun. So, yun, nandyan na po tayo sa level ngayon. Likewise, the aforementioned committee shall create a regional nominating committee na composed of 3 former regional governors. So, tapos na rin yan. Nasa process na rin tayo that from the regions, the regional nominating committee will endorse kung sino yung magra-run as regional governor sa mga regions natin. And another one is not less than 120 days prior to ANC. Next. So dito sa 1.2.1, dinidiscuss lang no, how it is kumbaga organized. And then including the itong very important is the 1.22, no? The National Nominating Committee shall pre-screen and pre-select not less than 12 names of members in good standing and reputation as nominees for Gov at large. So at least meron tayong minimum na 12 na tatakbo sa governor at large. However, the bigger the number, even more than 12, 14, 16, 18 to 20, that's better because we can select a, kumbaga, yung nararapat na mga members of the institute o magiging servants of the institute na ma-qualify talaga sa atin ng maayos. And then from there, after the National Nominating Committee, all the candidates now will be endorsed to the ELECOM, no? Yung ating election committee. Para sila naman yung mag-manage, mag-process related to the election. So from the election process, yung sa electronic to counting to proclamation, that's under the ELECOM. Next. Okay, so these are just the composition of the ELECOM. However, ito po yung sinasabi rito, yung kanilang duties, no? Prepare all the list of the candidates, supervise the production of the official ballots, supervise the mailing of the ballots. So ngayon naman through email na lang ito, and we have that platform, supervise, decide any and all electoral protests related to the election. So silang independent body that would resolve para dito sa election. And of course, finally, sila yung magpo-proclaim. Okay, naubusan na ng battery. Okay, next slide. So, complete list of the candidates, kailangan may submit agad yan sa ELECOM. So, pinapakita lang dito, these are very detailed sa presentation that you may just run through when you have this document. Next slide. And of course, yung ating Board of Canvassers, kailangan meron nito, no? So, coming up with the 2 members of the Board of Canvassers representing Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao and the foreign region. So, ang Council of National Presidents dito ang magno-nominate. At so, these are just the detailed presentation of how to go about it pagdating sa canvassing. Okay, so yung qualification ng GOBAT, ating GOBAT for governor at large. So ngayon, this is for the information of everyone. That of course, kailangan PE or RE kasi we are in this members of the institute. And of course, in good standing and serve at least 1 term as ARGOB and national nominating members at least 2 years. No? So dito magkakaroon, you'll be qualified na tumakbo kayo, no, as governor at large. But yung process niyan, may mga magko-qualify pa yan. We're just presenting this for consumption of our members. Next. So the same thing with our GOBs. So basically the same process yung sa national and RGOBs level. So halos pareho lang siya. Now, yung section 4, no, yung voting prohibitions, ito yung sinasabi, members of the institute to have declared as dues diligent, lacking in payment of dues and comprehended as member not in good standing are automatically barred from their right to vote. So these are a specific provision, no, na inilalagay dito. However, hindi pa naman ito naging questions, no, related to delinquent uh, in terms of paying their dues. Next. In terms of meetings and conventions, Article 14. So, sinasabi natin dito, there shall be an annual meeting and convention. So, ito yung ginagawa nating ANC, no, every November of the year. And then, normally, marami tayong, that's about 3-4 days activity. Then, ang very, doon is yung general membership meeting. Because all the policies or the concern, kung may mga approval, yun po yung dinidiscuss po doon during the ANC. And of course, yun yung in-encourage natin that the members be encouraged to join or to participate such activity. Next. So itong monthly meetings, ito naman yung ating regular board meeting, no? So ginagawa yan sa mga regional conference. Pagdating sa communication, all the communications ngayon is through email or other source of electronic media, no, na kailangan ipadala sa mga members. So in this case, meron tayong sinasabi dito that shall not less than 30 days before the date of the meeting, kailangan nakakatanggap tayo ng mga notices. Kung hindi man, then tingnan po natin ito as our guidance. Okay, so sa atin, pagdating sa board, general membership on mid-year and the ANC, yung 50 voting members shall constitute a quorum na. No? Kasi para yung mga critical approval or validation or ratification, ito na yung mapag-uusapan doon. But of course, pagdating naman sa actual on ANC and mid-year, thousands of members are attending. Even dito nga lang sa atin sa Cebu, that's quite a lot of numbers who are present. Then sometimes yung call for meetings, may mga special meetings, no? Emergency meetings, special meetings. So ito, nangyayari yan in case of critical situation na nag-exist. Next. Now, chapters and regions. So, formulation of regions and chapters, you may have that, inform that not less than 20 na members, you can already form a chapter. However, lahat yan po yan, may mga requirements, process through the chapter, through the regional governors, and all that up to the board bago po tayo magkaroon ng panibagong chapter. So, these are just information how to go about it. Next. Same thing, pagdating na sa chapter level, basically very similar. Yung sa national level and sa chapter is the same lang. Next. So, ganun din yung sa mga chapter officers natin. Ang mayroon lang kaibahan yung sa small chapter and the big chapter. So ito lang yung numbers, no, that may mga mas marami lang officers, no, kasama na dyan yung 3 VPs for the big chapter compared to the small chapter na isa lang. Okay, then others are board of directors. Next. So, the same thing, ito duty, nasa manual of operation to, duty of the chapter president, basically, parehong-pareho doon sa kaninang na-discuss natin sa national level. Same thing with the vice president, pareho lang, the treasurer, the secretary, and the audit. So, yan. You may have that run through na lang. Okay, next. So we're done with the BP, we're done with the secretary, we're done with the treasurer. We're done with the auditor. Now, I think we only have few slides na lang, no? Kasi few minutes na lang. Somebody has to present naman who's next. So itong ating chapters of operations, can you go back muna? Doon sa manual of operation. So there shall be a manual of operation that shall serve as information. So ito yung guidance natin of it. This is for the information of the chapter officers, no? How they manage the chapter. To define the functionalities of the various group and committees and organization related to the plans and program envisioned for the furtherance of the institute, of the organization. Then section 2, there shall be code of good governance. Yung good governance, I think, isa ito na kailangan isa puso din natin, no? Try to get that document. Makikita ninyo what's the difference of this manual of operation and good governance. The good governance, kapag naging very familiar kayo, pwede nyo ma-implement sa mga trabaho nyo, no? Sa ibang organization. Yung principles, I think from 1 to 12, yun ang malaking yung learnings in terms of managing a group or an organization. So, isa puso po natin yung code of good governance. Next. So, in this case, we are now in Article 17. So, the publication, we have that, the editorial consultants. Ito na yung sa IAE magazine natin na ginagawa. No? We have that special committee preparing all the updates and activities programs of the institute. Okay, I think we have only one slide. Next two slides. Then amendments, no? Amendments natin sa CBL. Ano yan, no? Members have the right to send their ideas, views, or ano nakikita niyo mga concerns to the national office for consideration of the committee for review, no? Yung mga inputs sa CBL natin are very much welcome na maipadala po natin. So these are all the process, no? The section 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So ito naman, these are just information, no? Yung Robert's Rules of Order. I-practice din po natin yan. This is a very good advantage na very familiar kayo dyan sa Robert's Rule. Kasi when you have the office, when you become an officer, hindi lang sa IAE, if you're into other organizations, or Rotary and others, pag expert kayo dyan, it's really very easy to manage meetings. At nakakatulong or makakapagturo pa tayo dun sa mga kasama natin and the profession. Okay? So, dissolution naman, these are just information, but I don't think we have to discuss that about it. But it requires 3/4 of the general membership to have that dissolution. Okay, so yung corporate seal and trademark natin, that's the logo natin and seal of the IAE. Okay, then finally, those are just information all about the signatories. And that ends our presentation. Para lang makashare tayo and hope everybody gets some idea, information. It may not bring you, no, lahat ito makuha niyo today, but it's good we start sharing this information for all the regional conference, ganun din dito, the next regional conference, and I would request all the members of this IAE, lalo na yung mga chapter officers too, as well, part of your program, no, to discuss things like this para maging parang laging saliwa sa isipan natin all about the IAE-CBN. I hope at mayroon po kayong pumasok sa puso at isipan para po sa Constitution and bylaws ng Institute. And with that, I thank you everyone for the presence, for the attention, and your commitment as members of this institute getting all this program for you. Maraming salamat. Daghang kaayo. Salamat. Kapoy kaayo. Pero para mag-present, no, yung mabilisan na that's 91 slides, no? na talagang every seconds count how to present para lang to give also time to the next presenter and to be part na yung manage natin yung program para hindi na tayo masyadong mabilis. So thanks a lot. If there are questions, please find time to send na lang kasi we don't have enough time to discuss here. Thank you.
Once again, Engineer Rodrigo P. Pecolera. So let me go in to award the plaque of appreciation to our speaker that is being presented. He presented the Constitution of Bylaws in the IIEE. Let me call in Engineer Abraham Marino, Vice Chairman of Program Committee. So same citation of the other speakers. So signed by Technical Consultant and Advisor Erwin J. Salvador, Vice President and Technical Affairs Ronmar B. Gonzalez, President of IIEE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., and Regional Governor of IIEE Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to Engineer Rodrigo T. Pecolera.
Present the second gold sponsor. May I call in the American Wire and Cable Incorporated, Duraflex.
In 1928, future industrialist Albert Awad left the United States to join the modest embroidery factory, employing Filipinos in Binondo, Manila, with his brother Sam, who earlier settled in the Philippines. 1930s, before World War I, Mr. Awad connected and developed deep friendships and partnerships with other emerging business tycoons and diplomats including Henry C. John Okungwe, George Lytton Jr., Edmund Dayang, and Tony Assad. 1950s, his boyhood friend Paul Dibb, an electrical engineer and proprietor of an electrical wire and cable manufacturing company in New York, came to the Philippines to discuss producing U.S. standard electric wires in the Philippines. The discussion between Albert Awad and Paul Dibbs became the seed that started off American Wire and Cable. 1954, Albert Awad financed the venture and organized the very first wire factory in the Philippines to produce electric wires to spread power throughout Manila and out in small barrios. 1955, American Wire and Cable Company was incorporated in the Philippines. 1960s, as the business flourished, American Wire and Cable acquired a property in the southern part of Metro Manila to build a bigger and more modern manufacturing plant. In the next 6 decades, American Wire and Cable, also known as M-Wire, integrated and improved on the series of product testing in its assembly line to ensure that each product passes the standards for quality, resilience, correct lengths and weights in its category. Duraflex, the flagship product of American Wire and Cable, epitomizes the company's stringent manufacturing process. Since its launch, Duraflex has grown to be the brand of choice for the safest and most reliable wire and cables used in electrical transmission and construction projects. Over the years, M-Wire supplied most establishments in the Makati business district that specified its electrical wire products, becoming a long-term partner to a prestigious roster of customers. January 29, 2001, American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated received its very first ISO 9001-2000 certification. Since then, the company has continually received certifications on quality assurance from prestigious independent quality organizations including SGS Philippines Incorporated, TÜV Rheinland Philippines Incorporated, and Socotec Certification Philippines Incorporated. December 2008 Wall Street Journal, American Wire and Cable's goal is to help the Philippine electric industry to develop ways to service the people in the 7,000 islands in the Philippines with electricity 24 hours a day. 2013, former Lebanese Honorary Consul, Joe Assad, at the Rotary Club of Manila says, all the telephone and electric wires you see hanging over all cities and provinces in the country today are thanks to the vision of Albert Awad. 2015, since its incorporation in 1955, American Wire and Cable continued to provide world-class products that comply with local and international product standards, offering Filipino builders the best and most reliable wires and cables. 2020, American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated reached another milestone as the company celebrated its 65th year since its incorporation in the Philippines. 2021, as the construction industry faces new challenges in the new normal, American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated continues to provide a firm guarantee that each product remains faithful to the M-Wire legacy and integrity on quality, resilience, correct length, correct weight, delivering to essential services companies that supply electrical transmission and construction while keeping our employees and customers safe. For more than 65 years, American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated holds true to its commitment on quality that stands the test of time.
All right, to present the American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated, Duraflex, may I call in the BSIME PPMCD Manager. Let us all welcome Engineer Randy Poon.
Magandang hapon. We'd like to present Duraplex, the manufacturing practices for global class wires and cables. By the way, I'm Randy Poon to present our product. Not all wires and cables are the same. Wires and cable that are cheap and substandard are made from cheaper plastics or raw material, undersized, underweight, not in compliance with local and international product specification. This is all available in the market. These are the risks that we are facing when we buy cheap wires. Products that are not updated to the codes cause accidents such as increased chance of electrical fire, power surges, arc faults, and other serious consequences. We will experience this as we go along to use those type of wires. Cheap does not mean savings because substandard wires cause lack of product integrity and durability. Defective and not the value of money. So laging sinasabi namin, that is the cost that we pay for. That is the quality that we pay for. At American Wire and Cable, we remain steadfast in our commitment not to compromise on quality, yet still remain competitive. So this how we do things in American Wire. Quality test and monitoring in every process. First, we make use of quality raw material. Secondly, we make use of standard manufacturing practices. And third, we comply on the international product standards and certification. Next, please. Raw material testing and procedures. These are the basic factors that we consider on testing wires. Physical test, testing the bare wire and physical appearance. Mechanical testing, those are the elongation and the tensile strength. Electrical testing, insulation resistance, conductor resistance, and high voltage testing. Next, please. So these are the primary raw materials when we manufactured an electrical wire and cable. First is the continuous copper rod. It's a 99.9% pure copper, 100% conductivity. On the other side is a prime electrical conductor, grade continuous cast aluminum rod, 99.5 purity, 61% conductivity. So yun po ang magkaiba, copper and aluminum. Next slide. Copper rod normally comes at 8 millimeter in diameter. So this is a 99% minimum purity, as I mentioned, 100% minimum conductivity. References are PNS standard 40-1984 and ASTM B49. For aluminum rod, normally it comes on a 9.5 mm, 99.5 minimum purity, 61% minimum conductivity. The reference standard is the PNS 43-1984 or ASTM B233. These are the sample of the insulating material that we are using. PVC, as we only most popularly known for building wires, polyvinyl chloride. Another one is the linear low density polyethylene or the LLDPE. We also use the high density polyethylene or the HDPE for jacketing. Cross-linked polyethylene or the XLPE. Nylon for jacketing that uses all the smooth and mechanical strength. Top protection for specific product requirement. For PVC, these are the thermal rating that we are using. 60 degrees, 75, 90, and 105 degrees. Engineering characteristics, it can be used up to 600 volts. Indoor application, flame retardant, lead-free, resistant to heat, moisture, and gas and oil. While in polyethylene, we all knew that this is a UV resistant. You can use up to 15 to 35 kV, outdoor application, and oil-based. Frosting polyethylene is much tougher. It can carry a massive volume of voltage, high current carrying capacity. While nylon, normally used for jacket protection only. Top strong and impact resistant, very low coefficient of friction, high resistance to insect, fungi, and animals, melts instead of burning. So these are the stringent manufacturing process that we're doing. First, the wire drawing machine. The raw material, the rod and aluminum are the input material on this process. It will be manufactured according to the desired diameter from 8 millimeter for copper rod down to 1.6 down to 0.32 mm. For aluminum rod, it will be from 9.5 mm down to 1.56 mm. Single pass only using a 12 dice capstan. Next slide. Next process will be the stranding. The output of the first process will be the input for this stranding process. Before it goes to the next process, there is always a quality assurance intervention in order to proceed on the next process. The stranding process can be 7, 12, 19, and 37 strands. So the output again will be tested by QA before it goes to the next process. Next slide. Insulating or jacketing. This is the process where we put the cover on the bare conductor. The bare aluminum or the bare copper will be insulated with a PVC. Aluminum will be a polyethylene or an XLPE. Jacket can be a PVC or a polyethylene. So the bare conductor output will be insulated and tested at the finishing of this process. strict compliance to local and international product standard. At American Wire, certification and standards of quality. As an ISO certified company, we are certified by Socotec International. We comply to the Bureau Product Standard as a Philippine manufacturer using the PNS specification. For our customer based in the Philippines, we use the UL-rated certification. National Electrical Code, British Standardization Institute, JIS Industrial Standard for Japanese firm, customer here in the Philippines. Insulated Cable Engineers Association, American Society for Testing and Materials, Philippine Electrical Code, REA or Rural Electrification Administration, ANSI, American National Standards, IEC, International Electromechanical, used for European company established here in the Philippines, and NEMA. Testings of the electrical wire. Building wire, as we all know, is the common product here in the Philippines. So the reference standards used are PNS 35, PNS 260, PNS 1207, and UL 83. For UL rated product, you can check this on the website. You just type the name of the company, then you can see the UL certification number. It is available on the UL site. On the screen, this is example of the UL certification of American Wire. Next slide. So we go to the products. At American Wire, we manufacture the building wires, aluminum wires, power cable, and special cable. Next slide. Power cable. Reliably, powerful, durable, and safe. At American Wire, we manufactured Duraplex cable, 600 volts, PVC insulated and PVC jacketed. Maximum temperature, 75 degrees as an operating. Application used for outdoor 600 volts, done in conduits, tray, throw, underground ducts, and aerial. Reference use again is ISAIA and ASTM. DuraPower 600 volts XLPE. Same conductor was used, copper, but the insulation is XLPE. Jacket can be PVC or polyethylene. Same maximum temperature, operating temperature at 90 degrees. Used for circuits rated 600 volts only. Installation is done in conduits, trays, throw, underground ducts, and aerial. So reference specification as written, ISAIA, ASTM, PEC, and NEC. DuraPower 601 to 2000 volts. Normally we call it 2 kV. So again, it's an XLPE insulated, semi-conducting strand shield and conductor shield, copper tape shielded with PVC jacket. Maximum operating temperature at 90 degrees. Again, installation is done on conduits, trays, straw, underground ducts, and aerial. Reference specification, ISAIA, ASTM, and PEC. DuraPower 2001 to 5000 volts. Normally, we call it 2 to 5 kV. So XLPE insulation, conductor is copper, semi-conducting compound insulation shield and conductor shield, copper tape shielded, and PVC jacket. Maximum temperature is 90 degrees. Installed, done on conduits, tray, throw, underground ducts, and aerial. Same references specification, ISAIA, ASTM, PEC, and NEC. For 5001 to 8000 volts, commonly known as 5 to 8 kV, it's an XLPE insulated again, copper conductor with copper shield, and PVC jacket. Insulation level can be 100% or 133%. Grounded and ungrounded. Maximum operating temperature at 90 degrees. Used for 5,000 to 8,000 volts. Again, the installation can be done on conduits, tray, throw, underground ducts, and aerial. Reference specification, ISAIA, ASTM, PEC, and NEC. For 8,001 to 15,000 or 8 kV to 15 kV, same conductor use copper wire, XLPE insulated, semi-conducting strand shield and insulation shield with copper tape, PVC jacket. It can be 100% and 133% insulation level. Maximum operating temperature at 90 degrees. Used for circuits rated 8,001 to 15,000 volts. Installation can be done on conduits, trays, straw, underground ducts, and aerial. Reference specification, ISAIA, ASTM, PEC, and NEC. Aluminum wires. This is the other conductor that we are manufacturing. Performance that lasts for decades. Aluminum conductor is still reinforced, or as we called it, ACSR. Where aluminum conductor is still reinforced inside, normally produce number 6 up to 795 MCM. Application, overhead transmission, distribution of electric power. Reference specification, ASTM B232, ASTM B498. Duraline ACSR or Duraline aluminum. This is a bare aluminum covered with polyethylene insulation. So temperature, the maximum operating temperature at 75 degrees centigrade. Application used for power transmission or distribution line. Waterproof because it's insulated. Reference use ASTM, ISAIA, both for ACSR and AAC. We also manufacture service entrance. That's copper and aluminum, can be size number 6 up to 40. Both PE covered with a neutral support of an ACSR. So the maximum operating temperature will be 75 degrees. Secondary service drop application, overhead transmission and distribution of electric power. Reference use again is ASTM B232, ISAIA, and ASTM B230. Next. This is only the comparative table. Medyo blurred lang. Using an ordinary THHN and an THHN DAS2. For THHN DAS1, we use only 75 and 90 degrees, while for THHN DAS2, we use a thermal rating of 90 degrees. So this is a more superior product than ordinary THHN. We also manufacture one type of product. We call it the aluminum building wire. Example of this is the cross-sectional of the conductor, whereby the copper is a conventional stranding, while on aluminum, it is a compact stranding. But if you will observe, the opacity for 250 mm square as written on the board versus the opacity for aluminum, the size of the conductor should be twice or doubled. 250 mm square for copper, 375 mm square for aluminum. The overall diameter is 24.3 mm for copper. For aluminum, it's 27.07. So, mas malaki ang aluminum building wire. Initial cost, mahal ang copper. For aluminum, it's cheaper. But hindi po doon natatapos. It will go down the line, going to the conduit, termination, and so on. For American wire, we strongly recommend the best conductor still is the copper product. That's spatial cables, or what we call it a made-to-order cable. customized for special application. Three-wire. This is now becoming the trend normally for cooperatives and electrical companies. The bare conductor was covered with an XLPE and a high density. Again, for protection of the conductor. Normally, it is manufactured from size number 2 up to 336.4 MCM. Maximum operating temperature at 90 degrees. Used for primary and secondary overhead distribution where limited space is available. Reference specification, ISEA, ASTM 230, 31, 232, ASTM B398, B399, and B400. So this is the construction of the three-wire. Steel wire on the middle, covered with aluminum, insulated with XLPE, jacketed with high-density polyethylene. Yan po ang normal na ginagamit ng mga cooperatives at saka ng electrical company, lalo na sa Manila. Submersible pump cable. The conductor is a very fine punch wire or play. It is individually insulated by 75 degrees PVC. First jacket with a PVC jacket. Outer jacket will be a polyethylene. So the maximum operating temperature is 75 degrees. And normally, the application is underwater pump, available in round and flat conductor. Kaya po polyethylene ang jacket niya. Kung PVC siya, hygroscopic, mag-absorb siya ng water. Kung polyethylene, resistant po siya at waterproof. The specification use UL and ASTM as reference. Next. SJT service cord. Normally, we call it temporary wirings during construction. Ito po yung nilalagad sa perimeter. We call it Duracord. For American wire, we are producing the SJT type. It's a 600 volts Duracord. 60 degrees insulation, 75 degrees jacket. Normally used for portable cable, emergency wire, or temporary wiring. Sometimes used as inside building wire. So reference specification use is PNS, UL, PEC, and ISEA. Next. Zinc-coated steel wire strand. This is a support. We call it messenger wire. Normally 7 strands all steel, extra high strength. Used as guy wire, messenger wire, span wire, or similar application. Reference use is ASTM B498. Bare copper conductor. Normally, this was used for grounding. It can be soft drawn, medium hard, or hard drawn. It depends on the customer's requirement. Can be used for overhead, transmission, and distribution line. Reference specification, PNS and ASTM B1, B2, B3, and B8. Control cable. Control cable are composition of multi-conductor. It can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 12, 24 conductor. Class B stranded wire, not a flexible wire. Individually insulated or with stripes. 75 degrees thermal rating on insulation and 75 degrees on jacket. It can be PE or PVC. Maximum operating temperature at 75 degrees. Application for control wiring. Reference specification used was ISEA S61402 and S73533. Battery cable. From the name itself, alam natin yan, battery cable. Thermoplastic battery cable is component of the conductor is a very fine wire. We call it a rope play wire. Normally manufactured from number 2 up to 250 MCM. 105 degrees ang rated ng insulation niya. Normally used for electrical connections supply to the battery and loads in circuit. So reference use, PNS, and ISAEA. Next slide. Arc welding cable. From the name itself, welding cable. So again, the conductor is a fine wires, not a class B stranded. It is insulated with an 105 degrees PVC. The application is a connection from electrode holder clamp to the arc welding machine. So reference specification, ISAEA and UL. Automotive wire. Nowadays, ang mga kotse, di ba, harness na yung mga kinakabit ng mga manufacturer. But in American wire, we still manufacture yung conventional auto cable. This is normally used by Santa Rosa Motors for the trucks nila, built in the Philippines. So that's why we continue this material. The insulation is 105 degrees centigrade, multicolor, depende sa color requirement ng customer. Low voltage only for automotive light, yung sa backlight hanggang sa control niya sa harap. So reference is PNS 261. Building wires, ito yung common na ginagamit natin sa electrical wires. So we are saying that THHN DAS2 is the most superior pagdating sa family group ng building wires. TF, thermoplastic fixtures, it can be solid or stranded. Insulation is only 60 degrees. Comes with the size from 18.7 up to 1.25 mm square. Wet and dry application, reference specification, PNS, UL, PEC, and ASTM. For TFN, same specs with TF wires. Nagkaroon lang siya ng nylon jacket. Kaya yung N stands for the nylon. So same application, but 90 degrees ang thermal rating ng insulation. Wet and dry application, reference use is a PNS, UL, PEC, and ASTM. TW wires. For TW, commonly used, ang thermal rating na ginagamit sa PVC niya 60 degrees. So again, ang application is for wet and dry. But for THW, the thermal insulation operating is 75 degrees. So yan lang po ang difference ng dalawa. For TW, we use 60 degrees PVC. For THW is a 75 degrees thermal rating ng insulation. Same application, same specification. City-rated cables or THHN, cable tray, lead-free. Normally, it's insulated with a 75 degrees with 90 degrees nylon jacket. Wet or dry application. Reference specification again is the PNS, UL, PEC, and NEC. For THHN DAS2 is a lead-free insulation, flame retardant thermoplastic wire and nylon jacket. Thermal rating is 90 and 90. So this is more tougher than city-rated, more tougher than THHN DAS1. Wet or dry location, same reference specification used. For aluminum building wire, THHN DAS2, the only difference yung conductor niya is aluminum alloy. But the insulation is the same with THHN. 90 degrees ang thermal rating with nylon jacket. Wet or dry application, the reference specification used was ASTM, UL, PEC, and NEC. Flat parallel cord. Ito yung madalas nakikita natin sa mga electric fan. So, it's a lead-free group of punch wire and conductor insulated together. Magkadikit po siya. 60 degrees lang ang thermal insulation level. Pendant for portable, used for 300 volts only. Reference use PNS 163. Durex wire, as we called it, or non-metallic wire. On other brands, they have different brand name. This is a two solid conductor, individual insulated with jacket. Normally, ang itsura niya flat. You can use it already sa bahay. Hindi na kailangan lagyan ng conduit kasi meron siyang jacket. So ang operating temperature niya is 60 degrees. You can use up to 600 volts. So the reference fuse is PNS, UL, and PEC. While the last item, UV jacketed, this is a special formulation made for Meralco in Manila. It is also a Durex type of wire, but the jacket is UV resistant color orange. Conductor is stranded, by the way. It's a 5.5 stranded, individually insulated and jacketed with UV PVC. Thermal rating is also 60 degrees, outdoor and service entrance. Reference use PNS, UL, PEC. Kung makikita nyo sa area, lalo na sa mga shanty, yung bundles ng orange wire, yan po yun. Yan ang ginagamit. Duraplex packaging and security seals. In American wire, we do the packaging 150 meters on the box. Normally, this is yung 14 solid up to 8 mm square stranded. So in the box, you can see, we produce it with different color coding for easy identification. We put the right weight, we put the product type, and we put the right length. Kung wala tayong pantimbang, at least meron kayong estimate, wala kayong measuring tools pag bumili kayo ng ganyang wire. So mabe-verify nyo, merong weight equivalent per box sa size ng kable. Also, we put security seal. So to be sure that yung wire na binili nyo is talagang totally sealed. Kasi pag nawala yung security seal, alam po natin na na-tampered. It can be pilfered. Parang ito pa yung safety seal na binigay namin for the client. Next. Packaging by the coil. Ito yung product na from number 14 up to 30 mm square. Also products of Duracord by 75 meters. Also for neutral support, service drop by 300 meters or 500. So naka-coil and wrap lang siya individual. But on us, we put also the quality pass tag on each product. We put the date, we put the sequential mark where you can cut the desired cut na gusto nyo. Nakikita nyo sa screen. 1576, 1651, tapos may dalawang mark. Doon kayo pwede mag-cut para both ends still nandun yung length ng kable na natira. With individual tag, barcoded, size of wire, length of wire, date manufactured for traceability as an ISO certified company, security seal inside and outside. So that is to make sure na yung wire na binili nyo is talagang sealed and not tampered. Packaging by the reels. These are the wires na malalaki, 38 mm square up to 1,000 MCM. Normally, ang packaging dati 300 meters, 600, 1,002. But nowadays, we call it crazy cuts. Kung ano kailangan ng contractor, kailangan natin gawin. Apat na kulay, 355 meters. Apat na kulay, 145 meters, 500 MCM. Yun po ang trending ngayon. Hindi na po sila kumukuha ng standard length na apat na kulay, 300 because of the price of the metal. Masyadong expensive ang wire. Kaya natuto tayong lahat, we buy the wires according to the requirement. Wala yung mga excess. So the same thing po, meron kaming quality control tag. We put the gross weight and the tear weight of the cable, including the net weight. So you will be more confident that your wire was delivered accurately. As an ISO certified company, all the tags are encoded for traceability. Pwede pong i-trace back yan from the finished product back to the raw material and processes na ginamit na niya. Next. At American Wire, the Duraplex way, we use 99.9% pure continuous cast copper rod. Prime easy grade continuous cast aluminum rods. High grade insulating materials. at par with global class wires and cable. Always deliver the right size, the right length, and the right weight. With Duraplex Way, we can ensure your wires and cable stands the test of time. From 1955 up to present, 2022, now on the 67th year of commitment to quality and safety. Global class wire and cable products proudly manufactured in the Philippines. American Wire and Cable. Next. Salamat po. By the way, meron kaming booth sa labas. Kung meron kayong mga question, that's near the entrance. We have our sales engineer and we have also our dealers here in Cebu. You can drop sa booth namin if you have some other more inquiries. Salamat po ulit.
Thank you, Engineer Randy, for the very good presentation about the wires, no? So, ako being a sales engineer, nagawa ko na rin itong event yung produkto nila. So, I will award the flag of appreciation. So, let me read. IIE Institute Chapter. Ito na pala yung assistant ko.
So, your task is to award. Why are you reading the citation? The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, or Cebu Chapter, plaque of appreciation is hereby given to, in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as gold sponsor in 21st Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference held on 27th to 30th day of July 2022 via hybrid at Sky Hall A and B Seaside South Road Properties, Cebu City. Given this 29th day of July 2022, signed technical consultant and advisor Erwin J. Salvador PEE, Vice President Technical Affairs Ronmal B. Gonzalez PEE, President IIEE Cebu Chapter Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr. PEE, and Regional Governor of Region 7 Brian A. Pastilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to American Wire and Cable Incorporated. Congratulations. Okay, so we are now bound to our last speaker of the day, speaker number 18, to tackle the topic of explanations on the provisions of the Philippine Distribution Code related to variable renewable energy. So let me introduce first the speaker. So first, he is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, graduate of Master of Science in Energy Management at University of Pennsylvania, USA. Graduated Master of Engineering at the University of the Philippines. Former National President of IIEE way back in 2012. Former Consultant of Meralco in West Africa from 2013 to 2019. Currently an independent consultant. Please help me welcome speaker number 18, Engineer Jules S. Alcantara.
Back home to you.
Ngayong hapon. Good afternoon. It's almost good evening. And I'm very happy that we have with us the former chairman of the Distribution Management Committee, Jimmy Mendoza. There, Honorable Jimmy Mendoza. He can answer all your questions about distribution code.
And I'm happy to see my previous colleagues in Transco, Mr. Lamayan, Mr. Salobre. They have very long experience in power systems, and I enjoyed time with them working for the transmission company. And also Hill Losares, Bob Hill, he is the expert in solar. I'm happy he is here so that he can answer your questions about solar PV. He was one of my governors, regional governors way back in 2012, a long time ago, 10 years ago. So we are not getting older, and our goal here is to share with you, especially the many young faces that I see, the things that we learned over the decades, and the things I learned in Africa about renewable energy. So the title here is the explanations on the Philippine Distribution Code related to variable renewable energy. So next slide, please. Let's go to slide 4. Slide 4. Okay. The reason why there's a code is that it is a necessary code required for the proper integration of variable renewable energy. We will define what is BRE later. So we need a code, and that code includes the grid code, it includes the distribution code. And for countries like in Africa, in which there is not yet a mention of BRE in their code, we do better operational practices. So we try to find ways so we can integrate solar, wind, and other forms of RE. There is also what is called development. There is so much quick development of technology. So examples include fast frequency response. There will be, I think there are already fast frequency response inverters in the market. There is also battery energy storage system that are being developed or are already available in the market. Smart grid, which we are not, it's available in other countries, but we are still not using them. Grid forming inverters and inverters which can form a grid without the need for external network. There is also what is called synthetic inertia, virtual inertia, and better weather forecasting. Why is forecasting very important in variable renewable energy? Because of the variability, which we will explain in this presentation. Let's go back to slide number 2. Slide number 2. Okay, during our active time in the transmission system, in the distribution system, there was just the conventional generators, then send the power to transmission, then send the power to the distribution and directly to the consumers. But now, there are many sources of power, and the most probably very challenging is the variable renewable energy. So conventional generators are in synchronism with the BRE. Some of the BRE are connected to the transmission, some of the BRE are connected to the distribution, and some are even directly connected to the consumers, which also feed power to the network. Slide, please. So the problem that is being addressed by the distribution code is the integration of RE. Now, why? In the Philippines, for example, in 2020, according to USAID, BRE is penetrating the power system at 7% of the capacity. Well, in our lifetime, hopefully, the Philippines will target 50% share by 2030. And that is only 8 years from now. 50%. Even at 10%, even at 15% penetration, there is already a big challenge for the BRE to be integrated to the power system. And this is the presentation or the discussion we will have this afternoon. Next slide. Next slide. The Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, also called Republic Act 9136, mandates the grid code and the distribution code. So those codes are there available in the, you can download it from the Department of Energy. The PDC or the Philippine Distribution Code is about distribution systems, of course, by the name itself. And the first edition was approved by ERC in 2001. There's a newer edition, the second edition in 2017. And in 2017, because of the increasing penetration of BRE, they already included provisions for BRE in the new edition of the Philippine Distribution Code. Next. Now, as a power system engineer or an engineer working for transmission or distribution systems, you know what are the needs of the power system. So basically, you need a generator that can provide controllable real power. Controllable. Geothermal, big hydro, a coal-fired plant can control their output by the operators. You want it to be 100%, you can do that. In the next hour, you want it to be at 80%, you can do that by just using governor control. Frequency. Frequency, nominal frequency is at 60. What is the effect variable renewable energy? We'll just call VRE. VRE. It has an effect on the frequency because it is variable. Being variable, it also can affect the frequency. When the penetration is low, single-digit penetration, like 7% in 2020, there's no effect. It's as if nothing is happening with the grid. However, when the penetration in terms of capacity rises to 2 digits, let's say 10, 12, 15, 20%, there is already an impact on the power system. And we, as electrical engineers, especially those working for the transmission or distribution, or even working for the solar and wind power plants, has to know the principles behind the PDC, the provisions of the PDC. And I was happy to hear the presentation of Councilor Nestor about the need for an increased RE because of global warming. There is already, for example, heat wave last week in Europe, in UK. I think it's rising to 40 degrees centigrade. In China, rising above 40 degrees centigrade. In Texas, in Arizona, for these months of summer. So it will get worse in the next decade. So we need to develop more of RE sources of energy. For one thing also, the war in Ukraine has made Europe think about increasing drastically the sources of power from RE rather than depend on oil and natural gas from Russia. Also, the third parameter that the system needs is stable voltage. VRE will affect the voltage of the distribution system, and we will discuss that too. Faults. The faults are some normal, we expect faults because the system is not perfect. And the VRE has to respond to these faults in a proper way. So we will discuss the characteristics, and you know, in the conventional system, it's very easy. We have governor control, we have base load plants, load following plants, we have peak load plants. So the operator can distinguish already what kind of plants and how they respond to the demand for electricity. Unlike the VRE does not have direct response to the changes of demand. In the conventional, we have speed drop setting, we have load shading, we have ROCOF. You know what is the meaning of ROCOF? Rate of change of frequency. So that is also important, how the frequency drops quickly when there is a problem in the network. That parameter is also important. That parameter is also used by under-frequency relay. So the under-frequency relays uses either the frequency itself or the rate of change of frequency. So those two are being used for load shedding. But we don't want load shedding. So BRE has to follow some rules so that there will be no load shedding due to problems in the network. In the conventional way, we have also the automatic voltage regulator. We can also change the excitation. We want the voltage to rise, we increase the reactive power, feed to the network. If we want the voltage to, at the connection point to get lower, we reduce the reactive power, feed to the network. And that is being controlled by excitation of the conventional generators, the turbines connected to the generator. And for faults, it's very easy to isolate faults because there is high current. Whereas BRE does not give high current. They will just, the fault current will just be about 10%, 20% higher than the nominal current. So how can protection be applied? The usual protection be applied to VRE. It cannot be applied because the fault current is not that high. So there's a difference now of how we think about generators that are VRE and the conventional generator. Next slide. So if we have no active power control, we have no ride-through. We'll discuss about ride-through. We have no inertia. We'll discuss about inertia. We have no way of reactive power control, no control of power factor, or no ability to ride through faults, then we have a problem. Because most of those on the left are characteristics of BRE. And most of those of the conventional can easily provide those needs. So next slide. Now the PDC, the Philippine Distribution Code, defines BRE as a source that is renewable but cannot be stored. You cannot store it. Unlike a coal plant, you can store the coal. Unlike the big hydro plants, you can store the water. Unlike the diesel plants, you can store the fuel oil. But in the VRE, you cannot store. You cannot store the rays of the sun. You cannot store the wind. So that's why this is called variable. So the code specifies that this includes wind farms, PV, and run of the river that has no large storage. Only at most 2 hours of inflow. Why are they variable? On the left, there is a PV, solar, photovoltaic plant. But it is being subjected to cloud cover. This minute, you have clear sky. The next minute, you have clouds. So it is very variable. But the net effect anyway is that there is energy produced for the day. Wind. Wind is dependent on the speed of air to the power 3. Meaning the higher the wind, you make it twice, then the power that can be extracted will be 2 raised to the power 3. For run of the river, it depends on the rain up in the mountains. No rain, no water, no power. Slide. Now, VRE is dependent very much on inverters. In the PV, you need inverter. In the wind, let's say type 3, the most common and cheapest technology, you still need inverter. So the power system, instead of the conventional generators, will now be attaching the inverters for the variable renewable energy of solar and wind. Right? So the code defines several categories: large, medium, intermediate, small, micro. Most of the houses are on the small and micro category of PVs. So there is a power limit that defines what are the large, medium, intermediate, small, and micro. The intermediate is usually connected to the MV, medium voltage. What is the medium voltage category? According to the grid code, it's 34.5 kV and below. Higher than that is high voltage already. Next slide. Now, this is the typical characteristic of a solar plant. If there is so much sun, then you go to the, let's say 1,000 watts per meter square. And this is the power curve. The maximum is what is determined by what is called in the solar plant of maximum power point tracker. So the electronics there determines that it must be on that vertical line. If there are clouds, then the curve will go down too, and the power will also go down. So it's very variable. It depends on the cloud. Of course, it depends of the sun from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on the season, winter, summer, fall. So next slide, please. So the solar output is variable. Low variability when the sky is clear, very variable when there are lots of clouds that will block some of the sun's rays. Next slide. The wind farms depends on the wind speed. If the wind speed is about 3 meters per second, then it will start to produce power. Then it slowly increases as the wind speed increases. At 10 meters per second speed of the wind, then it will have some constant power. If the wind speed is very high, like in typhoon, it has to shut down. Otherwise, you damage the wind turbines. Next slide. So the blue one is wind power plant alone. But usually it's not alone. Usually it's a farm, meaning consisting of many wind turbines. Why? Because you flatten the variability when you have wind farms. Again, why? Because the wind speed here is different from the wind speed a mile away, a kilometer away. So they cancel each other. The variability is being canceled and is being a little bit more flat. So wind farms are better than single wind turbine. Next slide. This is a physical look at the network because you cannot see electricity, but we imagine it like gears, like belts. So the conventional synchronous generators are running the network, and then the PV and the wind generators add active power, add reactive power. But they cannot respond quickly These two below cannot respond quickly. They are very slow. Unlike the conventional generators, which can act instantly to stop frequency change. And why does the conventional generators contribute to slowing down the change of frequency? We will discuss that. It's because of what is called, what does the conventional generators have that the BRE does not have? Inertia. I heard inertia. Inertia is the ability of the rotating machine to continue rotating even if there is no more fuel, right? So it will slow down the frequency change. But newer technology can catch up. Next slide. You can have what they call fast frequency response. It's either being developed now or it's already in the market using, of course, battery to store the energy. So the newer solar and newer wind farms can use newer technology that can quickly respond instantly to give additional power, active power, or reactive power to the system. Next slide. According to the grid code, there are three responses or controls when the frequency changes: primary, secondary, tertiary. But the initial one is inertia. Look at the curve. At that certain point, when the frequency dives, there is something wrong. Either a big power plant has shut down or tripped, or a transmission line has tripped, giving no more less power to the system. It will not go directly to zero. The frequency will not go directly to zero because the inertia of conventional generators will help slow down the frequency decline. And when the frequency reaches a certain point in time, let's say about 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, the governor control will take over to increase the fuel supplied to the turbines, the generators. Then governor control will take over primary. Then control from the operator, system operator will take over secondary. And the third is for rescheduling the generation. So it will say, plant A, please, we are changing the dispatch. We will increase A, B, and C, plant C. Next slide. So you already know primary is about the governor action of speed control, speed group. Next slide. Secondary is about increasing the generation from control by the team operator. The third is rescheduling generation. And these definitions are specified in the Philippine Grid Code. Next slide. Again, this is about frequency decline and recovering to the near the normal frequency. Next slide. What happens if you have low inertia compared to high inertia? The red one is I think this is the other side. The red one should be high inertia. The dotted black one is low inertia. Meaning, if you have a system that has so many VRE, the frequency will drop quickly. If you have more conventional generators, the frequency will not drop so much. So there are responses to the different penetration of VRE. Next slide. Now, we will quickly look at the rate of change of frequency, ROCOF. Empirically, the change of frequency depends on the L or overload. It depends on the H inversely. H is the inertia of the system. So if you have a high inertia system, like you have large coal power plant or you have large hydro plants, the frequency will not swing so much. It will not change so much. Why? Inertia is there. They are very big. They are rotating very quickly. So in case of change of demand or there is a problem in the network, they can give the required power from the kinetic energy of the rotating machine. Now, look at the right side from Westinghouse. If you have 10% overload, for example, on the top curve, you will have lower change of frequency because the overload is only small, at 10%. Look at the lower one. If the overload is 50%, you have a greater drop in the frequency. But then also inertia makes a difference. If you have high inertia, the drop is not so much. Look at the 10%. If the inertia is 10, the drop is better than the worst, much worse for inertia constant of the system. Now, each generator or power plant has their own inertia constant, which you can calculate actually. You can calculate what is the average of the power system. So again, the formula says bigger overload, bigger drop in frequency. Bigger inertia, higher inertia, lower drop of frequency or lower change of frequency. Next slide. Now, this is another comparison. If we have 50% served by BRE, you will have high drop in the frequency, the orange one, to the point of activating the under frequency load shedding if the system is not well managed. So if you have UFLS is under frequency load shedding at 59.5, you can load shed. You will have brownouts all over the country if we have very high VRE at the present technology. If you have the usual synchronous machines, the frequency might not drop that much for the same network problem. Next slide. Next slide, we'll go to the table quickly. There. The code says that for large, medium, intermediate, micro, small, there must be a continuous active power production between 59.7 and 60.3 hertz. So do not trip. The plant should not trip. In the previous years, when there was no grid code, each power plant was careful about frequency because the turbines are designed for specific frequency range. If they move too much below or too much high, then there is already a vibration. So each power plant puts their own from damage for excursion of frequency away from 60 hertz. But the distribution code requires that for deviation of frequency from 60, you must continuously supply active power at between 59.7 and 60.3. For the voltage, you must supply continuous power at a variation of plus or minus 5%. You can reduce active power if the voltage is plus or minus 10%. Or you can reduce reactive power if the voltage reaches plus or minus 10%. For micro and small, as long as the voltage is not away or beyond 10% plus or minus, they should continue supplying power. Next slide. Now, how does inverter supply power and reactive power. The inverter uses reference from the grid. It like the newer technology of what is called grid forming inverters. The older inverters will always get reference. Where is the frequency going? How is the frequency? So that it knows when to inject the current at the right moment, at the right frequency. So electrically, this is the diagram, the current source from the inverter, the grid current, and the grid voltage of the inverter, voltage of the grid. Now, if it wants to produce pure active power, it will inject to the grid the current that is in synchronism with the voltage of the grid. See? The IG is in synchronism directly without any lag with the voltage of the grid. So therefore, to produce power, there must be an angle between the grid voltage and the inverter voltage. That is a power equation in the standard textbook of electrical engineering. P, so the power exchange is equal to V times the other B of the other node over the impedance times the sine of that angle. Okay? Sine of that angle. If the angle is 0, you are not actually giving active power. So the generator has to go ahead than the grid voltage. It must be ahead by a certain angle so that it can give more power, active power to the network. If you are directly synchronized without any power angle, then you are not actually giving active power. That is the function of the governor control for increasing active power. You are the operator of the plant. You want to increase it from 50% to 80%. You just turn the dial of the governor so that more fuel is feed to the machine, and the machine will go ahead a little bit by that angle so that it can give more active power in megawatts. Okay? So if you look at the wave, that is the vector representation. The wave is like that, the lower portion of the slide. But as electrical engineers, we rather look at that vector diagram, right? You understand that vector diagram? IG is in phase with the grid voltage, so the power factor is 1, right? Power factor is 1. But the voltage of the inverter must be ahead by a certain magnitude and angle. Next slide. If you want it to be lagging, you lag the current by 90 degrees than the grid voltage. So always the inverter will reference to the grid voltage so that it will know what is the frequency and where to inject the right current to the grid. Next slide. The Philippine Distribution Code also mandates that if the frequency is higher than 61, it must reduce power with that equation. Otherwise, the frequency will still go up and up until you have a situation in which the grid will collapse. So the grid can collapse at high frequency, low frequency. It must be within an acceptable deviation, 60 Hertz. So there is an equation there in the Philippine Distribution Code. Next slide. This is frequency withstand capability, meaning don't trip when the frequency deviates. Because if you trip, it will make the system worse. The BRE should help The conventional generators must help stabilize the frequency. So that table is also in the PDC. So if the frequency is between 58.2 and 61.8, remain connected to the grid. If the frequency is very low, you have 5 seconds at 57.6 or higher than 62.4. You have 5 seconds. If it is between 57.6 and 58.2 under frequency, remain for 60 minutes, 1 hour, as long as the voltage is plus or minus 10% from the nominal. So there are rules that is desired to be followed by conventional and the BRE. Right? For reactive power, especially for large, because large BRE can affect the system. So there's a graph in the PDC. We'll explain it in the next few slides. The reactive power can also be prescribed by the distribution utility that it is connected to. For the intermediate and small, the reactive power can be decided upon by the operator of the BRE. So for the small and micro, it must remain connected as long as the power factor is between lagging and leading at 85%. So these are the rules in the PDC. Next slide. Let's explain this curve because we need to understand what this means. It's figure 4.1 in the PDC. The shaded one is the operating regime. The non-shaded ones are the ones that you are not required to do. Reactive power is important for what? For what parameter? Is it frequency or voltage? What does the reactive power do? Does it affect frequency or does it affect voltage? How about frequency? How about voltage? Voltage. For those who have been operating in a power system, power plants, you know that changing the reactive power quickly changes the voltage. It has very little effect on frequency. It has, but very little. And sometimes the load flow solutions decouple the two for fast calculation. Active power is decoupled from voltage. Reactive power is coupled with voltage. So reactive power is important, especially when there is a need for voltage support. At if the active power is plus or minus 20%, no, yeah. If the active power is 20%, you have to follow the limit of power factor 95, lag or lead. If the power is more than 58%, see the 0.58, you can have reactive power at plus or minus 20% of the active power. So the orange shade, meaning you can have more reactive power. On the triangle, gray shade, limit the power factor at 95%, lagging or leading. That is the interpretation of the table in the Philippine distribution code. Next slide. Why is reactive power important? Let's go to a distribution feeder. Next slide. This is a distribution feeder without generation connected to it. No VRE, no diesel. And the vector diagram is that V1 is higher than V2, right? V1 is higher than V2. because of the impedance. The voltage drop due to resistance, the voltage drop due to reactance. Right? You see the vector diagram? So normally, B2 is lower than B1. Of course, the farther you are from the substation, the lower the voltage, unless there are capacitors installed to improve the voltage. Next slide. If there is generation, there is already a change of formula. And the end of the derivation is like this. The voltage difference between B1 and B2 depends on the resistance times the difference in power, active power, plus the reactance and the reactive power over B2. You can derive this. In the textbook, it is being derived. In some technical reports, it's being derived. Let's go directly to this. If PG or the generation power is very high, what will happen to the B1 minus B2? The B1, it becomes more negative, right? If active power PG becomes higher, the left side becomes more negative, meaning there is overvoltage. So overvoltage is a possibility when the active power generation is higher. Look at the Q. If the reactive power generation becomes higher, the negativeness becomes higher. So there is also an overvoltage. So there is a possibility that the voltage will swing depending on the variability of the generation from the BRE. Remember, if the penetration of the BRE is low, no problem. There is only a problem when the penetration is higher. Let's say 20%. Let's say 30%. There is already a problem in voltage regulation. But there's, of course, a solution. So technology will come up with those solutions. Next slide. This is a voltage profile. The red one is with a PV at the other end. So the voltage can go high when the sun is giving so much power and energy to the PV. Normally, the blue one, the voltage goes down as the substation is farther from the node. So it depends on the generation at the end or during in the middle of the distribution line. Next slide. Let's go to disturbances of the network. Faults is one disturbance. Tripping of that power plant is a disturbance. So let's discuss about faults. What happens to the voltage when there's a voltage fault on the line? What happens to the voltage at that point? Supposing it's not delta connected, it's Y connected to ground. What happens when the voltage, when the line has a three-phase voltage fault on node 1, for example? What happens to the voltage at node 1, a three-phase fault? Zero. The voltage is zero. If it is a single line to ground fault, it depends if delta connected or Y grounded. If delta connected, you can have over voltage on the other two phases if it is delta connected, and zero voltage on the other side. What is the voltage? Let's say when the delta connected, A is faulted. What happens to the voltage of B and C to ground? It will be higher by There's a factor 1.732. What is 1.732? Huh? Square root of 3. Oh. So review your the, the equations for faulted condition. So faults is a disturbance that affects the whole power system. So the key point here is that because the fault current is not that high, you cannot apply overcurrent relay. Of course, because time overcurrent relay depends on the high fault current in order for it to function. On the inverter base, there is no high fault current. So the distribution code says just remain connected for at least some time. Do not trip immediately, especially for large VRE. Do not trip immediately because we need your help. There's a fault somewhere, but remain connected. Because VRE cannot inject high currents, and we need support for both, especially for reactive power. Next slide. So the term here, when you read technical articles for the PDC, is what is called fault ride-through. Ride-through, meaning you must overcome such conditions. So the term here is very common in articles and distribution code, ride-through, meaning you are able to, what's the Bisaya of ride-through? Maka, dili ka matumba, sakay lang yapon ka. You will not be affected. You still remain. Don't cry, don't exit, still remain. There's a problem. You need your help. So ride through. So because BRE, if they trip, they cause more instability. So there is what is called fault ride through. There's also called low voltage ride through, LVRT. You will notice that there is no high voltage ride through. It's HBRT because most of the grid codes internationally previously thinks that more problems come from low voltage. But recent years of experience in Europe, in which several wind farms have been damaged by over voltage, they are slowly introducing what is called high voltage right through. So the PDC is having rules about LVRT. Next slide. This is a presentation of the difference between fault currents in conventional against compared to the inverter based fault current. So the inverter will just have a very short high current, then it will normalize. Whereas the synchronous machines have very high subtransient, then it goes to the transient current, depending on the subtransient reactance or the transient reactance of the machine. Right? That is the classical calculation of fault current, in which the overcurrent relay will take advantage of, but the overcurrent relay will not function for low fault current from the BRE. Next slide. So there is a figure like this in the PDC. For large, there are two figures related to it. For medium, intermediate, just one figure. For small and micro, it's very simple. Just remain connected. Unless the voltage is very low or very high. Next slide. This is the graph in which what is called withstand capability during low voltage. In the shaded one, it just means remain. In the unshaded one means you can trip, you can go away because the problem is too big for you to solve. So, an example, if the voltage is 20%, you should remain for 0.625 seconds. If the voltage is at 90%, you should remain connected indefinitely until fault clearance. So, on the shaded area, it only means the VRE should remain connected. Okay? Do not disconnect. Next slide. This is another graph that you can see in the PDC. It only shows that in the shaded one, you should give more reactive power when the voltage is low, right? At 0.9 and below, the reactive power compared to the total power becomes higher and higher, right? As the voltage is lower. If the voltage is at 90%, then it depends on the operator or the distribution utility because it is normal power. But when it is some sort of fault or voltage recovery, the BRE or any conventional power plant should give more reactive power. Slide. It mentioned about transients, so it only means you can absorb or give reactive power. You can absorb or give active power for a very short time during transient. So it is specified in the PDC. Slide. For the micro, a simple thing about voltage. So if the voltage goes down by 50% below, remain for 0.16 seconds. If the voltage is between 90% and 110%, remain continuously. If the voltage is very high at more than 120%, do not trip for at least 0.16 seconds. Next slide. There is a minimum protection for inverters for small and micro. This is the minimum, but you have to agree with the distribution utility. What is the proper design of the protection system? So there's also a mention of anti-islanding based on the phase shift or rate of change of frequency. Anti-islanding, we will discuss that in the next few slides. But the others, under voltage, over voltage, under frequency, over frequency are standard. But the developer has to agree with the distribution utility on the final scheme, the protection system. Next slide. What is islanding? The Philippines has 7,100 islands. We are very familiar with islands. It depends on the high tide or low tide, right? For the number of islands we have. But island term is also used in PDC. Or any technical article that you can find or read about RE. Why? This is a distribution system. There are PBs connected. Again, this is important when the penetration becomes higher and higher. When the penetration is low, no problem. Yet there is a small problem on safety. Why? If the CB1 trips, the PB does not trip quickly, right? Or it might be online, but not giving power, current. But it might be online for a minute or an hour, I don't know. But the problem is, if there are people working on the line to restore the line, you will give them a shock because you have not tripped. And this is what is called island. You have islanded system on its own with the power source coming from the PVs. So there's a problem when the recloser closes, right? The recloser has a time for trip, time to close, time to trip, time to close, right? The setting of the recloser, I forgot to lay, close, open, right? When it closes back, because it's an auto recloser, it is possible that the PB is on and they will close but not synchronized. And when they are not synchronized, you create a three-phase fault. So that's a big problem. Fire can occur because you are closing two systems, synchronizing two systems, but they are out of phase. Another problem is safety to line crews during the fault. Another problem is overvoltage, transient overvoltage by ferroresonance or caused by capacitors or ungrounded systems. So the code specifies something, some provisions. Next slide, please. Detect the islanding within 2 seconds and block it from closing back for at least 10 minutes. Because if you close back, you might be out of synchronism. Now, there might be a conflict with other protection system like the recloser. So it's the distribution utility who has to decide what is the rule for reclosing, what is the rule for islanding, what is the technology used for the PB or wind farm to isolate from the problem of islanding. So anti-islanding provisions are there. So that's the end of my presentation. So there's again, the summary is there's a difference how we treat conventional sources and variable renewable sources. So they are not the same. There's a difference. And maybe in 20 years time, it could be 100% inverters because technology will be there. They will invent the technology in which the grid will not depend on conventional generators, but can stand on its own for supply of power. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speaker number 18. We have Engineer Jules S. Alcantara. So thank you so much, sir. So we have returns of plaque of appreciation for you. And let me call in the person to award you. May I call in the president of IIEE Cebu chapter, Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., together with Vice President Internal IIEE Cebu, Engineer Luel Ratilia. So same citation among the other speakers. So I invite Technical Consultant and Advisor, Erwin J. Salvador, Vice President Technical Affairs, Ronmar Gonzalez, Vice President IIEE Cebu Chapter, Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., and Regional Governor of Region 7, Brian A. Pasilan. Plaque of appreciation is given to Engineer Jules S. Alcantara.
Engineer Chris C. Fernandez, Professional Electrical Engineer. Congratulations, sir. This would be awarded by the President of IIEE Cebu, Engineer Magdaleno M. Baclay Jr., and the Vice President Internal of IIEE Cebu, Engineer Luel B. Ratilia. Congratulations.
So that is the last speaker for today. So before anything else, let me announce for tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule is July 31, 2022. To our exhibitor and sponsor technical presenter, Bill's Marketing Corporation, Huawei will be having a raffle of 3 pieces of Huawei watch. Wow! Grabe, tulo ka buok. 1 piece before the start of the presentation and another 2 pieces after the Bill's Marketing Corporation Huawei presentation. So there will be 3 watches to be raffled. Estimated time of their presentation will be at 10 a.m. after the technical presentation of Engineer Virgilio Luzares. So, ayan. May tatlong Huawei watch to abangan.
And for the delegates and participants, this is still not the end of the program because we will have our fellowship night today, sponsored by the LJ Industrial Fabrication Incorporated at the Heartland Estate Red Carpet. And it is not advisable to bring vehicle because there is a limited parking area and because there is a bus being provided. Let's to gate number 1 and gate number 3. SMC side and Seaside View and the gate 1 is located at the Seaside View. Gate 1 only. Again, please proceed to gate 1, Seaside View for the bus.
Okay, so that concludes our event for this day 3 of our activity in the 21st IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference 2022. Once again, my name is Ryan John B. Fortuna.
And I am Abia Pipito Dikdikan saying thank you and God bless us all.
And have a safety trip to our workshops later on. Once again, thank you so much and keep safe, everyone.
Whoa, 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 whoa.